Hey, what's up? How you doing? I seen you was getting it in yesterday, huh? I hope you're doing well. I appreciate it, man. We all gotta rock with each other, yo, in this crazy thing called life. 'Cause if not, man, it's a wrap, huh? I know what it is. I hope you're doing good today. 'Cause I know this thing is tough, yo. It's tough. I notice too with life in a lot of ways, sometimes it's how people treat you and how they act. So what I've been working on is making sure that I control how it affects me. Oh, yeah, get you some rest and, have a good one. If you're busy, you go ahead. I appreciate you popping in. And we got to have our rest because that's one thing about when you don't get no good sleep, man, it messes up everything. Get you some rest in there. As you see, I come through all the time, different hours because of the fact that I got people in so many different time zones, really good friends. So I jump on here how I do and I run it as long as I do because that's the only way that I can, keep up with everybody. He said I'd be. Yep, go ahead and do your thing, Rob. I appreciate you, bro. Take it easy and thank you so much for some of your time. Have a good one. Oh, I appreciate it. I like chilling with you. You be rocking with the music and you got a lot of nice people that be in your chat. So I feel you too, and I like hearing you talk about what you're doing with your life and, you know, plans with going to the gym and all that stuff. So we all, Gucci. I hear that. I appreciate it, man. You know what I'm doing on here, man. Chilling and trying to, be positive and enjoy life and, enjoying my good friends. You are welcome and keep your head up, man. You got a whole lot of good stuff that's coming your way in your life because I can tell you good people. Get it in, bro. We only got one life to live. And I notice a lot of stuff that like I said, I get, have a struggle with. I look back first, I look at myself and I make sure I'm coming correct. Then once I realize it's me, I get myself together or either I pay attention to how I let people treat me because we are responsible for how people treat us, even though people gonna try you. I don't care if it's a coworker, a weird neighbor, somebody at a store. We are responsible for how we let people treat us. And when I say that, what I mean is it's how we allow it to affect us, even if they're wrong. And I don't want somebody to say or do something to me and I'm going to be messed up for my whole day, walking around angry and all that. You know what I'm saying? So, it's all good. We just got to know what we want. I try my best, I promise you. And I'm not going to, sugarcoat it or be fake, but I have a lot of falls and ups and downs and disappointments myself with myself. But what I do is I turn it back around because a lot of people be saying, well, when I speak about the ugly stuff that happens in life, oh, you got to be more positive than that. Well, how are you going to be positive if you don't process the negative? You know what I mean? I just do the best I can. Hello, Black Widow, Miss Lady. How are you today? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. I'm just, rambling on as I do because I know that this ain't the promised land, but I still want to enjoy this life. I know the promised land is going to be golden. You know what I mean? And I'm not living just for now. I'm living for eternity. What's happening? What's happening, Bird? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I just look at it like that because I realize sometimes we get so caught up in the negative stuff that, happens in this world that we forget that there is a lot of good stuff. You know what I mean? Just like I have, a family that I met on here and they have like, three people going through cancer right now and one of them's getting ready for hospice, and y'all know what that means. And then they have two new babies born in the family. How do you deal? You get what I'm saying with the up and down. You process it and you do it moving. You know what I mean? She said, "Feel free to ramble." Hey, you know how it is. I was talking to Rob here about, my emotions and how I feel about life and what I be trying to do. And I tell you, life is what you make it. It don't come with guarantees, but I know that, when I speak here, I try my best to keep it real in every area that I speak about because it is what it is. And sometimes what we have to do, we have to check ourselves. It doesn't matter how other people are, behaving or what they're doing, is who we are, what we want from it. And I've been, doing good by, behaving that way and just accepting. I got somebody contacted me that shouldn't be contacting me with legal proceedings yesterday. And it got me you know, somebody that is not supposed to be contacting me. And it kind of threw me off just for a second, but God took control of that, and it's annihilated, so to speak. Believe me, because I felt, oh my goodness, just problems. And I said, you know what? I'm going to control the narrative here. I'm going to control how I let it affect me, and I'm going to move it as far as east from the west. You feel me? And once I did that, it tried to pop back up on me for a second, and I shut it down, and I went on with what I had to do. I tell you, stuff will have you. You may think you got it going on, and sometimes you get tested by little things that bother you, and it all goes by how you handle it. And we all can't control everything. I said West Coast, you know what it is. What's up? What's up with it? 100%. I know that's right. But yeah, so I got myself together real quick because I felt how I was trying to, it was bothering me because when you have stuff going on that's serious, you try your best to handle it properly because if you don't get a grip of it, it'll take you down the wrong lane. And see, I'm not with ain't nobody bringing me down just because they down. I'm not with that. I mean, I don't mind dealing with some people if they're going through something to help them. But if I have somebody that's done something bad to me and that's in the past and they trying to pop back up with something to open up an old wound, can't do it over here. Can't do it. I have God right there blocking it and shutting it down immediately. And that's the best way that I've been able to handle stuff like that. Just keep on fighting against it, get it out your mind, think about what you're thinking about, do it moving. It's not a game to sit here and have all kinds of messed up stuff in your mind when there's certain things that you can't control and you do your best with understanding why you can't control it and do it moving. Because I know with me, what happened here tried to get me a little turned up, but I shut it down. Hey, Sean, how you doing? Appreciate you coming by. I liked your collection yesterday. I watched that video. It was awesome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, we just all gotta, do what it do, and it's not easy, man. Because I'm telling you, there's a lot going on here. I got a lot of people too that I've been dealing with. They got different stuff going on in their life that I didn't even know because they got their self together and they got the right perspective. Because faith is a perspective. You know what I mean? And the way they're looking at it, the way they handle it. And you wouldn't be able to tell that they had as much going on as they did because they know what they're doing. They're working with it. So I decided, to keep trying to do that. And then when I do have some things that I can't control or that I can, I still like to, even sometimes I'll sit down and write out some things that I'm dealing with and read it back. You know what I mean? And read it and meditate on, well, why did it make me feel that way? Or what can I do about, just say somebody said something to me that was rude, what they said, break down the definition of that word, meditate on it, and then think about, well, why did I let that affect me like that? That's their problem, not mine. I don't care if they said something vulgar to me. I know that what they're saying is not true and that they don't have a right to speak to me that way, but they did anyway. But why am I allowing it to take me down that path? And once I do that, I'd be Gucci. But I can't play with it. I got too much good going on in my life. God has a promise for me. I'm happy. I'm whole. I got decent people around me, family, love. There's a lot of stuff that you can't control. Hey, they had a stomach ache the other day. I mean, come on. You take something, you try to sit down, you work through it. But when you meditate on negative stuff, it has the power over you to ruin a lot of things in your life. We just have to deal with it. I know someone was just saying they taking their mother to the dentist. Now, it could be the regular, dentist, going for just an annual cleaning and You felt fine going to the dentist appointment because I'm just getting a cleaning. Then they find 3 or 4 cavities. Or say you need surgery, found a lump in your mouth. You got to get a teeth pulled. That's like, oh gosh, what? I thought I was fine. You never know. So you just have to prepare yourself, and it's not necessarily thinking negative. It's just planning something better as an outcome for yourself. So when I do that, I'm winning. And there's not a lot that you can do about every little thing in your life. You just have to, process it. And it's better said for a lot of people than done. And I know it because I'm one of the ones that, a lot of the stuff I speak on, I struggle with it, but I'm not going to I'm not going to talk negative. I'm going to keep the positive going so that I can get through it. Because sometimes we talk negative about some things and then we end up not having no fight in us at all. Hello, Crystal. How are you? I hope you had an awesome Christmas. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Yeah, but I'm just, chatting it up with just some things in life that we all gotta, just woosah with it. I don't care what it is because we have to deal with it. There's no way around it. You know what I mean? Especially in the world we live in today. I mean, it's crazy. And it only is crazy as you let it be. You know what I mean? Because once again, we control the narrative of how we allow it to affect us. And that's a lot of work, I'm telling you, because we're born into the world with a lot of stuff, and a lot of people come at us in certain kind of ways, and we got our own feelings and our way of thinking and looking at stuff too. So we just, we do it moving. So I just don't, I don't want to have lived this life and say that I'm just only waiting just to go to the promised land. I want to know that whatever this consists of, I found the joy in it that God promised me until I make it to the next level. And that's basically how I've been getting down. And it's a lot going on because we all are in this world. We got, a lot of loss, a lot of hurt, a lot of pain, along with it. But it's how we decide, to control the narrative and the outcome of it. And once I do something like that, I kind of, it makes me sit back and think. And I don't have to do the kind of thinking that a lot of people do. Like, how when you say you got a problem, and then some people, oh, somebody's worse off than you. I know that that is true in a million ways, but I don't want to have to think all the time that somebody else is doing bad to make myself feel better. You know what I mean? I want that happening regardless. You feel me? I want that to be something that is an option regardless of trying to find something, and then a lot of people do say to you, which is a good outlook too. They'll say, well, you know what, today was kind of off, but tomorrow will be better. That's a good thing too. Or you could have been in that predicament but you're not. Yeah, but at the same time sometimes you got to face up and have the courage to deal with whatever faith is sent your way. So that's one of my things that I'm working on too, because you say this and you have a relapse, and what you do, you repent and you start over again. There ain't no stopping. We're on the move. We got it. We got the groove. I remember that song, Ain't No Stopping Us Now. No stopping. Hey. Oh, I used to love that song. And this was a lot of stuff that when I speak about this, a lot of, family members like aunts and mothers and them used to listen to when I was younger. And I like the music and stuff. You know how the folks used to jam? Because a lot of people think, when we look at like elderly parents or whatever, like they never was young before. You know what I'm saying? Like they never chilled. We all got it going on. I just want everybody to know that, I'm over here. I'm happy. I'm whole. I'm loved, and I'm getting it in. 'Cause there ain't nothing like, wasting time, and time is something that we can't change. Time is something that we can't get back. So we gotta, enjoy whatever it is. Because there's a lot of days that, some of us just have, you ain't feeling. And that could be for, many, many reasons. So I just like to make the best of whatever it is, and just enjoy it. And then, wish the same for everybody else. Because I'm not the type that's too good at wishing stuff just for my family or people that I care about. I like to wish the love and happiness for everybody and their family. There's people that I pray for that, don't care that I'm even breathing, but that's not gonna stop me from trying to put the best foot forward. And like I said, anytime something, go a little, cray cray, I just pick it up and start it again. That I will not be defeated. I'm not playing that. You know what I mean? And then when you do feel defeated, that's emotion that happens. You just you pick it up. And that's the same thing, just like, when you have kids or you're around young people, sometimes there's certain stuff that is going on with you. And a child will see that. Mommy, auntie, uncle, you got a boo boo, you're not, and they want to hug you and stuff. So you gotta, you gotta step up to the plate, and nourish them back. That brings a lot of cheer and joy as well, is when you're able to, pick yourself up and try again. And I know we all got stuff happening because I'm telling you, I have been hearing, even, getting in here talking as positive as possible. I got a lot of people that pop up that ain't feeling the vibe that I'm feeling, or even like a lot of us beyond here chatting. Some people is in some kind of, turmoil right now, and they're not feeling as happy or as excited as we are. So what we do is we go into what they're dealing with to help lift their spirits. And I noticed that helps a lot of people too, because I get a lot of people on here that tell me that just talking with me or whoever, that has gave them a different feeling throughout the day that they was going through some mess. And I always know with me that I gotta check myself first before I look any kind of way. You know what I mean? I'm just not that chick. I gotta know that I gotta know that I'm making sure that I behave myself and that I'm not in my own way. Because a lot of times I realize I got to look at me. And I mean, sometimes I get up there in that mirror and look at me. Strip it down, girl. Shut yourself down. Sometimes I ain't even got to wait for God to come shut me down. I got to look at myself and say, you know what correction is, girl? Get your mind right. What's going on here? Okay, that's it. There, it hurts. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, pick it up. You know, pick it up and do it moving. You know what I'm saying? Put on your big girl panties. Come on now. And then I got a kid in me a lot of times that reacts to things differently, that I'm going through, and I have to, get the mature side of myself back out because it's good to. I want to keep a kid in me for the rest of my life. I want to always love, be happy, whole, and smile, and giggle and act a fool and silly. Even as an adult, I realize some of my emotions that I go through. I be immature about some things sometimes. I mean, come on. Come on. Living in the worst world. It's called life. And what's happening? Life is lifing. Well, you keep that in mind. And you ask God to climb aboard. But one thing about it, people know that we always, and it's always said that ask and you shall receive. Thing about God, God ain't gonna give you everything you want. He always gonna give you what you need. So if you get up in this thing and you thinking that I needed a car, I'm struggling. Why would He let me go through that? That's not how it works. You know what I mean? That's not how it works. A lot of us, it's trial and error with stuff, and you may know that you got a complicated situation, but God's working on it. He has a plan for our lives. And whatever we think we need is not more important than what God say we need. I just do the best I can. Whatever I got to do. Together over here, the noisy part right here that it says in the pen comment. Because I know I got and no disrespect to anybody, but I had you know, I had one person, you know, on here yesterday that said that they don't believe in God and that spiritual stuff, and that was perfectly fine. But then I had another person on here that was trying to, sway other people that believe in God that was in the chat. You get what I'm saying? And you know, we had to straighten that out because I was, letting them know that no matter what, whatever faith you have, I respect it, and I appreciate it, and that's your business and your choice. But when you come over here and chill with me, you're going to hear God a lot from me. You're going to hear God a lot from a lot of people in my chat. And you also are going to hear the truth about all of us and what we struggle with trying to process and live this thing called life. Because I know I be in it a lot, especially too. When you have people that struggle through a lot of chronic medical illnesses. It's just up and down. It's up and down. But what we do is we work on it, and that's all you can do. But I know this person, they wanted so badly to try to paint the narrative of the conversations we were having. I don't know how old it was, a female, because I had a man in here yesterday. Well, he was just keeping it real and said that he don't follow religion, and it was cool with, you know. But I had a female that just kept on trying to, like, you know, disturb the groove. You know what I mean? Which it didn't work, and I hope whatever they're doing, they find their way. Because just because they say that they don't believe in God doesn't mean that I have a right to judge them. Let them do what they do. Because it can't stop me from what I'm doing. I have to know who I am. Who is that? DJ NA, what's happening? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. We just talking it up a little bit. I wish you were on here yesterday because you talk a lot about the stuff we were talking about, with allegedly P. Diddy and all them folks and all that going down. You already know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so it's up to you and what you want to do out here in life. Can't nobody, make you do or be something you don't want to be. Because it's hard. Because when you talk with a lot of people, because I remember meeting a very young guy, and he said that he was atheist, and of course that ain't none of my business. You know what I mean? But we were having that type of conversation, so I asked him. I said, "Well, what you got going on to make you, want to be that way?" And he would just say, "I don't believe in all that. I don't get down with all that spiritual stuff. I think it's a bunch of crap. You live and then you die." And then I said, "Well, then what I want to ask you, if you don't mind, because we are having a conversation. First of all, can you, in no disrespect, can you spell atheist? Right? Okay. And what is the definition of atheist? You define that just blah, but what is the real definition of that? You know? And he kind of couldn't really, it just got him to thinking, I guess, a little bit more about, think about what you're thinking. And like I said again, it's up to, God to say what's gonna be. Or if this person said that they don't believe in him, they're still God's child, no matter what we want to say it. And he got to deal with that person on what they feel, and let them do what they want to do, because God gives us free will. So ain't nobody forced to do nothing. And I don't force nobody to believe in God just because I do. But I will sing his praise. I will honor him, and I will, chat with folks whether they decide they want to do it, be involved or not. It don't mean that you can't have nothing to do with folks that, is on a different journey than you. But I do know that it's a beautiful being to have in your life. And without him, we're nothing, I feel. Then the people that don't believe in God, they don't see that light shining. So they're gonna definitely have the opposition against what we say, know, and do. So I just keep my head up and do it moving. And I wish the best on everybody that has some kind of issues where they don't know your God and why they feel that they don't want to know him. And hopefully they can find, themselves and meet our Father, you know. And if not, but responsible for yourself. Can't expect somebody else to get saved for you. You have to do that yourself. Because I know a lot of people coming up through my life have always thought that because they got a spiritual grandmother or family member, that person can get saved for you. And it doesn't work like that. Hello, my dear. How are you, sissy? She done finally caught up with me. I love you, girl. Thank you. And tell Kimberly I said hello. She might be on school vacation, huh? Yeah, we're just chatting it up a little bit over here. I am so glad you could pop in. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. So I know y'all had a big issue going on with the gas and all that. And I pray that you're able to get that straightened out. As I tell you, there's be so much stuff popping up at one time. And I had another person out here that's a YouTube friend of mine that went through some stuff with their tenants place with the water and all that kind of stuff. And then you figure at the time of the year and you're spending a lot of money already invested in, shopping for Christmas. And we just came out of Thanksgiving, and then to have something like that. But when you are truly blessed, there ain't no stopping. You know what I mean? There ain't no stopping. God is going to get you wherever you need to be. I done been through a lot of tough stuff myself, and it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. As long as you bring Jesus with you, your battle is he's fighting your battle for you. And we got to deal with some of it because a lot of times I think people feel like just because you're walking with God that he carries it all, and he does, but we got to do our part too. You know, a lot of times we forget that we got to do something and not just sit back and wait for him to do it, but be proactive in the teachings and do something about it ourselves because I know it's not easy, but it is amazing. And I promise you, I'd be sitting here, and I remember too, like some mornings I used to wake up, and this is just not too long ago, and I used to feel some kind of way, you know what I mean? Like some kind of negative something was already put on me before I even got my day started. And I realized a lot of it is stinking thinking. Or like you might have went to bed with something negative, or you went to bed, with some kind of problem that you were going to have to deal with the next day, and you woke up right there, you didn't realize what you were thinking about, and that took set on you immediately. So I just try my best to, hold it down and, take responsibility for, what I'm thinking and how I'm feeling. And, we got a call here. What's this? Got a call text. Oh, all right. Yep, that is somebody. Okay, that ain't nothing important, so I can let that go. But yeah, I just was thinking about a lot of stuff here. And put your best foot forward. Because when we have stuff like this going on, it's not that easy just to jump up and say, "Oh, all right, I'm good." You're not. We got to be honest. You gotta get good. You gotta get good. Because I know with me is not. I ain't even gonna pretend. But I do have respect, for myself and God. So I try my best to straighten it out. And whatever I'm thinking that's negative or off, repent as soon as possible and keep moving. You know what I mean? Because the devil has many adversaries and be waiting to pounce on you as soon as possible. So if you mess around there and let them get in there, oh boy, it's going down. I try my best to get ahead of that right there, and it's a fight. It is a fight because see, people don't realize that we're battling a lot of demons. You know what I mean? And the devil will use people to hurt you, and it could be your own kids, your husband, your wife, a coworker, to come for you. And a lot of that stuff is also when stuff like that happen, it's a test for you to see where your faith is at, and it's also something that equips you for battle. That type of stuff. But I know that God does have a plan for all of our lives, and a lot of times it's hard to see that because people, when they're down and out, they kind of don't understand their faith. So we just all have to, knuckle down, feel what we feel, process it, do it moving. It's easy to fall down. And it's hard too to stay up too. I'm gonna keep it real on that one. I realized that too. It is. It's hard to stay up because we got challenges out here. And it's up to us to fight it and win. I know I got a lot of stuff going on with me right now, you know, and you know when your health be, you know, when you're dealing with your health, man, it can bring some ugly emotions. Oh boy, it, it definitely can. I just do my best, and then just be human and real, you know, because there ain't nobody to prove nothing to. I mean, you know, when you got stuff like that going on in your life, obviously, you know, you got kids and stuff, and you know, if you got kids, anybody around you, you want them to see you up the good fight of faith, you know, and show them what you working with, and show them the tools that they got that they can be doing the same thing, because anything could happen to any of us. We can't just, you know, be in this world and look at stuff and say, oh, that's them. You know what I mean? Just like I had a guy on here yesterday that's dealing with a lot of medical issues, and you know, which a lot of us are. And he was saying about how hard, you know, it's been in the world and on YT with people that have been disrespecting him because he's disabled. And I don't know, you know, how to, you know, I know how to, I don't know how he feels, I should say that. But I know that I was, you know, giving him some positive affirmation of how to deal with that, because God is here. But, you know, it's hard to do that when you have people that don't believe. You got to find another way to get them to open up and let them in. You know what I mean? But it's you know, it's horrible how people treat people. But at the same time, this is the world that we live in. People come for you know, left and right. So we just have to figure out how to fight it with a good fight of faith, because there ain't no other way to do it. You gotta, you know, you gotta be on board. You gotta be able to deal with it and live that life. I know I don't want you know, nobody to stop me. I want to be able to spread a good word and behave myself, and you know, be human and open with it. You know, keep it real. A lot of times, you know, we think we got it going on, and it don't be, you know, just about what we want. It's for all of us. We all only have 24 hours in the day. Doesn't matter what, you know, and like I said, I come on here and I run this way because we're all in different time zones, but it doesn't matter what time zone we're in. We all only have 24 hours in a day. So we have to make better use of that, because I know a lot of times we, you know, we don't pay attention to that, because we got, you know, how many things we got to do. And one thing about it, a lot of people, I mean, YouTube has been popping for some, you know, many years, but a lot of, you know, a lot of years for certain people, we didn't even know about YouTube. And then there was some point that it wasn't even here. So for us to allow, you know, too much stuff to get on us here, you know what I mean, to get in our feelings about YouTube, we got to be careful of that, because this ain't what it is. This ain't what you want. To come on something like this that you don't have to be on and let it ruin your life. You know what I mean? And let people hurt you, you know? You know, probably get enough of that in your own physical space with different people that you deal with throughout the day. You don't want to let YouTube be one of those places, because I'm telling you, it'll take you down a very dark path. And unfortunately, with YouTube too, it's, you know, it's very competitive. It's not, I won't say that's unfortunate that it's competitive, but you just have to be careful, because it is competitive, but that doesn't mean that it's a negative. So I have to reword that. But I will say that there's a lot of competition out here, and a lot of times people, you know, they always say hurt people hurt. But I know in some cases, some people they're enjoying it. You know what I mean? They're enjoying it for whatever reason or what era of life that they're in for the time being. And you just got to know who you are and what you're willing to deal with and willing to put up with. You know, 'cause, you can control a lot of the stuff that we may think we don't. A lot of times we may feel powerless in some situations, But that right there is because it's what you want to do about it. You know what I mean? Or some people don't have the tools to fight it, but you can learn it though. And I'm telling you, God don't make no junk. And anybody that we have out here that is participating in negative things and hurting other people, they're still our brothers and sisters, no matter what. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't like to look at it that way, but it's the truth though. We're still our brothers and sisters, even if they're out here doing something negative. We're all still related, you know? And you can't pick that. That's all on God to figure out what's gonna happen with that other than the justice system for whoever is committing crimes and doing bad, judge and juries, but the real judge, when this thing fall down is God. So we gotta look at that for what it's worth, because I know I done ran across quite a few people and a lot of people that do bad things that hurt you. A lot of these folks is out here hurting and they don't know how to ask for help. They don't know, some of them don't know they need help. Because I really like to think that God doesn't make people like that. There's a lot that goes into saying that as well. I just hope and pray the best for everybody. We all, you know, make mistakes, and some people just keep making them, and they don't know how to get out of it, or they just in it to win it. Because when you say evil in the world, you got to really know that is that's a evil. It's like a demonic spirit. So you got to know what that is and recognize it on sight. Evil is a demonic spirit. So when that happens to you know folks, sometimes they don't want to do it. A lot of times, too, people, excuse me, never paid attention to like that movie, The Exorcist, and stuff like that. Back in the day, a lot of people don't pay attention to that. A lot of that stuff. I'm not saying that particular, movie, but a lot of that stuff is real. You know what I mean? A lot of it is real. So we got to look at that for what it's worth. People do have them bad spirits on them that they run around and doing a lot of bad stuff. It sure is. And I don't know who all in and out because I don't want to be on here talking nobody's ear off because I am long winded. I'm trying to keep up what's going on here. And I got somebody that I want to go check on here that I believe is new and I've never seen before. So I want to go and holler at them. I hope everybody's just doing their thing, y'all, because this year's about gone, and if we look at how fast the new year's coming right here, and then we got new things. Oh, there she go. What's up, Grace? Hey, Kat. How you doing, Grace? Thank you so much for coming. Some of these things are delayed. 'Cause I be talking and stuff, and I don't be realizing that some comments are not even showing up at all until I click over to this other page. Oh, thank you so much. I understand, Mr. Catman. Thank you for just coming by. I really appreciate that. And and I say this all the time, and I'm probably going to keep saying as long as I'm on here, is you guys, honestly, I respect everybody. I know everybody is living this thing called life, but I don't expect you guys to stay through these lives all the time. Or if you missed a live and you watch the replay, you don't have to watch this stuff. This is how I get down over here. You know what I mean? I get down like this solely because of I love to be able to chat with all my friends that are in different time zones. So when I run it like this, I'm able to catch somebody that I can't normally catch up with because we're all on different time zones. And I have a lot of people, even if they don't say it in the live, they reach out to me and they ask me, well, the next time, can you do your live at this time? Or I'll be able to pop on because I'm in this time zone and let me know because I want to chill. I like, the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So what I do is I just let it rip. When I say I let it rip, it's not about everything is about and no disrespect to anybody, but it's not just about trying to get in watch hours and all that kind of stuff only. I mean, this is a business. You know what I mean? This can be a business. It could be something lucrative. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is my friendships are priceless. You get what I mean? And if, whoever wants it to be, you know, this deal, and, who wouldn't want to make money off of something they like doing? But the friendships are more valued than any money. You get what I'm saying? So that's the one of the reasons, because I got so many people that keep on saying, "Oh, well, Rook is trying to get this," and then you don't know. First of all, if you know me, you'll know that's not entirely, what's going on with me, because my bread's already buttered with the grace of God. But at the same time, you gotta you know, realize that when I come on here and do this, I'm doing this. If you know me and you hear my word or what I'm saying, I do this for my friendships. The long running of the hours is what I'm saying. For me running long hours on here. Because if you ever go and look, you will see that I got long watch hours. I mean, not watch hours, because I'm not even into that. But I'm saying long. If you look at my videos, you'll be like, "Oh, they had that that was 9 hours." Yeah, how am I gonna reach? I'm talking to you, somebody possibly in America, but my brother and sisters over in Germany. I got a sister over in Oregon. They ain't up yet. So how am I gonna get at her if I'm up or whatever my time zone is? 'Cause she ain't. You know. Basically, this is the only way that I can do it because I've been watching, and I don't know, But if you can, if anybody ever look, at the comments, you can see different times. Hey, Grace. Let me type something in here for y'all wonderful people. Did I do CAD yet? I think I did. Okay. Let me see. But yeah, that's one of the main reasons. I think like Grace and this other friend of mine. Well, a few of y'all already know why I do it like this. Quite a few of you guys already know what it is when I run it like this, and it's it's something that's the only way I can get. And then for a lot of you guys, y'all know what it is. Y'all got stuff y'all doing, and y'all know what time y'all can stop through. Let me see my sweet Grace. She said, "Good morning, Sister Blessing. Bless you too, sweetie. All is well. Listening in the background, getting ready to visit my daughter. Oh, God bless you, Miss Grace. I appreciate it. Thank you so much." She said she's going to visit her daughter. That's sweet. Thank you, my dear. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well today too, and your daughter. I'm glad you guys are going to get to spend some time together. That's awesome. I tell you, this stuff here too, with having quality time with family, is that's another thing that's priceless. You know what I mean? Even I know, a lot of people that, don't see each other. And I know so many people that haven't seen each other and family member in years. So, and I keep trying to explain to a lot of people, like with this social media. I don't know if you guys remember, and I probably maybe 4 years back or a little bit more, I'm not sure, learned Facebook. I never dealt with Facebook, and Facebook had been around for many years, and I just never, indulged in it or dealt with it at all. It's just what it was for me. But with those kind of social medias, and I think it was called MySpace or something like that, I never used that either. But I'm just saying, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with either one of them, but that was no money to be made on there. That those sites where people were looking for lost family members, trying to connect with other people around the world, to meet a friend, to have a friend over, pen pals and stuff like that, and there was no money to be made, and people enjoyed that. But then you get here something like YouTube, which is like a double-edged sword. Is you can make it a financial opportunity, and you can make friendships and stuff like that. So it's a positive thing, but I don't think that there's a price that you can put on that. I know some people that are not able to call each other financially because they can't afford the phone bill because it's long distance, and they're able to get on something like this or Instagram and chat backwards and forth with each other, and show we got a new couch, and look, sister, I'm over here, in Texas, and you over there in Jamaica. You get what I'm trying to say? Come on, y'all. Let's look at this for the good stuff too that it has, and not put the money always on the table, even though there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, and I know with me, I'm on here for the a long time, not just a good time. I'm having me a nice cup of ginger soup. I mean soup, tea. I also like green tea. I like a lot of teas. But yeah, as long as we do that, I think we can win this thing, you know? But we just got to be more considerate of what's happening. Oh, look at Grace here. Rruk, as I am listening to you, you have helped me make an important decision in my life. I appreciate. Oh my gosh, Crystal, are you serious? I'm sorry I didn't see your comment. I don't know what these computers be lagging behind. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you, my sister in Christ. Thank you. I'm glad. I hope I did something and I'm not over here like a big mouth and making people feel uncomfortable because I'm talking so much and I'm going in and out of a million different topics and emotions. I thank you. Oh my gosh, you make me feel like crying happy tears. I feel a deep emotion there. And I appreciate you and I'm glad that this was able to help you. And see, that's this is another reason why I do this as well too. Because look at the love that we have. Let's be honest, you guys. We all know that we're brothers and sisters. I don't care if we're sisters from another mister, brothers from another mother. We're all connected, but yet we're siblings, but yet we're strangers. But what is bringing us together? What do we speak about when we talk about God? Spiritual. We're all we're strangers, but we're all connected spiritually because of the way we're socializing with each other. We're meeting our family. I mean, I was talking to somebody over in Paris the other day. I may never make it to Paris, but I get a chance to look through his eyes and feel his vibe and see what he showed me and enjoy it and get into fantasy as if I'm there. This means something. And I think a lot of people don't realize with this connection, God is bringing us all together to meet all of our family and stuff around the world. And in actuality, we all say our friends and stuff too, but really we're all siblings. We're all family. It doesn't matter what color, what race, what nationality, we're all connected. And that made me that Crystal, I gotta come and have a little talk with you because I appreciate that. Oh my God, I appreciate that, my dear. I really do because sometimes I feel like you know, I am maybe talking too much and I don't want to make nobody feel uncomfortable because of what I'm talking about. But I know that the majority of the people, that I speak to, like all you guys, y'all all live in the same, in the world as I am. And a lot of stuff that or everything I talk about, just about, we all can understand that even if it's a situation that is not necessarily personally something that happened to us, it may be something that happened in your wife family, a neighbor, a coworker. We all can relate and we all can come together collectively as a whole and lift one another up. And we all know that we all have the same father. You know what I mean? So I think that this is touching base with the reality for all of us, no matter what it is. You know how many different younger guys and girls that I have come through here that I'm probably 20 years older than them. And by us being able to talk as humans and we're different, we're doing different things in our lives and in the world, we can relate because you got to look at it. Even if I talk to a young man or a young female that's younger than me, they know how to relate to me because they got parents and stuff that's my age, if that's the case. You get what I'm saying? And I'm talking about different ages. I try not to deal with kids that are, to me, you're young for a long time. I'm gonna tell you, 21 ain't grown to me because I know what it is to learn in this life, and I'm still learning. But a lot of folks, you get the rights to be able to get a job at a certain age, to drive, to purchase alcohol and do some stuff, that all the adults do. But I think people don't understand psychologically and mentally we're still maturing and still growing. And then if I get into some training that I have, right, thinking about the psychological mind, the psychopathy, you understand what I mean? That's a whole nother story because the development of our frontal lobe does not kick in just because we're 16 and get a car or a job, or because we're 21 we got a license to go out in the package store. That's not all there is to it. We have a lot of development and a lot of stuff that's still fusing together in our psychopathy development to be able to proceed in this thing called life. And then there's some people that in their 50s still acting 6 and 7 years old. I mean, it is, you get what you get or you seek what you want. You know what I'm saying? And by me saying that is you got to go after something that you feel that you need. She said, "No, Ruth, you are an amazing person. You are too, Crystal. Just keep on doing what you're doing, and How you doing? Oh, Crystal, thank you. Because sometimes I swear, I don't know how to explain it, but sometimes you know how when you feel that you don't want to rub nobody the wrong way or say too much of stuff. That's how I try because I respect everybody, and I'd rather check myself first before I assume that it's somebody else that's going about it wrong, and it could be me. And then I'm also on here getting love, educated, help, friendship, and connections too. So I need this in my life. And it's not just like I said, we're all family. It's not just, well, excuse me, I can go to my brother, my uncle, my cousin, my mom, this person. It's you, my sister Crystal, I can ask to help me with something I'm dealing with. My brother Bert, all of us. My sister Betty, my younger brother Rob, my sister Grace, you know what I mean? My sister over 50 and fantabulous. I need this. I love this. This is I don't want just my family that I got that I really know right here. I want to know my other brothers and sisters that's out here too. And I appreciate you, Grace. And I mean, Grace is, oh, she's something else too. And Crystal, man, thank you for that. God bless you. Look at my Betty. She says, I'm letting it run while I prepare dinner for my kids. All right, she got the fam bam going. Go for it with the grand sugars. Yes, ma'am. Oh, they coming. That's nice. I'm glad for you. Sister, you are something else too. I thank you so much, Crystal, in the name of Jesus. And you keep doing what you're doing as well too. And you got a lovely daughter. God bless you. I really mean that because I just want to be, good people and treat folks right and behave right myself. And I really, really have met so many of you that have changed the whole game in my life in so many ways that's even different than what I'm receiving from my own family. You get what I mean? Not that they're lacking or let me down. I'm just saying this is just a plus. You know what I mean? When you have a double-edged sword, it can cut on both sides and poke you. You know what I'm talking about? So with this going down like this is just all kinds of stuff. And if you read, anybody that reads the Bible, there's like revelations and stuff like that. This kind of stuff is that. Do you understand what I'm saying? This kind of stuff is that. If you look at all of the different stuff in the Bible and not just say words, but understand the definition of them and live by it and know the meaning of it, and it's hard to get it all the way right, but it can be done if you want to. You know what I mean? I be around here, y'all. Sometimes I be, scraping around here, knee and knuckle, and that's my cross to bear to get through with whatever medical I'm dealing with or just emotional pain. A lot of people have different things going on that's painful with some family members that are sick, a sick child, people that need medical care constantly. You know what I'm saying? So it is a lot to deal with. And I got her name spelled wrong here because I spoke it in the mic. I'm gonna refix that though. I'm gonna put that back in there because I said it. I said Crystal and it spelled something else totally different. I try to do that because I got some dexterity issues, so I try my best to rely on the mic. But yeah, it's just it's amazing how we can because people don't realize with the tongue, it's one of the hardest muscles to tame, and a lot of times you can make or break somebody with something that you say, and you can help somebody out. And one thing, sometimes with people, they may not remember what you said, but they can remember how you made them feel. And I was just talking to people, different folks around the world, and I was talking about we went back, I started talking back about, y'all remember Charlie Brown? And we were talking about the old school cartoons and stuff that we used to watch, and that a lot of us can relate to the characters, and Lucy and all them, and then you can also relate to a few of them that's similar to yourself, a child, a brother, a sister, or sibling, and give you that good giggly goggly feeling. hmm And I remember with those cartoons too. I mean, they got a lot of new stuff out here now too. But I remember with those cartoons, those were some really good cartoons. Even going back to like Barney. And see, when I was coming up, we had all kinds of stuff like Barney. Well, not when because I was a lot older then, but back. We used to have, let me see, Electric Company, Bill Nye, the Science Guy, Zoom, all of those was different learnings that we had. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, a lot of good, positive, stable stuff that were teaching you about life, but not rushing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying to be too delayed because we're in might as well say 2024, but I'm just saying some stuff that'll get you where you need to go without it being so fast tracked and needing to know the right stuff instead of knowing something that you're not ready for yet. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's a lot of good stuff now, but when you go back to those old things, that's why I keep telling folks that have, and it's not my business, so I'm not judging anybody. But when you have young kids, grandkids, and teenagers and young folk around you, bring them back to where you came from and let them see the difference of what you learn now and what stuck with you more than the negative stuff that they have out here now. And there's negative stuff that happened back then too, so I'm not trying to play no games. I'm keeping it real, but all of those things, you remember Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? He used to be, it's a wonderful day for the neighborhood, could you be mine? Y'all remember, won't you be my neighbor? You can't hardly find neighbors like, honey, let me tell you. I used to remember watching Leave It to Beaver. Come on, y'all. Good stuff. Now it's changed, but we can keep that harmony, and all of us that want to behave and do right, we can still live that way. You just got to know who to connect with. So in the same thing like here on YT, you just got to know who to connect to so that you can bring it, into existence. Because it's different here. I remember, back when I was coming up as a child, in ways that I've learned from family, and then ways I like to conduct myself. If you have a neighbor that's sick, you go down there and help that neighbor. If they need you to make a casserole, do some laundry for them, take their trash out. You do that. And then I remember too, when you have some neighbors that'll be out of town, they let you know, you watch over their house for them. You collect their mail for them. You make sure their trash is put out if they had left trash before they went on vacation. You know what I'm saying? These days now, I remember, and I told this story before, walking down the street, a street that I don't even live on, just taking a walk. And there was a trash can, and I'm assuming that when the trash can, because I realized it was empty when I lifted it up. So I'm assuming how the trash can got that claw that picks it up, and sometimes it puts it back down and it gets knocked over, or somebody could have hit the trash can. I don't know what happened. It wasn't damaged or nothing, but as I was walking, I just seen somebody's trash can on the curb. And I pulled the trash can, put it, up against, what house, or just on the sidewalk. How about that? And the person yelled, I don't remember if it was from the window or the porch, higher up. I don't know, second floor, third floor. Leave my trash can alone. I'll get my own trash can. And you know what? I said, okay, I see how they are. So I took the trash can and put it right back where I found it and went down the street. And, for a minute, the devil wanted me to say, oh, aren't they ignorant? And nope, I caught myself. I said, you know what? That wasn't none of my business. Whoever that was want their trash can on the ground. Don't say that they don't appreciate a good gesture. Don't even say anything about it. Forget about it. Just as far as the east is from the west, and take your butt on where you going, Rruk. And that's exactly what I did. And I didn't get no negative feel. Oh, they're nasty. Oh, they're trying. Nope. I mind my business and kept going. And boy, does it feel good, because I've had some times where I would have barked back at, oh, I'm trying to help you. And, no, mind your business. Keep your peace. Don't give it away. And when I did that, I was rocking and I was rolling. Period. You understand what I mean? And once I did that, it was awesome. You are amazing. I appreciate you, and you keep doing what you're doing as well. And I'm glad that we have met. I'm sorry, I'm just speaking something into one of my dear folks. Oh, thank you so much, Logan. I appreciate you. He said he out there getting it in. See, when I get on this, like right now, I'm finally breaking my fast, and I'm having me a cup of tea. And I've been out the door doing my thing, so I'm back in. And like I said before, the little bit of stuff we do around the house here, my schedules change here, so I'm able to be on these lives more and be able to speak with you guys verbally. But I go out the door and get it done too, Logan. I appreciate you coming by. Bless you. And thank you so much for sharing some of your time with me. Thank you. And I hope everything is doing well. And so, Tiger, I said, what's up? And I just realized too, a lot of this stuff is on me. You know what I mean? How I allow things to affect me, and what it do. And he said good morning, so it must be morning for him. Yes, Mr. Logan. He said I'm working today, but I definitely want to say hi and give you a like. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I just be looking at stuff. We got a lot of options that we can control. A lot of stuff we don't do it. Or we late for the party, so to speak. Thank you so much, my sister, and I feel the same way about you. Keep doing what you're doing. Amen. But yeah, it's just it's choices, situations and circumstances, and sometimes you can get out here and try your best to be kind, and a lot of people don't want that. Some people are caught up in whatever they're doing, and they want to feel whatever they're feeling and be in that predicament, and some people don't know how to get out of it. Some people don't process it right, and the thing is, we're all learning. I just thought about that too because a lot of people are not in the same place you are. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's right. Sometimes we are in moods for whatever reasons, and we don't appreciate when people try and help us out. You were right there, just walking away and not responding to the trash. And older, amen, Crystal. Yes, yes. Thank you, Logan, and bless you. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Crystal, and that's how it be. And you can't, and you know the thing about it too, you can't judge that because you're not walking in these people's shoes. You don't know what they're going through. Like you know what I've been doing too, Miss Crystal. I've been doing a lot of evaluations of different situations with how we have a lot of cliches and things that are said and done by people, and I realize a lot of times we get things wrong and then we put a label on it, and then a lot of people they use those things coming from us thinking it's something good, and sometimes it's not. Like what I'm getting at is, like, I'll just say, you know how people say your first impressions of somebody, or when a person shows you who they are, you believe it, and you believe the first impressions. Well, I learned that neither one of those are not necessarily true in all cases. Like, I'll give you an example. When they said, first impressions of how somebody acted when you first met them. I've had times where I just say, for instance, we were being introduced to a few people, and everybody was saying hi and shaking hands, and this one particular person, you said hi to, and they just said hi, but they didn't really, want to look at you and engage. And then you think, oh, well, she was kind of funny acting, or she was acting nasty. But what you don't know is that when she stepped out of the room, she took a phone call, and the phone call said that her blood work was back and it didn't look good. So she had to come back to this meeting or whatever the situation was and try to put on her best face, and attitude. So that's why she was kind of low keyed and didn't say much. But everybody's so quick to judge and just put it in the negative because of how they perceived it, because of how they wanted it to be. And that's not necessarily right. And when they say when a person show you who they are, you believe them. Well, I've had a lot of people that acted a certain way around me, and may have thought that they're not, they don't seem to want to be bothered with nobody. They seem like they got an attitude, when in fact they got some issues where they got anxiety. They don't know how to behave. They new, they scared. I mean, you can't pick somebody else's battle. You just have to know that you know. So when they say a person shows you who they are, I mean, after somebody's done something to you negative or positive down the line, it does give you a good gist of how they are. But at the same time, you can't judge it unless you know it. Now, after you spend some time with it, you're going to get on board. But for the most part, it's best not to do that. I know for me it is, because I have gotten the wrong impression by a lot of people. And then I've met them another time and people said stuff. Well, like I had one girl here, and I was asking her, this was at Walmart, and I was ordering some bologna. And I said to her, I said, well, she said, well, what do you want? I said, well, how you doing? She wasn't with that. What do you want? I said, well, can I have a half a pound of the German bologna, slice number one, please? All right. That's how her attitude was. So I said, okay. So, she's doing that. And, as she's, slicing, I said, yeah, it's nice outside today. I just kept, trying to do it. Yeah, I guess whatever. I've been in here for a minute, so I don't know what it is. That's her attitude. I said, well, you know what? Well, maybe when you get a break, you go out there and see how pretty the day is, just talking with her. And then when she, cut my meat, she came, to her meat, to the counter and said, do you like anything else? I said, yes, I'd like to see your beautiful smile. That's what I'd like to see. And she said, what? I said, yeah, I want to see your smile. And she smiled. I said, see, there we go. I knew you had it. Bless you. And then she started talking. Oh my gosh, guess what happened to me? You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Crystal. You get where I'm coming from, right? She was like, yeah, well, you know what happened to me, and I'm going to tell you. She started talking to me, a total stranger. She says that she had got up and she was going to, before she came to work, she was going to do a load of laundry, and she figured that the pants that her husband he had on, to take his stuff out the pocket and put the stuff on the nightstand wallet or whatever, you know what I mean. And she would wash those pants, and she found, here we go, she found something. Okay. And it you know took her imagination to where stuff like that makes your imagination wander. But where she wandered at was really what was happening, and she was coming to work dealing with knowing that he was seeing someone else. So her attitude, even though we're not supposed to do that at work, people don't care what you're going through. If you call somebody supervisor, manager, and say what kind of service you got, they're going to get in trouble for it, even if they're upset because their partner's cheating on them, or they got some bad, news phone call while they're at work. Their blood work wasn't right, but you can't behave that way. You have to remain professional in that situation. But it did. I understood that. That's how she was doing it. She said, I have to think, but I enjoyed today's chat. Thank you. Many blessings to you. Enjoy the chat. Thank you so much, Crystal. Bless you and take Jesus with you. Thank you, my love. I appreciate you and your time. God bless you. But yeah, so that was the gist on what was going on with her. She was going through it. Period. She was going through it. And that's why she was acting that way. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I have probably made mistakes like that, and how I barked or how I conducted myself too, as well. You know what I'm saying? Just as well as this woman and what she was going through. But you know that that is not professional. And for any of us that conducts ourselves that way, if any person goes and reports you to your manager or supervisor, there will be a problem. There will be a problem with you and your job status, and there's strikes that can be formed against you when you do that. But sometimes it happens because we're only human. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got her to smiling, and some people that didn't work with. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But I know that I did. You know, I did. Intend on trying to be nice and put my best foot forward as well, and it worked. And then there's cases that don't work. So what do you do when it don't work? You try your best and you keep it moving. That's all I can think of, because there's nothing to know, greater than trying to do the right thing. And you've done the right thing, and you go on with whatever you got to do. We want to help people out, on our way, but sometimes it don't happen like that. Sometimes it is what it is. You get somebody that you trying to make smile might have curse you out or knock you upside your head. You better know who you're dealing with out here. But I'm not gonna stop trying. But it is what it is. And that's the truth. Yes, this is the DJ guy that I was talking about, because he be speaking on a lot of stuff about what's going on. He's probably gone now, but he be speaking on a lot of stuff that's going on out here, that I said I'm going to keep, I'm going to start back doing the commentary that I used to do years ago about our famous people. And he was just saying, and I don't know, no, I don't like to talk negative, but allegedly, he said P. Diddy has officially been arrested. Allegedly. I don't know that. He probably do, but I'm going to look it up. And I thank him for getting it through. Letting me know that, because he's got some good stuff on his channel too. He says that the top 10 richest rappers. All right. Let me know, because it's so hard to tell who is what nowadays. But I know that they getting that coin, they getting that money. Yes, they are. I'm just being a little silly, but he keeps it locked down over here. And I'm looking at, because I know Dr. Dre definitely got the coins. You know what I mean? But I don't know who the top ones are. And I'm learning this from him. Snoop Dogg too. Oh yeah. Oh yes. And then look at, he said Snoop Loops. I like that, bruh. DJ NA, what's up? He came in the building. I appreciate you, brother man. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for letting me know this, because I know we got a lot of rich rappers, but I didn't know who was the richest. He'd be slamming down some content over here as well. Thank you. I'm watching one of his videos. I'm gonna play some of his video right here, y'all. 25 million. Snoop loops. Snoop Snoop loops with marshmallows. Rick Ross. All right, up in the building. Yes. Yep. This is Fruit Loops. I know that's right. I know that's right. Snoop Loops with marshmallows. Remember y'all? Fruit Loops. We got Snoop Loops. Amen. Uh-oh. Well, everybody's doing their thing. Uh, well, you can't judge it though, because a lot of people rely on that for health purposes. So hey, I know that's right. Yes. Hey, I'm checking out my bra right here. Yes, that's just checking out my brother DJNA. What's happening? That was awesome, bro. I watched the whole thing. I like that. You hit me on some stuff I didn't know because I know a lot of these guys out here are rich and famous. I mean, well, we know they're famous and stuff, but I didn't know who was the richest and what. And okay, well, thanks for letting me know. Well, let me. I'm getting ready to pop over here and check out my lovely Sydney cat. Let me see. I'm gonna put her up so I can comment the way I'd like to. Let me see. Will you ask Sydney Cat, how are you today? Let me see. Yeah, he just hit me to some stuff because I never even paid attention to who was the richest or whatever, you know? Hello. How are you? Oh, this is my sweetie right here. Come on. Uh-huh. Yes, I'm just checking out my because I got some devices running here with some of my dear folks on here. Hey, Angela. Let me put it there. Uh-oh. Kind of a lot going on there. Come on. All right, smack in the middle. Let me see. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see. Come on now, where you at? Come on now. Angela. That's my girl right there. Angela. All right. I just want to say hi to her. She's in Sydney's live right now. Okay, now which one am I on? I'm gonna go back to this one. Okay, let me see. DJ. Let me see. Okay, no wonder. I see. All right, homeboy's in the building. Actually, you know what? Let me hit it up like this. Okay, I gotta celebrate my fast. Well, I got tea, but talking about eating. Okay, here we go. All right, now where are we over here? This one, they look the same. There we go. Okay, now let me take it all the way back over here. Yes, here we go, here we go. All right, I got that covered over there. So let me check out this over here. Over her. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Oh. Hello, Happy New Year. Mm. Mm. Oh, she's so sweet. So whoever's in the chat, y'all please don't forget to check out Sydney Cat. Go over there and show her some love and spend some time with her. That is my girl. Please check her out. And if you guys get some time, go over and check out my sis over 50 and fantabulous. She's hot out on these YouTube streets. And so let me stop. She is amazing, y'all. Check her out. She has got it going on though. Out here in the YouTube land. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, peeps. Oh, thank you so much, Sydney. And I'm telling them to do the same for you over here to pop over and check her out. Because, one thing about it, even if you only had one device, you can pop around and check out people if you want to. You know what I mean? Your folks and see what's going on and, you know, give everybody some love. Pop around and check on it. I got to check out my friend over here that is doing something. Trying to think of who she's talking about. I might have to go out the house here and do something else. I thought I was in good. I don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna see about it tomorrow, maybe. I'm gonna go to history here. Oh, that's not right either. Let's see. Here we go. I gotta watch this video. Let me see where am I at when it comes to that. Okay, we're gonna go here. I'm gonna go silent for a minute, y'all, because I don't know if anybody. Hey, my sister over 50 and fantabulous. How are you? Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. I've been coming off and on because I've had a crowd that we were talking for a couple of hours and then everybody had to, come in and out. So I left for a while. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. Crafts by Three Roses. Hello, my dear. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. And I appreciate everybody's thumbs up. I'm learning about this thing and I thank you. And I definitely have, I've been checking you out too a lot, Miss 50. And I'm going to get back over there to you, Miss Rose. I appreciate everything, Tina, I should say. I hope you guys are doing well and living your best life. Thank you so much, Tina. And I definitely will come through to check out your show. I know it's going to be good. I hope I get the notifications. If not, I'll try to keep checking back myself. Thank you so much for being here. Where my sister at? Where Miss 50 at? You still around, girlfriend? Hey, Miss Tina. So how was you still there? How was your Christmas? I hope you had an awesome Christmas. I'm just doing some stuff here around the finding out some different options of healthier foods to eat. Looking some of them. I'm gonna try this one right here. So smart ones, slow roasted turkey breast with classic pan gravy and garlic and herb mashed potato. We're gonna see how this is, because I don't know, a lot of these things kind of wonky the way they taste. All right, so we want to do bake. Let me see how say to bake this. Okay, how much is it? Okay, microwave only. Uh-uh. That's probably something else. Microwave only. See what's happening over her. Everybody is doing their best, y'all. This life is don't come with guarantees. It's what we make it, everybody. So I'm trying to make it. So, oh, I took it all the way off, did I? Let's just turn it back a little. I took the whole thing off. It wants to sit up in here. Okay, take it off a little bit. All right, yeah, I'm trying to get something here to eat because I'm breaking my fast. The only thing I had so far is tea. I got my lovely Mimi here. I'm gonna be playing her loud in the background. I can't. All right, that's wrong for this right now. I need to see. I don't know if anybody's still on here or not because I try not to have it too loud in my background, but it's hard to tell who's here and who had to leave or Hello, cool. Afeni, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. What's happening? I hope it's going good. I don't know if you just popped in and you're busy, but I appreciate seeing you pop up in the comment section. It's awesome. I am doing well, my brother, and even better since you popped up. Glad to see you. I thank you so much for having time to come by and visit me. I have been in and out, but I've been in here with some long conversations throughout. That's the reason why I let the light run, because it's hard to connect with everybody. You know what I mean? Because we're all in such different time zones. But I promise you, I am truly blessed and trying to live my best life. And I thank you so much. You've been putting up some nice videos. You have very talented hands. You can really do a lot of different stuff, music, building stuff. It's awesome. I'm just chilling back a little bit here, doing some paperwork. Just a little bit of business going on at the same time. Catching up on some people's well, I got 3 devices running here with videos. He says I almost forgot. Well, thank you for having folks hit the like. Everybody's in and out, so it's hard to tell who's gonna pop up next or what and what. You know what I mean? Just like tomorrow, for the most part, once I put the live up, it's gonna be silent for a couple hours, and then because I got to go out to do some stuff outdoors, and I'm gonna set up the live, and then I'll come back in and jump in and start talking with everybody. There's a lot going on out here in the world. Just hanging in there and keeping my head up and thanking God every day for everything. And I had a good live yesterday. Well, all the lives are good. Even if it's one person or me talking to myself, it's still all good, if you know what I mean. But we had some good conversations going yesterday, and a little earlier on here when I first came on. So I feel like it's all good. So many wonderful people out here sharing their lives, and we just have to thank God for it and appreciate it. I've had a few people coming through here, and like I said, it's people at different times. So I'm just enjoying life. Just glad to be alive every day, Find the beauty in the day and live on. Just doing some work here and typing and carrying on. Let's see. Yeah, what you got going on? What are you into? I hope everything is going well for you. Oh, she did a live. Renee. Two people here. Yeah, so it's a little quiet right now, and I don't want to talk you to death here. Finney, you said you are thankful to life's given us a huge blessing. Yes, it has. Yes, sir, we should be. I'm telling you, I don't care what's going on, and I know a lot of us have health problems and problems with food and all that, but there's still, you have to show thanks and praise no matter what it is. I know a lot of people said it's better said than done, but it's the reality that we have to live in when we praise God. All things are possible. You understand? No matter what it is, whatever we have going on in our lives, God always makes a way for us to be okay. And we just have to understand that our blessings are not always the things that we can see. There's a lot of times that God is blessing us and we don't even, we can't we don't see it right away, but it's happening in our lives. You know what I mean? Everything is not about seeing it. It's believing. And I definitely I want to make it, and I want to count everything for the good that it is. I really do. We all got stuff going on here, but I promise you, it's nothing that I take for granted. And like I said, I do a lot of discussions about all kinds of feelings and emotions in life, but I never lose my faith, and I am positive all the time. Even though I discuss a lot of stuff that struggles in life, I still promise to obey and do what I need to do because we can't have none of this stuff, and you can't get by in life and just expect everything to go your way. Right now, the world that we're living in is not how, it was planned, but it's still a good life. You know what I mean? So we have to embrace it, you know? We have to embrace it and is be thankful for whatever it may be. Because a lot of the stuff that's happening is not things that are chosen deliberately by God to happen. It's just the world we live in, and because we have free will, that plays a big role in other people's behavior, but we can only control what's happening in our lives and what we do, So I look at that as a positive all the time. I really want to be a part of the new world that's going to be created, but I want to enjoy this as well. You know what I mean? I don't want to just expect everything to go good, and when it's going good, I'm happy. But when I don't get what I want, I'm upset to the point to where I can't contain myself. I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy it fully, no matter what's going on. And I know a lot of people struggle with stuff like that, but it can happen. You know, we have to. We have to give thanks and praise, even in the moment of our sorrows, and even in the midst of our pain. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of folks kind of fall down when they're not getting what they want. And a lot of times that's because people are struggling. They don't know God fully yet. They're learning God. They're caught up. They misunderstand things. But when you know, you know. And what we got to do as people around here is we have to spread God's grace and mercy for people that don't know, and then share and fellowship with the ones that do, and guide one another and lean on one another, because I know we all know, no matter what happens, stuff is going on in the world, a lot of scary and sad stuff, but nevertheless we are blessed to be here, and we just have to take what's meant for us, that's meant for us. And this is what's so hard for people to understand, is that whatever we go through, whether it's good or bad, is not wasted. God makes some use out of everything. And if we can't make it through this life, I mean, all of the pains and the aches and the wars and the starving and the hate and the crime, if we can't make it past this, how do we expect to get in heaven? You have to go through something to get something. Jesus didn't go to the cross just for, just a wish. This is a lifestyle, eternity. We all have to take that into consideration when we're out here and we're just thinking everything that's going on is supposed to be, something quick and fast, or something that we want to happen just for us to have what we want. And it's not like that. It's equal opportunity for everybody. God gives us all free will. We all are blessed and highly favored. And I believe that. And I think once we pay attention to how we're behaving, how we're thinking, and how we act, we can get more clarity and cleanse out our minds, where we got to think about what we're thinking and replace a lot of the negative thoughts and things like that with the power of the word, with God wishes for our lives. But if we continue to, where we let everything bad affect us, so negatively, like, with me, when I have stuff that happens to me that is horrible, I like to try to, fish through it and find something positive, because I know that there's something good. I don't care what you're going through in life, the whole day. Just say whatever time it is for you, day or night. You cannot say that the whole day there's nothing good about it. Even if you are feeling, and I know this for a fact because I experience a lot of stuff. You got people right now on their deathbed, and they still can see some good in that day, some good in life, some good in the world. Even if you get up and something terrible happened, it's not just the whole day. For nobody is terrible, even though you have certain situations. I remember one time I was at the emergency room, and there was a bunch of people that came flying into the emergency room, and they were there because they were there. They got called because there was a tragic situation that happened, and they had some family members that had been in a very bad accident. And not knowing what condition, is there going to be any fatalities, did anybody pass away, that is a lot of stuff to be concerned with. Like, you thinking, my family member that got hurt, are they, I hope everybody's alive, I hope this is that. So right there in that moment that you are terrified. It could be your newborn baby in the car, your husband, your sister, your wife, your aunt, and you don't know. You just know that somebody called you and said that there's been a wreck with your family members. It's a bad car accident, and they're all rushed to the emergency room. We don't know who's alive, who's going to make it, nothing. And in that moment, you still have to be grateful that you're still alive, even though it could be your son, daughter. I know this is hard to say, but I have to be my positive way I really feel when I talk, because a lot of times I talk about so much stuff, and a lot of people only hear when I speak about some of the negative stuff. But I'm saying what I feel. And I'm not telling people how to feel, but how I feel is that you have to be grateful, because it could have been a situation where, even though this is bad, I gotta feel myself, touch myself. Oh my gosh, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I still got another son. I still got a wife. I got a husband. I still got God. You get what I'm saying? No matter, I know it's not easy. I know it's better said than done, but it is the truth. It is our reality. You have to make do with what you got, and get through with what you don't have. You get what I'm saying? Because faith is a perspective. You have to build your faith according to the word. You know what I mean? And it's not just about what we want. And it is hard when we have family members that we lose and people pass away and all of that kind of stuff. This is what it is. But if you look into the Bible and meditate on the word, it's going to help you get through that. No matter how hard it is, it's still going to help you get through that. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I mean, it is the truth. And all of that is hard. And I even feel like, with death, there is a lot of hurt that people may carry for the rest of their life, but God guarantee you that He can make it easier. He can lighten your load if you are willing to pursue it in the way that He tells you to. Because if we don't have the right tools, we can't process it. You know what I mean? When you don't know something, it's just like if somebody put you in front of a TV for the first time and you never seen a TV before. You and I know it's not it's that simple. I'm just using this for example because this is about God is way more powerful than anything on this earth. But I'm just saying anything like that you have to learn just like that to have the word to be filled because we naturally have the Holy Spirit in us but we have to activate it. A lot of people have the Holy Spirit in them but they don't use the Holy Spirit. They act constantly with the flesh and they don't allow the Holy Spirit because even with the body you can have a body that looks broken that got high blood pressure, disease, sicknesses. You could be missing a limb, arm, leg, eye, but the Holy Spirit is not damaged at all. There's no blemish in any kind of physical, emotional way with the Holy Spirit at all. Nothing. And that's the part of us that we have to use to keep our body in line the best we can and live this life so that we can live for eternity, not just this life, but for eternity. Eternity is forever. Life is temporary. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of us, we're not processing it right, or a lot of us have a hard time learning. And then some of us are further along with our comprehension of it than others. So what we got to do is we got to let people see the God in us when we speak, when we're out, when we travel, when we love on people, not just our family, not just our the loving my mom and my sister, my brother. No, it's strangers because we're all actually brothers and sisters. And even when we say on why YouTube, oh my friend, really, to be honest with you, we're all brothers and sisters, not even just friends, brothers and sisters. You may be a brother from another mother, a sister from another mister, but we are all brothers and sisters. How do we do this? We're meeting brothers and sisters that we didn't even know that was in the world, and we're connecting on YT. Well, how are we doing that? Because what did God give us? Spiritual. We may not be physically around each other, but we are connecting in a spiritual way that God, all of the stuff that we having and utilizing out here, YouTube, why? I mean, come on, anything on Instagram, any social medias, this is built and created by one person. God may use people to do things, but all of this is for God. This is from God. This is from God. And with the free will that we have, unless we understand God and walk with God, we make a lot of mistakes out here. And sometimes how we because people always say, well, how do you hear from God? A lot of times you hear from God by making mistakes. And with a lot of people out here, they don't seem to understand how to get to God, but if they keep working on it, they will. Because I have a lot of times where I feel that, oh, I'm believing in God, and then I mess up. But I know that that's something that could happen, but I also know how to go to God to help me straighten up. You know what I mean? It's just a whole bunch of stuff that's a part of why Jesus had to go to the cross and why this is so difficult. And that's why God understands it because he knows what we're living with. He knows that we're going to do what we do before we do it, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on out here that we honestly have no control over. But if we try to do our best and do our part in it, we got this. And I know that it's hard. I'm here living in the world, struggling with it too. But I know my Father is my Redeemer. I know my Father is my Redeemer. No matter what I talk about or no matter what I say, I know He is. There's none of the stuff that we have possible. Even and it's sad to say, but people that have that's still alive and that have to bury loved ones, they still, just say like when you have somebody in your life or in your family that pass away. A lot of people, that's living, are struggling with the death, but at the same time, they're still planning. What do I mean by saying planning? They're planning, I want to make sure I have a nice dress for this person to wear. You're still finding some positive stuff, picking out a casket, picking out a burial spot, picking out a service, kind words to say to your family members that pass on. Those are positive things at a horrible moment of life. You know what I mean? And what seems like forever to us is just a moment, a blink of an eye in the eyes of the Lord. We got to remember, we're not living just for ourselves. We are the children of God, and we have to make sure that we all pray and receive Him. Because if we don't, we're just wasting all of the good opportunities that we could have by emptiness and sorrow and hate and unforgiveness. You know what I mean? And I don't want to, talk too much here because I don't know who's still on here or not. I'm just trying to, make a way, share some kindness, enjoy life, live, love, smile, be happy, you know? And I just, I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff here. And like I said, it's up and down for all of us. But, we can do all things. We can do all things. But we can't make it and do what we want to do without having God in our lives to help us get through this. There's no way that any of this is possible unless we let God in our life. And I know that with me, I go through it, but I come back swinging. You know what I mean? I don't just, sit it down and just forget about it. I go in swinging. And that's what we have to do. We have to process everything. We can't just enjoy stuff just because it's fun or it feels good. We have to endorse, and agree to understand whatever pain that we're struggling in, whatever we're dealing with, far as financial struggles. Because come on now, we know that God is a healer. We know that God works miracles all the time, and a lot of this stuff that we have that's going on in our lives, we have to realize that God could change all of it. And He has tried to, but we've been through some stuff, but He's coming again with His wages. He's coming again with His wages. And it's up to us to be naughty or nice. You know what I mean? It's up to us. We're in full control of how our outcome is going to be. And He gives us that as well, too. He gives us a chance to survive this. And I want to make it to heaven. I tell you that. I don't know what everybody else want to do, but I definitely want to make it to heaven. And like I said, I don't want to talk too much. I don't know if anybody's still here or not, or whoever's here. Am I talking too much? But I just thank them. I thank them, and I just wish that we all go to heaven, and everybody ends up in His glory, in His presence. Because I know a lot of us we're struggling, and that's why it had to have somebody carry a lot of our burdens because of the fact that God knows how it is for all of us. And I just pray that we keep on keeping on. None of us don't want to be lost out here and not have, a chance to make it to the kingdom. None of us don't want to have went through a lot of stuff that we go through in this life and not have no promise for eternity. None of us do. We all are looking to have it all. You know what I mean? Oh, he said I am here. I hope I'm not talking too much for you, if any. I hope I'm not. I'm just, opening up my heart. And I'm just speaking right from the head. I'm not reading from anything. It's just what's in me and how I speak about everything. And I just, I just want to see everybody live their best life, make it to heaven, and have eternal life. And, and it's hard for a lot of people because, some people have family that won't be there. This is for you, Afeni. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you understand. This is for you. I love that beat. Yes, sir. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I'm just sitting here and thinking about so much stuff. And, you try your best to whoever you're around in your life, whether it's family, friends, somebody you work with. You try so hard to hope that they can get what you feeling so that they can make it where you're going. You know, I just be, you know how you got, you know how when you have people around you you just hoping that you get to see them in the next life. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about speaking and trying to bring people with me where I'm trying to go. And and giving God thanks and praise and praying that I'm doing right, because maybe there's some things about me that is not right and I don't see it. You know what I mean? So hello, help somebody help, you know? Cuz I don't know. I just sit here and I think about it. And I had something something that occurred in my life that was, scary. And obviously the devil wanted me to let that take over and have me afraid and ruin, what God has planned for me, for that day. And I tell you, I'm going to be 100% honest. I thought about it for a minute and then I mentioned it to a family member, and then, I put it in the right perspective. And honestly, I've been fine ever since. Once I made that choice to deal with it properly and to put it in the right perspective, it shouldn't bother me no more. And it was a serious situation, you know. And it was, part of the situation why I'm not on camera. So you can understand how serious that is. And you know how you try to keep yourself out of harm's way. And you have the boogeyman that pops up sometimes, that could be a man or a woman, evil spirit, you know what I mean? But it definitely came, something came up that shouldn't have, so I might have to change up a few things again just to stay, in a safe way. And it had me a bit, moved, felt a little frightened and a bit nervous for a minute there because I've been in that type of situation before. And like I said, that's one of the reasons why I'm not on camera. But I am not a victim. I'm a victor and I'm claiming my victory. But I had a little slip up, so that's going to push me back. It wasn't nothing I did. It was someone that, has done some things and they tried to get something going, that have I thought was safe. So I got to change a few things again. It's hard to have to keep changing your life like that for safety, but you do what you do and stay safe. Thank you, Finley. I don't know where everybody else is today. But if you see in the chats, everybody here has been in and out throughout. And when I have these lives open, so many people pop in and out. I'm having me a little snack because I have been fasting for some long hours. I had me a cup of tea and something very light to eat. And then I'm just having me just a little brief snack here. I don't eat too many treats. And just meditating on the word, loving the Lord, praying that I'm doing right, that I'm speaking right, keeping his word, meditating on his word, and just, being here and just trying to appreciate all of the beauty, no matter what it is. I think I'm gonna write a book one day about, a lot of stuff. And I know that one thing I can say about when you have problems in your life, you're not the only one. You know, you're not the only one. There are so many people that are going through similar stuff, the same or harder. So I just look at it, just, give God the glory and the praise. Only God knows how this is supposed to turn out and how it's supposed to be. So we have to make sure that we understand no matter what we go through, good or bad, none of it's wasted. And just keep our head up. And I noticed that anytime you grasp on something positive, it works itself out. But I know, like with me, I have to process my emotions. I like to, sometimes I'll write it down. And when I write it down, I walk away from it for a minute, maybe a couple of hours, maybe the next day or something. And then I'll go break it down. And I'll just say, like for me with this issue yesterday, I'd say I had someone that tried something that I have some legal stuff with, proceedings. And how did I feel when that happened? I wrote out all my feelings, how it made me feel, worried, nervous, and then each one of those feelings, I went back and looked at how quickly I was able to change them and what did I do to change them. Um, I said that, like I just say, was feeling nervous. I was able to, dealing with the nervous, is to think calm and peaceful and know that I am not being harmed, even though that was an attempt, but it didn't happen. That helped me straighten that out. And man, what did I define that? What definition did I use for, being mad? It was an emotion that I felt that, applied to the situation, but I don't have to be mad. I can smile and be happy, and it's just things like that that I do for myself and I work through, and then I'm okay. You begin again. And sometimes we have to look at it, you know what I mean? Sometimes we got to think about what we're thinking. And sometimes we don't realize we're thinking a lot of negative, wrong stuff. And we can turn that around if we want to. And a lot of times we stay caught up and we don't realize that what we're thinking doesn't add up to what's happening around us. And we can easily change that if we want to. So that's what I do doing. I make sure I go back. And then if I have, similar emotions in the future, I can read what I wrote of how I handle fear, how I handle feeling sad. You know what I mean? And not just what the world tells you, but how you tell yourself or you listen to God. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Once I've done that, I freed myself. You know what I mean? Because we all know that God doesn't want any of us suffering. We're His children. He wants us to have a peaceful life. But we can't do that if we allow the devil to stand in front of what he says, what God says for us. You know, and watching different people's videos. We're cooking in the kitchen. Good food, plantains, green bananas, and porridge. You want to fix some lunch there, so you want to cook up. Mm-hmm. Mm. Plantains, green bananas, plantains, green banana porridge. Oh, I know that's gonna be good. Mm-hmm. His name is MTC Creative Kitchen. And my cook nice in the kitchen. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. 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 That's another thing that I've been doing too. Is watching people's videos and react to them. He's doing a live in the kitchen cooking. Hello, my sister. There she go again. I keep missing you, and I be wanting to holler at you, but the timing gets kind of caught off there. I hope you are doing well. I'm just here and just chatting about life and how I handle things. And I know the last time, well, just the other day when I watched I was in your live and you were saying something, about me and I tell you, I am trying to straighten out these matters, but I had a not I won't call it a setback. I had something that happened that it's put me back a little bit, really, but not really. You know what I mean? In me coming out the way I want to on camera and stuff, I got put back a little bit. Oh, thank you, sis. She said it's all good. And I just was speaking about how I am processing that. Because see, this is the thing that with me, it's more safety. And I know that a lot of people are praying on me, praying for me to get out of the predicament. And I promise I'm not a victim, I'm a victor, but also I'm not a fool. You understand what I'm saying? And I know how God is directing my steps and how to handle this situation. And I've been dealing with some monsters out here. We got, people don't understand. We got some real live boogeymans out here, and we have to be careful of how we, even though we know we're working for God, we're living for God, we're about God, but we have to be smart and do our part in it. And my part has consist of staying off the grid, because and it's hard to, when you're dealing. I'll put it this way: I had my one issue that occurred with my job, right? And I relocated the job that I work outside of the house. I relocated. I'm somewhere totally different, but there's a lot of aftermath of that ended up being in court proceedings because of the type of work that I was doing. And see, people don't understand how it gets serious. Especially, I'm gonna give you an example. If you got somebody that have to remove children from the home, right? You just say you had to go to a house and kids was being abused there, and you had to have the kids taken from the house. Anything like that is going to end up in court. You understand what I'm saying? So when that happens, you go and you do your job, and it wasn't just me; it's a few of us that have to deal with the situation at this place. And then you're out a couple of months later, and you run into some people just happen to be at this restaurant you're at that remember you from being that person that was a part of that, and they want to start something. You already know how crazy and foolish people are. And then also in my personal life, people don't know when to let things go. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people don't believe in stuff like, no judgment. They don't believe in stuff like divorces and stuff like that. But when people don't know how to let stuff go, it gets crazy. You understand what I'm saying? Is that man? Send you for a sheep in the Yes. Mm. Yes, ma'am. And you remember too with Noah's Ark. Remember when he needed to know, where they're gonna end up, where the ark was gonna end up, and know if the flood and everything had stopped. He sent out a dove. I feel you, my sister. And I tell you, God gives us free will, and majority of the people abuse that privilege. You know what I mean? And I just had got myself situated, and I've been doing good. And once again, it's hard when you have third party people involved that keep mess stirred up in your business, even though you don't deal with them. You understand what I'm saying? And people telling folks where you at, what you doing, and then it starts it all over again. I got a situation that happened yesterday was a big disappointment, but I got myself back up. Amen. Amen. That's right. Affinity, exactly. You know? And it's sad though, because people don't understand, well, a lot of people don't understand that when you see stuff, it's not just somebody or them people or that. That was on the news. These people, just like I was telling folks here that this was in the town that was over from a town that I was living in. These people, it was on the news. I'm just gonna make up something, not use nobody's real names or anything, but it was on the news. Yes, man and a woman arrested for keeping a 14-year-old girl chained in the cage in a sex dungeon. You understand what I'm saying? People jumped up watching. What? Margaret and Sam? No, I know them. Our kids grew up together. We've been having cookouts and hanging out, and they didn't even know that part of them people. Do you see what I'm trying to tell you? Sometimes the right hand can't know what the left hand's doing. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It's disgusting. You see what I'm saying? And that's how it goes because see what happened is it's not just hurt people that's crazy, delusional, carrying a demonic spirit, be on attack, and they want to find somebody that they can victimize. And then all the messy little fleas and ticks that's in between love to come and chime in. You got people, mothers, grown women, damn, in their late 70s coming with trying to chime in with some drama and keep a whole bunch of foolishness going. Some of your own family members don't like that you're riding in peace and they want to try to chime in to get you caught up with some drama because their lives is falling apart and they ain't about nothing. You have to rise up. Yes, with demons, and that's what I keep saying. And I look at this, and people get upset when I be saying when I talk about when you're raising kids up in the house. First of all, I don't give a damn, and I'm gonna say it just like that. Who you married to? You don't know your 14-year-old son been touching your 5-year-old daughter unless you got yourself together with your family. You got to pay attention to all of that kind of stuff. Ain't no girl running around here wearing no see-through nightgowns. You understand? I know even with churches, God says come as you are. Some people don't got the best attire, but if you showing up, you showing up. But I'm not gonna run up in the church with Daisy Dukes on and a bra top. I got more respect than that. You understand what I'm saying? But people don't want to hear none of this type of stuff when you speak like this. This is the reality that we live in. This ain't just somebody else. This is we as people. This stuff be happening in homes. I've been through a lot of stuff that I wasn't taught and people get mad because and this is what I keep saying. I promise you, I ain't never ever come on here to hurt nobody, to disrespect nobody, to live in a delusion, to fake a funk. Anything that I say, if a person hasn't graduated to where I'm at and they're still in the struggle and this stuff is a trigger, swipe off. You know what I'm saying? You may not like the content today, but see what we here for? We here for the truth. We here for the reality. Ain't nobody got time to play no games. I ain't got time to go to no church and be calling them master instead of pastor. I'm not with that program. You understand what I'm saying? If God says come as you are, and you got a guy that has slid up in here and he might got on some jeans and sneakers, why ain't he welcome? And I love, listen, honey, let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you the truth. That right there, Sister Lynn, oh my goodness, when you did that with the lampshade, you walked all over my brain because this is the reality. You know what I'm talking about. Get you out back where I can't see it. You understand what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. People are not paying attention. I told you these ushers at some of these places. You go to these churches, and I've seen people that sit in the back for many reasons. Like you got somebody that got a problem. Let me see, is it bad people everywhere? Amen. That's what I'm saying, Affinity. That's what I'm saying. And I remember and Miss Lynn talk about it, and I got plenty of videos that I done put up 4 or 5 years ago, back when I had another spot that I had. I keep trying to say, you got these ushers and deacons and stuff in the church, and then these women that keep the kids for you in the basement. I'm not with all them programs. First of all, this usher, you're running around here with these runt over dress shoes and tassels, sliding all over the floor, high water pants on, looking crazy, bowing down to the pastor like he God. And then when you need something, why ain't you got on a nice suit? And you up under the pastor. Why don't you got on the better suit? How come you telling the rest of the congregation that you and your wife are struggling, but yet the pastor he got you just put in a brand new $1,000 chandelier in the church, and he couldn't give y'all a little bit, a couple of dollars to get some clothes or put some food up in your house? Did you know you're not in the right place when that happened? And then the first lady, she got her head held so high you can see the boogers in her nose. I'm just gonna be raw. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And Miss Lynn, Come on, you know you turned that up, and I promise you, I have been there and I seen it. And then there's another man too that got a good church service going here, but the problem is he kind of do a little bit of that Trump stuff on us, a little bit about women, and no disrespect, because what I always say is we all can agree to disagree, and what's for you is for you. But I'm telling you, some of that stuff there, I'm not with that. You got to know the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament, and reality and slavery and bestiality and all this foolishness that's going on out here in the world. And I have somebody that went to a church, and what I didn't understand, and knowing her upbringing, is that you got involved with this man, and I think he conned you over because you've been through, you've been through some stuff. So high. Amen. Amen. The rain. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. You're not doing it right. That's not serving God. And all these women is flocking all over you like you. And you notice that when a lot of people in church, they're bound to the pastor and his wife. She can't even preach a scripture because she worried about how her hat looking and what pearls and stuff she got on. These women is bowing down to her and begging her, and then they be telling, "Oh, well, your kids can go in the basement." I'm not sending my kids down in the basement with the first lady stewards down there pinching your kids and stuff. I understand if you got a decent play area and I want to check it out and I trust the church and I got a baby, I'm fine. But if I got my child up here with me and they sitting and behaving, they sitting and behaving. I'm not sitting it down with this kind of old fashioned stuff that y'all got down there whooping kids. Then you got Marty, he slide by and he talking about, let me take this one to the bathroom, but he doing more than taking that one to the bathroom. And y'all know stuff is going on and y'all ain't saying nothing. Using God's words to brainwash people. That David Cohurst, Jim Jones mess. Having everybody doing mass suicide, drinking poison with pregnant women and poisoning their children and stuff. And then you got this place where they got this service where women can't wear a skirt over their knees, they can't wear jewelry, they can't they can't have tattoos, they can't dye their hair. The men can't wear no sneakers, they can't wear no jeans. Where are we at? Are we in prison, reform school? Well, who would want to go in there looking for the Holy Ghost? And then we're gonna change up how people keep saying, well, you got one foot in the church and one foot in the street. You got one foot, and I said, all that old back talk, street waggle waggle. Come on now. Let me see. Is it I am. Amen. That's what it is. But see, people got different because every church ain't a church. I had I met a lady in the grocery store. It was me and her talking. She was a lady that was 81 years old. Me and her from different facets of life, and we had church service right in the store when it was busy just before Thanksgiving, just recently, and we had church right there. And I keep trying to tell folks that you're not understanding. All these churches, God ain't in there. God ain't in there. This is a bunch of pastors and deacons and popes, and even these churches you go to, you can't even. I've had people that I've had conversation with, and they would say something to me. Oh, well, Sister Rruk, what are you planning on doing? I said, well, I'm about to get ready to go get me a sandwich or throw something together. Oh, that's secular. You're talking the street. All that, man. Are you kidding me? I'm working for the devil. I'm about the streets. And what if I was? And is and does. What about it? I keep telling people when they say we got to know the difference here. And I'm going to say this just because God is forgiven, it doesn't mean that we can keep sinning. But when we make mistakes and we repent, it can be handled. But what I'm saying is, we got a lot of people when they say this statement, she got one foot in the church or he got one foot in the church and one in the street. Well, what does that mean? Well, first of all, I can tell you, I know the difference if pastor got one foot in the church and one in the streets. Okay, that's one thing. But if I was cracked out, or if there was a gentleman that was cracked out, I came to church for a couple of times and then you didn't see me and you see me back on the block, that's not one foot in the church and one in the streets fully. That's somebody that's trying to find their way and that's struggling. But if you treat them like they're imbecile and like they're nothing because they're making mistakes, then you're just as guilty as them. You hitting the pipe too. Who are we? Who are we with all these brand new suits and clothes on? Half your congregation look like they're sleeping outside. And y'all not helping these folks with nothing, but you got them running around here sweeping the church and doing the bake sales while y'all got 3 and 4 houses. But y'all get up here and preach out a whole bunch of sermon and you're not even living by it yourself. And this one girl that I was talking about, she got involved with this guy. And first of all, if no disrespect to her, but I know her upbringing was different than what she was doing. So I don't know what happened. I'm not judging her. Let's speak and let's tiptoe through the tulips, even though we know every rose has a thorn. Let's tiptoe through the tulips, okay? Let's keep this $1.50. And I'm serious about that. Let's keep this $1.50. You got involved with this man as a pastor. Start seeing this man. He started having you come to the church and brought your family to the church and got them baptized. Well, first of all, if he was a man that's really serving God, not making mistakes, but he's saying he know. You get what I'm saying now? Because I don't judge people that backslide and mess up because this is the world we live in. But I'm just saying, why would he get involved in a sexual relationship with you with no promise ring? You're a stranger to him, she said. 1 foot in the church, in the back, wow, yeah, the church. Yes, 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 Miss 50. Get involved with this woman. Now, if he was really walking with God the way, the ones that's supposed to be straightened up a lot better, that do make mistakes, but not that detrimental. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Even us, we know better than that. I don't have to go to the church to get a doctorate just to show somebody some paperwork and say that I believe in God or I can speak God or read the Bible. Come on now. Get involved with this girl in a sexual relationship, right? So you got him going with her, and now he done brought her to the church. Now, who he got up in the church? You automatically know you meet the first lady. Yeah, with that big old crazy hat. Yeah, with the big old crazy hat. Ain't got no brains on it, but the big old crazy hat. Can't preach, can't take over for a husband. When he's sick or out of town, you got to hire another guest speaker because you don't even know the word, but yet you're married to the word supposedly. Got involved with this girl. She brought her whole family there and got them baptized. He had his wife there, which was the first lady. And then he had another woman he was seeing, and now this new girl, and the new girl got pregnant by this man. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? She got herself caught up in this, brainwashed, and continued on. The only thing that got her up out of that situation is because one of the other women he was messing with started bothering her, and then that scared her enough to go away. But see, she know God, as far as I know. She just got, we were talking about the spirits of lust. You get what I'm saying? The spirits of lust, and that's what they were caught up in. And then for the first lady, these women here that hold their head up so high and like they're better than every other woman that's in the church, your husband is fooling around with these women, but yet you still bedding with them. You don't care what kind of fluids he gonna drop on you tonight. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Just because he's still eating good under a two-legged table, it got you damn brainwashed. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? People are not paying attention to the reality of it. When you put yourself out there in a situation like that, I don't care who he is. I don't care who he is, because I got a lot of people too with these churches that say that once you get married, don't never get married again, don't ever get divorced. Who are we? He said to be free to avoid destruction. Believe. Yes, sir, Finney. That is the truth. That is the truth, and that's the stuff that I keep saying. What are we doing here, though? And unfortunately, with the way life is and times is, there ain't hardly too many good churches. I know that I got one of our women here that I was talking to the other day, and she, and I'm not going to put her name out there because I don't put people business out there, even though whoever was in my chat or even go back and look at any of them live, they'll see what she said because she put that out there for the world. She said that her husband has medical conditions and that he's been using marijuana to help, and it's been helping, and that no church wants to accept them because of that. You see what I'm trying to tell you? You don't know what's going on here. People don't realize cigarettes used to be illegal and weed was legal. People don't understand. I forgot what they call it because we call it different things in the Jamaican style, American style, and the Spanish style. But I know and Finny should know too, Miss Lynn, where your mother used to crush up that garlic. I forgot what that's called. I don't know why I can't think of none of the names because I got like three different names for it. But anyway, when they have that symbol up at a drugstore, that's crushing the herbs together, not necessarily marijuana, but you understand what I'm trying to say. A lot of people are processing and using it, and it's helping, and it ain't rotting your kidneys out. I had a live yesterday, and several people was getting up there saying that their family member was taking certain medications due to this medical problem, and it killed them, their liver, kidneys. The Bible for truth is mostly between the lines, and you don't need to person. Yeah, exactly. That's why I keep trying to say, just like you said, you can read in between the line. If you don't know God yourself before you go into a church, I recommend that you back your butt up because you half the places you're going are not even churches. And I am so tired of people acting like the pastor is God and sitting there like they don't got no sense in their life at all, and they know that they didn't travel before they even popped up in that church. Pastor, pastor, sound more like master, master. Over and over again, as if they don't have any kind of common sense or training themselves. And if you don't find out before you go and get yourself caught up, things are simple in some cases. You put your hand in fire, yes, you're going to get burned. You go out in the snow, it's going to be cold. You go out in the rain, it's going to get wet. What do you tell your children when you first start potty training the kids? You got boy and a girl. You may tell both of them the front is the pee pee, even though they got two different things, pee pee, boo boo. But what else do you tell them after you start potty training them? What else do you say? You tell them, don't let nobody touch you. You hear me? Do not let nobody touch you. Only person can touch you is mama, dad, and grandma. If that's how your family is set up, I don't know about daycare and all that. I'm just giving a little synopsis of the beginning of this thing. Morals and values begin at home. When a kid walks into school and they coming from a messed up environment, well, what do I mean when I say that they bring their mom and daddy personality with them, and then you think it's something wrong with the child when they're just a product of their environment? Well, what does that mean? Well, okay, we got little Sandra, 5 years old, starting kindergarten. She's in here talking grown with her hand on her hip and running her mouth. And where she get that from? Her mother sitting around telling her, "Go upstairs, baby, and get mama's blunt and light her off the dresser." You're telling the son, little Ryan starts first grade. You're telling him, "Go in there and get me a beer and get my scotch off the dining room table." Do you understand what I'm saying? Those are a lot of the personalities that you're dealing with when the student comes to school. No, ain't nobody got no ADD. Not all of us. Everybody ain't bipolar. It's a product of their environment where they learn and they train. And I was just saying about how people cutting the fool in these stores. And I'm gonna keep it real with you with children. I've been there with the game. You understand? But you got to look at mama and see if mama might be the reason why her kids acting the fool in Walmart. It might be mama. Well, what do we mean by mama? Well, mama ain't got herself together. She done drug these kids out of bed because she knows she should have went shopping 3 days ago. Ain't got no milk in the damn house. It definitely ain't breastfeeding. You understand me? Let's follow along here. You get what I'm saying? So you get in the store, little Bubba, he yelling, little Sandra crying. Well, what's going on? Ain't now one of them had the sleep washed out their eyes. This one here is on formula. You ain't had no milk, throwing some water up in there, hoping things to hold off for the night or the couple of days you didn't go and do your WIC voucher or whatever the case it may be. Then you get the kids in the store, they acting the fool with a wet pamper they had all night. You got to get they had that pamper on all night, and you wonder why they can't sit still and behave. Then you get kids, you go in the store with them. Your game plan is if y'all behave, I'm gonna get y'all a toy. So you get in in the store, you give each one of them a toy, knowing that you only had enough money for a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk. The kids have played with the toy. You're not gonna hand it to the cash register. You're gonna throw that toy on the side because you know you can't pay for it, and they done slobbed on and they played with it. You know you're not gonna be able to do that. You have to let them know. Listen, we're going in the grocery store and all I got money for is a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk. Anybody want to cut the food? You take them outside. Go back out to the damn car. I don't care if you came on the bus. I don't care if you walk. Go handle your business. It ain't up for other people to be bothered with that. Get yourself together with your kids. People don't understand. All of these kids are coming from a home where their behavior is set and taught by dysfunctional parents. And I'm not saying to judge the parents because some of them ain't got it. We just went in. I got a family member we want to go and try. They had some new drink at McDonald's. I forgot the name of it, Oreo something. And we want well, our family member wanted to try it, and I was gonna, just go in there with them. There was two, and I'm gonna be honest with you, there were two females in there already. As soon as we walked in the door, it was like a dysfunctional daycare for real, for real. I'm not cracking, disrespecting nobody. I'm gonna be straight shooter, bang bang. You understand me? We go in there, we hear the noise already. One of the girls had one little boy. He was about 2 years old. Immediately when we got there, the three kids was playing. There was three of them. Two of them that was about 2 years old that was brothers, and then that one that wasn't related that was about 2 years old. They were yelling and hooping and hollering. But as soon as we came, the line was getting kind of long, and the line was kind of going back where they were at with the kids cutting the fool. So one girl, come on, motherfucker, come on, Tim. Like, you can jerk me on, pulling them by the arm. These are some, I don't even know if they were, what their nationality was, but they were cutting the food. Okay, so she got her son and went to another area with him and looked like she got it contained, but it wasn't contained because you damn near broke his arm. You cursed him out, I mean, in a way that shrunk him. He was only 2 years old. Then you turn around with the one with the other two sons. That one was 2 years old. The other one was 3 or 4. Let me tell you what was going on here. She's standing in line on the cell phone with her runt over damn shoes on, not paying attention to these kids. No, she couldn't. It was just crazy. The kids, you know what they were doing? I felt so bad for them because they didn't know any better. Both of them were spitting. Listen to me, not no accident, spitting spitting all over the table at McDonald's, and both of them was. Then the little one started copying the big one, spitting. They was rubbing all of the spit into the table, but the little one was congested. He had started spitting and gurgling in his mouth that he hawked up phlegm. And you know what she did after he done spit it on the table? He ended up starting to throw up. She grabs a couple of napkins, told him to spit in the napkins, balled the napkins up, go put the napkins in the trash, and walked away and left them to continue to play. There was throw up on the floor, spit all on the table, and then she went touching her face and nose with all the germs and knowing her kids could get sick from that table or left a germ on that table. And she did nothing. Nothing at all. And to me, a lot of these women and folks may not have no home training, but at the same time, you know damn better than that because nobody would have said, "Get your A over here." Why are you telling them to come over here? Because you're trying to get them from running up on people. You know something. You know something. And you can't blame the kids, but I felt sorry for them. And I could tell with the littler boy, he was ready to walk off with me. He don't even know me. He kept coming over, and I didn't even want him to touch on me. No disrespect, a child, but he was had phlegm. He had some kind of respiratory issue with a cold, and they didn't have no coats on, nothing, just out there. And she's cursing them out. She's on the phone talking, and then they got the nerve to take that mess to the play area, and nobody did anything. And I looked at that and I said to myself, I'm gonna be honest with you, those kids don't have a chance, and then their parents probably wasn't raised up worth of nothing. But see, that ain't the rest of the world problem. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're responsible for your kids. I even had places, when I was out at restaurants eating, that somebody's child came over to our table 3 or 4 times. It was cute at first, but come on, man, come on, come on now, mama, daddy, come on. We could be perverts sitting here, first of all. I could easily have slid the child out the back damn door because you didn't see. Kids are victim to these type of parents, and unfortunately, the parents are not parenting. Some of them don't know, but it still has to be dealt with and spoken about. You have to be responsible for your kids. No, don't sit them in front of the TV to learn everything from Barney, Peppa Pig, and all that. What are you doing though? What are you doing? Instead of you up in here, I understand to put on a nice program, let the child have that, then I can get some dishes done. I can cook some dinner. If not, put up a damn gate. You get what I'm saying? Do what you got to do, but at the same time, pay attention to what Barney's teaching. I don't care if it's them shows, because see now the shows are teaching you if you feel like you're a girl, get you some heels. And I'm not judging nobody sexual preference. I promise you, I don't even go there. I know what it says in the Bible. I don't even deal with that. That's not my business. I don't have nothing against whoever want to live their life. Their salvation is between them and God. But I know that certain age children, what they're teaching on the program. The last time I seen one of these adoras, somebody was drunk. I don't know why they changed all of that innocent stuff. I know we live in the real world, but I don't think a 3-year old needs to be involved in it. I hear you. Thank you, Sister 50. Thank you. You understand what I'm saying? I don't understand how it's okay. Just like with me, if I had a child or even some clients that I deal with that's struggling with whatever they want to be in life, and I'm not, nobody's finna come after me like Beyonce's Beehive. I don't care who pop up on here and hear what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying before you jump to judgment, because you can't skate past everything. You may have had 3 or 4 kids, but one of your grandkids may be in that predicament where they're not sure what their sexuality is or what they want to do with life. You work them through it. You do whatever you got to do, which is your business. But I am not going to promote anything like that until I know that a child or a person is old enough to understand what they're getting into. No, I'm not buying a whole bunch of high heels. I can understand a boy may pick up a doll sometime, a girl may, because I was a tomboy myself. I can get my nails done today and be doing an oil change and just got my nails done. I am a tomboy. I'm heterosexual. No disrespect to nobody. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with that. But when you aid in the bed and try to work these kids into something, I know so many people that had children that are called hermaphrodites, and they decide to have whatever limb remove, well, not limb, whatever, gender removed because, oh, I wanted a girl. I already got 2 boys, so I'm going to have that removed. Or I need a son because I got girls, so I'm going to have that sewed up. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think that those choices like that should be made at that time. I think you need to let these kids know something about life first before they even worried about any sexual orientation. That's my business. What I'm saying, whoever want to do what they do is their business. But I'm saying we're making too many of the wrong choices, and now these programs that we have for teaching are teaching your kids to do this type of stuff. He said it's been good. Yep, take care and God bless you, if any. Thank you so much for coming. I hear you. But I tell you one thing, we gotta pay attention to what we're doing out here. And you know what's so whacked about it too is that everybody is always so quick to say that this is my business, how I raise my kids and what I'm doing with my kids and all the stuff. You always say these things, but then when your kids come out in society, there's somebody else's problem. How do you think I feel if I'm standing here trying to order me some food and you got a child with phlegm all over their hand and keep running and touching me and I don't even know them? It's not to disrespect the kid. I'm just saying we have to watch what we're doing out here. Period. I don't care what nobody's saying and what kind of game they're trying to play, what line you stand in, and how you want to do. Pay attention to what's happening. Pay attention to what's happening out here because a lot of times kids don't know no better, obviously, but it's us that do and then what we show them in life. And like I said before, even when I on this channel here talking and stuff, a lot of people always they're here. And long as you saying what they want to hear, they're good. And then you know what some people may not agree, and that's fine. You have to be where you want to be in this world. But there's only one God. I tell you that. And I promise you too, what I've been learning and checking out too is a lot of times you go to different places, especially if you're in the wrong church in the wrong setting, and there's a lot of stuff that the pastor may tell you and some other people in the congregation, and you run listening to everything they're saying. Look and see what God says, because what you told me ain't matching up with the word. And how I know is because I know the word. How I know because I have a relationship with God. So who are you? You understand what I'm saying? Who are you? And a lot of times when we don't speak about this stuff, a lot of people stay bottled up inside. And I'm not going to run around here all day long. I don't care what anybody say. Kumbaya, peace and peace, peace and peace, peace. I'm happy. Yeah, God. Man, listen, you're going to end up wearing yourself out like a clown. So many people always are quick to jump to when you break it down and speak the real. They don't want to hear it because they're living in a fantasy. Do you understand why did Jesus go to the cross? What did he tell Adam and Eve in the garden? Anybody listening? It's not. He knows stuff is going to go wrong. So there's no need to pretend. I cannot focus on trying to be positive when I got negative emotions. What I got to do is I got to process my mess first. Then I go back to my positive. But unless I experience those things, I'm not living in the real world. Do you understand what I'm saying? I am not living just to live this life. I am living for eternity. Do you understand what I'm saying? So by me saying that, all of the stuff that I go through from emotions, negative, positive, anxiety, stress, depression, those are all the things that I need to weather to make it to the promised land. People don't understand the trials and tribulations is what you got to go through, and everybody ain't gonna make it to heaven. Many are called, few are chosen. Okay? Think about it. I don't care if you're the deacon, the bishop. I don't care nothing about that. What I'm talking about is what's in your heart. What is God saying about you? Not this one that's bowing on their knees every minute for you. I ain't heard them say God not a one time, but they calling the bishop and the pastor though. I don't want to hear from them. I don't want to hear from them. I want to go to my people that I know that keeping it real. I don't want to go with people that have some kind of rehearsed script. And I'm not saying that you don't have it off the top of your head and that you don't meditate in the word. I'm talking about a con phrase to have us all, amen, hallelujah. Of what? What did he just say that you don't understand? But he said it in a fancy way and you blowing your mind. Oh, it's service. The service pastor, your service or what? What did he say? What did he say? Do you know how to find that in the book yourself? This is the stuff that I'm talking about. I got some good Bibles here, and I'm going to start reading some of my stuff out too. But see, with me, I love the way Sister Lynn do it. Sister 50 does it because she gets into it and I can feel it. See, with me, I'm kind of more like, and I think it's because, well, I ain't gonna say I think it is because of the way I learned that I do have the stuff down packed, but it is real. It matches the word. It's my lifestyle, but I have to kind of scan through it and probably word it differently because I remember when I first started reading the Bible, I had to learn how to read a child's Bible first, and it's because of how I learned. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I know what I'm hearing. And I'm not here for the game. I don't care how many of y'all. That's the pastor. I don't care about none of that. I'm not. Oh, the pastor coming. You ain't got to get nothing. I'm not in here for that. I am not in here for that. Everybody clearing the aisle and moving back just to watch Pastor walk in, him and his wife with their sharp clothes on. Who cares? What's going on? And you got these people that be up in here cleaning the church left and right, and they looking like they came from the bottom of your shoe, but you sharp though. This person is coming to church talking about they living in a shelter, and y'all got 3 or 4 properties. Some of them are empty. You got a few rooms in the basement at the church, ain't you? And this family they'll come in here serving you, but they're sleeping in the basement. Who? Pastor what? Master who? Master? Oh yeah, I thought that's what you said. And then her with the big hat on. First of all, what are you wearing the hat for? What is the hat? What is the hat doing? The hat is casting blessings out the hat? And who's overdressed? Overdressed, overdoing it. Got to come in with a sharp suit on, 3 piece. You know what I mean? Shoes shining, best leather. Okay, it's all right to put on. You know, all right, all right. You got your little something on, but look and see what your congregation need. Not what the church looks like to represent you in your sharp suits and your wife with her pearls and bangles on. Look at your congregation. You mean to tell me that you can't look at your congregation right now and look like Sister Sally? Kids need a new outfit. You can't. You mean to tell me you don't see that? Look like they going through something. You don't. Or did you hear the gossip that comes in and that somebody is saying to you that Sister Mary's struggling with them 5 kids over there, and her mother's in a 1 bedroom apartment and she's staying with her. You understand what I'm saying? And instead of them new leather alligator shoes you bought to purchase, about 1,000, $1,500, you think you could help put down on a little apartment for her, a little one room for her, just and her and her kids, so she won't be piling up on mama with all them kids up in there? Or is your hand up her skirt and you're helping her out in that way, Pastor? And what the first lady? Oh yes, she know about it, but she know you so freaky that she don't even want you in her bed no more. So she letting you do it. Come on, come on, come on. I said she's allowing it. Thank you, Sister 50. You know what I'm talking about. This is the reason why. And I'm gonna be honest with you too. That's why I don't have a physical like that. I'm not saying because I'm church right here. I'm church right here looking crazy as hell, hair sticking up, whatever condition I'm in. This church right here. And 2 or more form together, I call a family member down here. I done got somewhere quietly by myself and I had church with me and the Lord, me and the Lord. If you can't find a physical place to go serve with fellowship, I come online and see my sister 50, Miss Lynn. And I got a video that I'm gonna be putting up, and I mentioned you in that, my dear, if you don't mind. Over 50 and fantabulous. Oh, you way more than that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You picked an awesome title. But I'm telling you, we have to wake up, and that's the reason why. And I had a lady that tried to, knuckle me down about some church stuff in Walmart a couple of weeks back. And you know what? I had to throw some water on her fire. You know what I'm saying? Because your flames was fake. They weren't furious, they were fake. The stuff that you were saying to me, I could tell what kind of con you're running. The way you disrespected your son in the store, you treated that boy like crap. And if you really are saved and sanctified the way you say you are, you wouldn't even have that in you. And that's the first thing that happened. This young man was standing in line behind me, and I'm over at Walmart here trying to order some meat from the deli, and a young man standing behind me. I thought, and not to judge people because we don't like to make up nothing on nobody, but I thought he was a grown adult. But anyway, he was like, "Yeah, the weather is so beautiful out." We just started, he started talking, and then I said, "Yeah, it is a nice day outside." I said, "We got a lot going on out here in the world, so everybody better enjoy, when you have something good going on." And he started, "Wait a second, I hate to cut this." Go with them daggone clown calls. But yeah, I just always have to mute it because it might be a business place, and I don't want to, them to disclose anybody's address. But anyway, as I was saying, we got so much stuff out here in the world, and you don't need to go up in the church. And this woman started, this is how it started. Me and the dude talking in the store, not even up in each other's face. He was behind me in line, and I was kind of turned sideways, and we weren't even talking like that. He was just saying, "Yeah, because I be trying to, help people out, and we need to spread God's word." So, I heard that, and I said, "Yeah, everybody, running around here like we ain't got no God." So, that's all. It was just simple stuff. And then I got up and I placed my order. But as I finished placing my order and getting ready to walk off, he said, "Ma'am, you take care." And I said, "Yes, you too, sir." And then the lady that had just rolled up said, "Oh, that's my son." I said, "Oh, how you doing?" I said, "You got a well-mannered son. He's a nice young man." And she said, "Yeah, he's only 14. I promise you, I didn't know how old he was, even though the conversation I had was appropriate. I thought he was a full-grown man because he was, oh my goodness, let me see, he probably was about maybe 5'11". I thought he was, and even though we know the kids is big these days, that's not the point. Is maturity and stuff in what he was saying. So she said, "Yeah, that's my son." I said, "Well, I give you the praise for raising up such a nice young man." And she said, "Yeah, because my church we don't play that." I said, "Oh, yeah, that's good. You got a good church home." "Yeah, well, what church do you go to?" I said, "Well, I haven't found the church home right yet." "Well, you don't need to be. You got to be on." I said, "Listen, ma'am, let me tell you something." I said, "I haven't found one. And by the way, as you speaking, I didn't say this part to her. I don't even want to come to yours. But I told her, I said, no, I'm fine. I don't need a ceremony up in here. I'm good. I'm good. I said, I thank you. You take care. I already knew how she was because she just kept saying stuff. Because our church is the best. Because our pastor don't play that. Our pastor be dressed cool, clean. His suits is nice. First lady's nice. They got a beautiful car. Once she started saying all that, I could see where she was materialistic. Where was the spirit at in that? She said nothing spiritual. Okay, so that happened. Then I ran into the boy again in another aisle, and then as I proceeded through the store, I was about to go almost near her and him. And if you would have heard how she was talking to that boy, and I understand, and I'm gonna be real, y'all, I'm not trying to be shady. I know that a woman has to do a lot of stuff when they're raising up guys. Even though you're not a man, you can teach them manly qualities. But the way she talked to that boy and the health concerns that I seen with him and her both, I could tell automatically all that stuff that she was doing with talking to me at the deli raised the hairs up on the back of my neck. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I need to shave. I feel like I got a little mustache coming in here too. Yeah, that. Okay. So with that being said, I knew something wasn't right with that vibe that kicked off with me when she started trying to get up on me about how to pastor at her church and all that. But if you would have seen how she was talking to that boy, now he's a good sized boy, very mannerable. I know that women got to come, a little bit stronger than that damn slip hanging from your skirt when you're raising a boy, when you're raising a young man. But you don't disrespect them and abuse them because you hate their father or because you think they're gonna run over you if you don't call them an MFer and just instead of saying their name, Jonathan, go over here and get this for me. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? That's not gonna make nobody a strong man. That's an abuse. That's abuse. I understand women have to take it easy. They got to do it a different way when you're raising some boys. I already know about all that. I know how to come with it. You understand what I'm saying? I know how to pee like a dude. Let me just keep it real. I know the road. I know what it is. I know how to train a boy just as well as a girl. But I'm just saying that's not the way you're gonna get it. That's not the way you're going to get it by being abusive. And if you would have heard how she was talking to that boy, I promise you, in that moment when she started that church stuff with me, first of all, if you're trying to invite me to come to a church, you're not going to muscle me, first of all. You understand? The seesaw over there is only going up and down. You understand? The bus may ride and make many stops, but if you get on the plane, you're gonna sit a minute. You understand what I mean? That wasn't gonna persuade me to want to come to your church because I could tell what kind of people you got up in there. I could tell who would want to hear anything about their church pastor dresses nice. They got this suit, this outfit. That's not the kind of stuff that I'm looking at. I want to hear what kind of service. I don't even want to hear the denomination because see, with me, I don't go to church to get a religion. You understand? I don't give a damn if you Pentecostal, Baptist, Jehovah Witness. There's only one God. Now, I can tell you this: I have learned different stuff from people that's past, saying that they're pastors, and not really, not really. I've heard people say, well, I'm Muslim. I've taken something from Malcolm X, Farrakhan, Jehovah Witness, and all these different people, but I just like better just saying I'm a Christian because I don't want to be under any denomination. And I met a guy too one day here. I was in Walmart and I was looking, at some ingredients. You know how when you're trying to figure out if you're trying to eat healthy and change up some things. And the guy, he apparently worked in that area and he asked me, he said, "It seemed like you're looking for something. You all set?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just reading the ingredients and stuff. And I was just looking around to see if you guys had any more hot dogs or something I was looking at." And he said, "Well, I can help you if you need help." I said, "Oh, no, 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 no. This is all y'all got. I'm a regular customer here. I've been here. You know what I'm saying?" So he said, "Yeah." I said, "So how, no," I said, "How you doing?" He said, "I'm doing good." I said, "I'm glad to hear it." He said, "Well, right now, my son is in the hospital." I said, "Well, I'm sorry to hear that, sir." He said, "Yeah, he has a blood disorder, but we cannot take any type of transfusions from anybody and I can't give him my blood either because we are Jehovah Witnesses. And I said, you know what? Well, if that's how you guys practice and that's what you believe in, may God bring you some relief. And I hope it works out. It wasn't none of my business. Now, see, with me, I wouldn't have made that choice, but that don't make me better than him or vice versa. But I'm just saying that's not the choice that I would make. So I understand to agree to disagree, but it wasn't even a situation that we disagreeing. And we had that few moments of talk, and that was a little service right there, even though he was representing different. I let that go. That ain't none of my business. I mean, that's not the choice that I would have made. But see, when you get in certain churches and you don't do what they say, it is a problem. Do you understand how you get shunned? How the door is closed in your face? How you sitting here in the back thinking you coming to service again, and somebody tap you on the shoulder and say, "Well, you got to leave. You got to leave." Pastor said you got to leave, and you looking at what's. Listen, you came in here last week. You had a little smell. We're not talking about alcohol or marijuana. This person's been homeless, and this is what you say to them. They got to leave because the last time they were there, now you don't know if they smell good today or not, or did it matter? Why should it have mattered? I'm just saying though, they got to leave though. You see what I mean? And then you fly up in all these churches, then half the women are two-faced. Half of them all is in love with the pastor. Just like I'm gonna tell you what I notice here on YouTube, and I'm gonna keep it 100, a buck 55, 30, 40. No, so let me stop. I'm gonna keep it real. There's this one guy that's got this channel, and half the women on there, they trying to like this man. This man is, he advocates that he's married. He seems to be happily married, but I can look at the comments of how these girls is overthrowing themselves on this man, and this is supposed to be YouTube forming, well, friendships they say and family. But I can tell half the women like him, and that's all that they're there for. Just like with Obama, no disrespect to Obama, but half the women only voted for this man because they half was crushing on him. Let's come on, let's be real. Half of them was having a crush on him, and a lot of people, or minority people, voted just for color. They didn't even care if he was going to be one of them type that come in and say, "I'm forming for this party," and trick your butt and go, Republican on your butt. You don't understand this. This is what I'm trying to say. People are not paying attention. You jump into the city council. Oh well, he's handsome, so look like he wears some nice suits. Damn, he look like he what he said and where he look. That's all you're talking about. And you don't even know what you're voting for. You don't even know what does a city council do for if you live in the city. What do a city council person does? You don't even know that. What does the mayor do? You just worried about how somebody look, or then you're running about it racist. You see what I'm saying? Racist. And that's another thing too. Just like with these presidents, a lot of people get mad if you talk too much about religion, if you talk too much about politics. Well, I really don't care. If I'm saying something and it ain't your cup of tea, you know what? Go find another cup. You understand? No, no, you can take this tea with you. As a matter of fact, because I'm talking long winded. Yeah, I'm gonna touch base with some of everything because you know what? I live in this world and this is the reality. Just like I had two people on my live yesterday. Now we had one person that said they didn't believe in God. I'm not spiritual. I'm not with all that crap. I don't deal with that. I was fine, but that's your business. I don't deal with it. I don't want to. But then we had another one that kept trying every time somebody said something positive with affirmations about God. Well, I'm not with that spiritual mess. I don't know why y'all believe it. Just kept on trying so hard to knock God out. But the thing is, if you know the majority of the people here are serving God, we walkers is what I call it. Why are you still here? Why are you trying to convince people because you saying you atheist or you just don't believe? Well, so okay, listen, sir, no one cares. Bye. Bye. Good luck for you, because I promise you, I don't know what you know. I'm not judging you, but honey, there's nothing without him. We're nothing without him. There's nothing without him in the world. And he just kept on trying, and I noticed that. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna have to get ready to straighten him out because he's not gonna keep on coming on over here talking against my God like that. It's one thing the other person that was in here saying that they don't believe, they don't serve, they don't do. That's fine. But if you're trying to knock God out of all of our lives, I'm not that one. I can't allow that. You know what I'm saying? And this person was definitely trying their best to make sure he tries to turn some heads or get somebody to think negative and ruin any kind of relationship that any of us is trying to build with God or coming together, even just here on YT as a fellowship. And I said to myself, you know what? Let him go for a minute and see how far he go, and then get ready to knock him off the box, Rick. I said, knock him off the box, Rick. You know what I mean? Because he wasn't doing the right stuff. And what you promoting is pure negativity. There's nothing you can do when you're around people, especially. And I know for any of us that's serving God, you're not going to stay here and allow anybody to talk disrespectful about God. or try to convert you and not to believe in God? Come on, we're gonna all form together and we're gonna do and say something about it. And I keep trying to tell people, live before you die. Time is something that you can't get back. Time is something that you can't change. You can't even do nothing about your past. You can just make the future better. And if anything, with the past is not our destination, but we can learn from it and move forward and change things that went wrong then and try to make sure they don't happen again. But some things are meant to be because they meant to be. You understand what I'm saying? You can live in the world but not be of it. And that's the problem with us. We don't understand the difference. Just like I said, when some, whenever in my time to go, I don't want nobody crying over my grave. I do not want nobody crying over my grave because that's not what I live for. And people don't realize what is the difference. We got the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. So what's the difference? Or what happens to you? What happens to the Holy Spirit, the Father and the Holy Spirit when your body dies? What happens to that in you? What happens? Separation. It's a separation there. So if you are crying over just the physical part, which a lot of people don't understand, I feel like this. I feel that God gives us the tools to deal with anything that could possibly ever happen in our lives on this earth. But I always feel that me in the flesh part of me and a lot of people that when somebody die, it's gonna always have a sting to it. God to help ease it up for you to get along with, to get on with your lives. I had people that passed away that I wanted to die too, and it came very close. Hello, hello. Let's be real. Let's be real. I don't care what state of mind anybody want to say, misunderstand. I'm going to be real. Yeah, I felt it was all over. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I don't care. I don't want nobody to misunderstand. Oh, they're suicidal. Well, what if so? Okay, if I am, pray for me. Damn it. Listen to what I just said. Validate what I'm saying to you instead of jumping to conclusions. You understand what I'm saying? Don't squash me like a roach. Come on, come on. People don't seem to get that. And another thing we have to do too is don't just ask God to get us into heaven. Ask him how to live on this earth. Because right now we're living this life, but I want to live for eternity. So I can't just want to skip past that, do whatever I want, cut the food, live any old kind of way, and then think I'm going to heaven. Yeah, what did Jesus have to go through? What did God tell Noah when he built the ark? How do you think God felt when he told Adam and Eve to do one thing and something else totally happened? You don't think he's affected by that? What happened in Solomon and Gomorrah? What did he say over there? What was going on over there in Solomon and Gomorrah? What happened to Sarah? Looking back, turned into a pillar of salt. Are any of us listening to any of the stuff that we're talking about here and reading, or we just running the game here and think that we can keep playing this over and over again? We all have to know too that don't let the evil of our haters bring us down. And a lot of people say, let your haters be motivators. Yes, it's good to take some motivation from somebody that's trying to knock down something good because what did they do to Jesus? But at the same time, when you're trying to ride, some of them people can't go with you. Like I said, you may get on the bus and the bus may make many stops. But when you're on the plane, you're going to fly for a minute. It don't just stop like that unless you're on a jet. And then when that jet stops, it's usually stopping and that's where you're going. But when you get on the bus, it's gonna make many stops. And sometimes, honey, when you on that bus, everybody can't ride. Some people ain't going where you going. Okay, the gates to heaven is short and narrow. You understand? I pray not to be deceived. I pray for discernment, and I pray that what I'm talking about doing and saying that is something that's right, and that I'm practicing the right way, the way I should be. And I'm not talking about just if I mess up and say a swear, or you dealing with somebody that may have a drink or may smoke a cigarette. That's not; those are not the things. Obviously, God said our body is our temple, but come on, God already know what you're going to do before you do it, and if He's accepting of it, who is any pastor or anybody? Any pope, anybody to tell you that you're not right or you're not worthy. Who are we? Hello, Guru. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. We're just talking a little bit of stuff over here and just sharing God's words and helping each other out and fumbling and going along as we do. That's all we can do. And I keep trying to explain to folks a lot of this stuff that we think like we may be having more of something that's really a sin in our life opposed to what we think is sin or somebody else is telling us sin, and that's blocking because I got a lot of people try to tell you some stuff, and they'll tell you that that's going to stop you from getting in heaven. So right now you're telling me that you're super Christian, you're more holier than I. So if I got a problem, not me, because I don't smoke and I'm not judging anybody, but I got a problem with smoking cigarettes. And you're telling me that if I don't stop smoking, that I'm going to hell, but yet you're married, sleeping with somebody's husband or sleeping around in the streets. How can you even judge me, first of all? And how are you going to tell me where to go when you're lost? That's not what helping somebody out is. And that's not what preaching is. You know what I mean? A lot of this stuff has to do with you know what you know, and when you speak, whatever you speak, it matches up with the word. It ain't just you making up what you want it to be. It matches with the word that's in the Bible. And you got to know what testament you're reading from, the new, the old, or what you made up. Because a lot of times people want you to serve the God that you're serving. I mean, that they're serving that really ain't either one of our gods. You get what I'm saying? Who's worshiping a ram over the Holy Spirit? And we all have to watch what we do, embrace this journey. That's what I say. And I don't want to talk you guys to death because I know a lot of people out here are busy. So I'm just, talking along a few things that I've learned and I'm trying to work on myself. I'm not here preaching to nobody. I'm just sharing what I'm trying to learn and get myself together. And I hope everybody else is, living their best life and doing what they got to do because we all know this ain't the promised land. So we just got to do it, do it moving. And I'm gonna slow down the talking because I don't know who's here or who's gone or who anybody want me to keep continuing on with this, but I'm just trying to keep it real. It is what it is, and the thing is too with me, I'm not comfortable with being in predicaments where you deal with people and it's a lot of fuss, chit chat, chat, chat. I want to hear and know what's for real is for real and not sugarcoated. And I know there's a lot of situations where people going through things in their life and you can't tell them certain things because you have to, be careful because they're not ready to receive it. They don't know how to process it and accept it. I get that. But for the most part, I won't, look, he said, Pastor sins. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, definitely, Guru. Yes. Sin is our poor decision, and God knows we're going to sin. That's right. Oh my gosh, Guru, you said it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And see, the thing is, we got to go through this. This is what we're here for. We're here to learn, deal with it, process, and keep building up until we can get ourselves all the way right to make it in heaven. But for the most part, sin is something that's been expected out of us because of we're born into sin. And we live in a world that God gives us free will, and by him giving us free will, a lot of people take that and they toy with it. You know what I mean? And then when they do those type of things, it affects the rest of us. So it ain't no joke. You know what I mean? We really, really got to take care and do the best we can. But when you do make a mistake or a sin, you can it's not like God ain't gonna forgive you. It's just what you do. I wish everybody the best. I really do. I don't just my family, my sister, my brother. I want everybody. We all deserve to live and make it to the kingdom. But that's our choice. It's up to us if we're gonna make it or not. Can't nobody get saved for you. You know what I mean? You got to do right by yourself. Can't nobody tell you what to do. You have to do it. People can give you an idea. You can get teachings about the Bible and learning, but you got to do the work. Yes, sis, that's the best way to do it. You know how they say, and throw on some of them black eyed peas. You know what they say that represents. But yes, it's good to have the house together. Things go by how you set it off. Because a lot of people, well, don't you clean your house? Why are you just doing it for New Year's? Do y'all understand anything that y'all talking about? You set the presence for what you want it to be. You set the presence for what you want it to be. And when I do like you doing, sis, it's 50 and fabulous. When I do this, like for New Year's, this is cleansing out the old and bringing in the new, and a little bit of more extra cleaning than I normally do. You know what I'm saying? I'm going in because I want to bring it in. You know what I mean? So you have to do, things like that to get your house prepared. I'm not saying that you don't clean every day, and a lot of people don't understand that either. And I keep telling folks out here too, listen here, stop running up in people's houses and looking at material things and telling, oh, your house is beautiful. Oh, your house is beautiful. Then you go to somebody else's house. Yeah, I went over to Clara and them house. Their house is laid. They got this, they got that. Okay, well, did you touch the tables to see any dust on there? Did you look in the oven? Did you look up under the couch? Why are you bragging about somebody's material thing and the house wasn't even clean? It's just what they had in it because that's what you're about. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're about. And sometimes that's how people do, or they'll come and sit in your house. Oh, your house is so nice. Oh, you keep it together. It's so clean. And then they'll go behind your back. Yeah, I went over to Sarah's house and they got the nerve to have a three-piece new, brand new living room set and their car out there broke down. Two-face, gossip. That's what the devil wants you to do. Is plant negative seeds. Plant negative seeds so nothing grows for other people because you're out here being hateful. And one thing we cannot do, we cannot wish for our family to have everything, but don't care about the rest of the people. Once again, I always say this with YouTube just alone, social media. YouTube is we're connected. And a lot of people say, my friend, I use that cliche too, but in actuality, we're all sisters from another mister, brothers from another mother, but in reality, we're all brothers and sisters, right? How are we connected and we're total strangers? That's spirit. Who teaches us how to utilize the spirit? This is all God bringing us all together, and we're lucky enough to have good people that's like us, and we're all clicking together, and then we know how to weed out the trolls or whatever. Because you can let a donkey show their ass a few times. Oh yeah, they can come up in their lives and show their ass a few times, but after a while, if you're trying to have this place, guided and covered by God's blood, they got to go. You understand what I'm saying? They got to go because sometimes those people are bringing a lot of a mess that can't be here. And he said, "Behold, you're standing on holy ground." Hello, hello. Even with being a parent, behold something greater than yourself. Come on, come along. Let's hang out, y'all. Let's tiptoe through the tulips so that we can hear. And no matter what our troubles are, he always says, nothing good or bad is ever wasted. You understand what I'm saying? Nothing good or bad is ever wasted. So it don't matter what you go through bad, it's going to be something good that comes out of that. And I'm telling you, if people, one thing about this too, we got a lot of wickedness in this world, but I see so much beauty at the same time. I see so much beauty at the same time. And this is not how God planned it for us. And the way it's so messed up now is that love and hate will never be friends. Come on. We know about that. There's a song too that says that. But you know what I mean? Love and hate will never be friends, and there wasn't supposed to be no hate, though. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It wasn't supposed to be no hate, no hate. What happened to Cain and Abel? What happened to Adam and Eve, y'all? What do we say about these stories that we have? Great stories, Jonah and the whale. Come on, come on, come on. You didn't listen to what God told you to do. What happened to Jonah? Why did he get swallowed up by the whale? It ain't just a story to tell right quick and don't get into the details of what was going on. What happened to the King David that was lusting behind Bathsheba? Did anybody saying anything about the Tamars in the Bible? What happened there with all that? Come on, y'all. I just wish folks when they speak. Miss Lynn tears it up real good, and I'm not saying it just because she here, but this is her. This is how she gets down. She keeps it real. But why don't people pay attention to all of the stuff in the Bible and stop sugarcoating only what they want you to hear for this to be a game? And a lot of people, well, if you're speaking about God and you're reading the Bible and stuff, you're not supposed to be quoting negative stuff. Well, how are you quoting negative scriptures? Well, how is it scripture if it's not supposed to be, spoken about? And this is not the promised land. So we're going to have all that rape and kill and craziness going on in the Bible. Moses killed someone and God still used him. You understand the travel team was not just the 12 disciples. So y'all stop playing games and read and know what you're saying before you say it because you will lead somebody into being brainwashed. You understand what I'm saying? We do not want to be a cow or sheep led to the slaughter at a different gate over and over again. We want to go through. Once again, the gates to heaven are short and narrow. Everybody in church ain't saved. Everybody that you think is saved ain't saved. You may not be right yourself. You may need to check yourself. A lot of the stuff that we're dealing with may not be what we think it is because we're willing it to be what we want it to be so we can get something out of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I really, really wish folks would just come along with this because I got a lot of stuff going on here that I be listening to. And it's not that you don't go to church and worship good stuff and not necessarily talk about anything negative, but that always has to be lifted up. The negative part too, because we all are making mistakes. We're born in sin. We're born in a dying world. Come on. If you don't speak about it, how do you teach your kids? Why would you teach your kids to hit somebody, for no reason? That's not nice. Tell them you're sorry. This is your private area. Why are you telling them that's the private area to go boo boo, go pee pee? Why they got to know about boo boo and pee pee? Because it's a part of life. Don't go over here. I remember this woman told me about a guy that wasn't well a long time ago, and this person was in her 20s. And when I finally started seeing this person, I didn't know it was that person at first. And I promise you, when I first looked at them, but when they turned around full face, it was a vibe I got. And then the face came into play. This person was still doing the same thing 20 years later that he did to this girl, which he was one of them touchers. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's not play with it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It was a toucher. Oh yeah, it was a toucher. And he was around a whole nother crowd of kids, and he had a few people helping him bring these kids around. See, it start off with that. Let me tie your shoe. And while you're tying your shoe, they're fixing your sock, but they're really massaging your calf. Come on, come on. Imperfect people, so that imperfect people can relate. Yes, Shamo. Yes, ma'am. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Who did he have with the travel team? We already know because there's nobody imperfect. If they say God will meet you where you at, that means he coming to the whole house. He coming to the crack house. He coming to the corner where you selling drugs. You understand what I'm saying? If you ask him to meet you where you at, he's coming there, and he's holy. He's coming there if you want to. And everybody always say, well, God works miracles. Yes, he do, but do you want a miracle? Are you gonna sit right here and tell me, yo, I'm cracked out? Whether you man, woman, or whoever, I'm cracked out, and God won't save me. But if you ain't reach for his hand, and sometimes you got to stop reaching for his hands and seek his face. Always wanting him to do something, acting like you ain't supposed to do none of this yourself when he's giving you the instructions. You do it with him and show. So when you're out, people can see the God in you. It ain't about somebody jumping up. Oh, I ain't got a car. Magically, there's a car. I want kids. Man, you got to work and earn this stuff. Trust is something you don't just give away. You don't gather salvation. You don't get the Holy Spirit. You don't get saved and sanctified just because he works miracles. That's it. But what miracle he working a miracle in what? Why you didn't just stab somebody? What are we talking about to make this thing real? I don't understand how people can expect to have all of this stuff and do nothing to help. Nothing. You don't even do your part. Well, what is your part? That could be anything. You don't have to have a whole bunch of money and none of that. Just like I remember one day I was shopping and a woman said to me, she said, wow, you getting a lot of stuff. I said, well, I'm buying this stuff for donation. She said, oh, I wish I can donate. And I said, well, you can. And I said, here we go. I said, this is a coupon. You like kidney beans? You know, it says buy one, get one free. So you get the kidney beans, you keep one can for yourself, and you donate the other. I don't care if you're walking past the shelter, one can help a family. Come on, think about it. I know how to make a potato 5 different ways, and you can't say it's a potato. Come on. You could have been doing something. What you mean, I wish? And you in the store shopping right now. There's nothing, and I understand when people are broke financially. But once again, if you came in the store and you only had enough money to buy one can of beans and that's going to cover you or your family for the night. You mean to tell me if you got a coupon, you still can't help nobody? Now I need both cans. But you didn't say that though. See, now this is the con, the hustle, and the fake flow. You didn't say that because you're playing with it. That's why you're playing with it. And I'm gonna tell you, like I said before, and I said it to you guys in another video. I think I got played, but I didn't get played. Well, she thought she played me. How about that? Because this woman asked me to do something to help her out, and she I learned after that she comes in that store with that same game on a regular, but I didn't look at it as I got played. I said that the wrong way. She thinks she played me, but what she don't understand is that if you got somebody that extends something out kind to you, it's not just that I want to get blessed back from God for doing a kind thing. I did it because it was the right thing, because he taught me how to behave, and he don't have to come and give me nothing for me to do something good. And at the same time with her, she might have blocked her own blessings to where she didn't really need that and she was running the game, but when she really needs something, she ain't gonna get it. You see, you got to know how to exchange this money. You understand what I mean? Because I thought about it for a minute and the devil wanted me to try to feel some kind of way. And I said, no, I'm gonna do what it do. And that's it, period. Now, if she running around doing that, anything that you do wrong, you know that you have to deal with it and you have to rep for it. So you're gonna be the one that has to suffer the consequences of whatever that may be in your life. It's up to you to make a difference and turn it around. And a lot of times people don't understand that, but it does happen. Whatever you do wrong, when it comes back round, and there's a song, be careful what you do because it can come back on you. And it is. It doesn't go exactly like that, but I ain't gonna try to bring out my singing voice because right now I ain't got it. But you know what I'm saying. It's the truth, and it's a nice song too. It's an old song, and with her doing that, and the thing is, the lady that, I'm kind of familiar with these women at this Pacific Dollar Tree. She could have told me that if she wanted to, but she didn't say anything. So when, the girl left, because I helped with some stuff, and I guarantee you, y'all, she went and made sure she got some expensive stuff. It didn't cost much, but I'm saying she could have got more stuff. If she was struggling like that, she should have bought more cheaper stuff, and she still would have been fine, because this Dollar Tree ain't a Dollar Tree no more. It's $1.25 and up stuff. You get what I'm saying? So they had, areas up to $5, and she went right for the more expensive stuff. See, me, if I was asking somebody to help me out, I would try to get more stuff for the buck, more bang for the buck, so to speak. But she went in deep. So I was looking at that, and then, like I said, when she first came up on me, I didn't pay her no mind. And then something told me that, something God told me to go back and help the girl. So that God already knew that the girl was running the con, but that might have been her test. You get what I mean? She was running the con, but he sent me to help her out, for what's meant for me in that exchange. You get what I'm saying? And he sent me to help her, and by the time I got to find her, there was another lady already offering help, and that other lady paid for half of the stuff, and I paid for half of the stuff. It wasn't nothing but about $11, but to somebody, a penny's a lot. You get what I mean? Depends on what's in your wallet. You know what I mean? And the other lady helped her out, but then she asked me for a ride, and I wasn't riding that day anyway. But I wouldn't have put her in my car because I don't know her. But I would have made sure she at least got a safe bus because I bought her some food. So that's a good start. And then I was gonna make sure she get on the bus. But the other lady offered a ride. I wasn't gonna put a stranger in my car like that because we're living in them times, y'all. You know what I mean? You can be good, but you ain't gonna be no fool. You understand what I'm saying? You're not gonna be no fool. So I didn't give her a ride. And like I said, the other lady helped her out, and they left off together. And then, I was still shopping anyway. I had put my carriage to the side to go up to the register to pay for her stuff. And then, the lady told me when I got back in line, I said, I hope you don't feel no way that I didn't give, the lady a ride. She said, no, she comes up here and do that all the time. You already know what she was going when she said that. And I don't know if her and the one that was with her was in a con together or what the game was. I'm hoping not, because she seemed like a nice lady. But I was like, well, she feels safe enough giving this woman a ride in her car. You better be careful, because I done had people that done gave somebody a ride and got robbed. You know what I mean? Laid out. You get what I'm saying? Y'all know what it is. I don't know if you guys still hanging around here on the YT because I'm just chatting it up, but I got it open where y'all gonna hear a lot of sounds from family in the background because we're done. We're off the clock and we're chilling. We're rocking. We're rolling. We're rock stars. No, let me stop. Just messing around here doing a few things. And I don't know what happened. It says we lost the book. So, look here. And I gotta scan this as a check. I got a check received for my little business here payment. And I gotta get it scanned in. So I'm going to get it. No lines in the other name anyway. Let me see. Anybody still up in this piece, or do they want me to silent back out or leave off or end the live? Let me know what we're talking about. People, my friends, my extended family. Yeah, 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 yeah. My extended family. Let's see. What's going on here? I got to do me a few orders too for myself under other name. Yes, I have to do it like that, y'all. I have to change the name to protect the innocent, honey. Yes, indeed, darling. Okay, I think folks is simmering down out here on the YT. I don't know what my sister doing there because she said she getting the house clean. I know that's right because I know I got a lot of stuff here that I just want to be right. You know what I mean? Right. And then, sometimes we got them days you got to go upside that refrigerator head, and I'm talking about pulling it back from the wall. You know what I mean? Pulling it back from the wall. Defrost, honey. Not no wipe down. It be them days. I try to do the best I can with that. Yeah, I'm trying to see some of these. I think it's best just a lot of times to make your own food instead of trying to buy something somebody else made to get by, because that did not taste good. I had broke my fast and tried something new, and it wasn't bussing. It was not bussing at all. So it got that nasty aftertaste in my mouth too. Oof. I don't see nothing anywhere here. Oh, look at he doing the mixtures himself, huh? Getting it in, huh? I ain't doing nothing there. Oh, wait a minute. Let me make sure that didn't break off. Oh, the poor little plant. Oh, there we go. You need to get some sunlight, boo. Yeah, I tell you one thing, people better wake up and pay attention to what's going on in the world, because honey, the rapture, honey, all this stuff is going down. You can even tell by the weather. I mean, it's been horrible a long time of how people treat each other. But honey, there's a lot going on out there. Judgment, false prophets. Even people ain't even getting the right food for the soul. Better shalom, as my lovely sis say. She be saying Shimon, and I be like, come on now, that's my saying. She got me saying her stuff. And it's so weird too, Miss 50. I realized that I gotta go check out your video too. I had started watching it, then I ended up with a call or something about TD Jakes because I feel bad for what he's going through. I don't know what's real, what's not, because we know a lot of times it'll come out in they say it'll come out in the wash. But honey, I done lost stuff in the washing machine, so I'm trying to see it enough. Wait, let me stop being silly. But yes, they said that it will come out in the wash, so we're gonna see, what's going on, because I don't know what happened with him, but I can honestly tell you, look, allegedly only that there was some stuff about this, not this type of bad behavior with the person that tried to call him into something not that deep or hurting people, but preference in the bedroom type of thing. Excuse me for whoever ears don't want to hear this. But yeah, some stuff like that about him in the past. And also they had to arrest, and it wasn't no alleged either, but I say alleged, always alleged, alleged, alleged. One of his sons got caught up She says, something I gotta get. Oh, okay, that sounds good, honey. You go ahead and do it moving. I appreciate you and thank you so much for your time. And I'll go back, I guess, silent for a while and peek back on to see if anybody else come back through. Love you. Peace and blessing. Yes, yeah, that's my guy right there. I ain't gonna lie. I deal with him. But at the same time, if he's having these troubles, what he do in his bedroom is his business. You know what I mean? And, I don't want to judge that either, but not harming no people. That's the stuff I'm talking about. But anyway, sis, thank you and stay blessed. Thank you, my dear. I know that's right. Go ahead and do your thing, sister. Because I appreciate you, but I'm gonna tell you, and my whole thing is, if he had something, I ain't gonna keep talking because you probably had to go. So I'm gonna catch you on the next one with that one. But yeah, let me see what I got going here. Let's pray for Bishop Tilly. Gotta get a jump. Text message. I'm out here waiting. Oh, she got somebody waiting for her. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit more another time than sis. But I feel that I'm not gonna judge his bedroom. None of that's none of our business. Whoever he wanted, and that's bad too, because if you're married, don't matter if you're a man or a woman. If you're cheating on your spouse, I'm just saying though. As long as I don't judge that. That's his business, and he got to deal with God on that. But I know the other stuff that this person they trying to link him to. I know all of this look, allegedly sex trafficking, abuse, all that. I don't think he got nothing to do with none of that there. And I hope and pray because they just called my house. Let me be quiet. Anyway, yeah, somebody called about something on that. Especially when I start back doing these type of lives like this in the commentary, I got little sources here and there. You never what I mean. But that's my dude right there. I hope it ain't none of that. And if you gotta go, because I'm not sure if that's what you meant that you said somebody's waiting outside, let me know if you gotta go so I can stop running my mouth. When you got some leaders, if they're really good and true, and saved and sanctified, you want to make wish the best for them and make sure you keep intact because a lot of people follow him and several others, and you would like to know that they're not doing anything. Because see, I don't them kind of scandals like that with somebody doing their personal life is like kind of like if they ain't hurting anybody, obviously it hurts God, so I don't mean to say it like that, but I'm just saying for us personally, what a person do in their bedroom ain't none of our business. But when you have somebody that's of high standard like this and they preach on that type of stuff being wrong and then they turn around and do it, you do have to forgive them for being human and making mistakes. But at the same time, as long as it ain't none of that other stuff, because that's even worse, preying on youngins and all that mess. You know what I'm talking about. And let me stop talking so I can let you go, sis, because I know you're busy. I'm still here, though. I'm going to still be running it. But if you got something to do, you go on and get it. You sitting in the car, you ain't caught up in nothing. I thought you was caught up in the trap. No, so let me stop. I'm being silly. That's a song too, one of them wild, crazy songs. But yeah, I just feel like, with that bishop there, I really feel that if he did do anything, allegedly with this man, that's something that he does have to work out with God. And I kind of can, even still take from some of his preachings, regardless, because of what he's saying. If you see one thing about it, you can be a liar, you know what I mean? But certain stuff you're telling is not a lie. I hope that makes sense, even though it's not right, the two things together, but I'm just saying it for real. Because I know a lot of times, with a lot of pastors, they always say, don't do as I do, do as I say. What they're saying is that what they preach, go by that. But if they're a man and they're doing wrong, don't pay attention to that. But we got to watch that when you're trying to, have a doctrine and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes we can't get by with that. But at the same time, I don't like to you know cast a stone at anybody, especially when they're down or they're giving into some temptations or possibly jump to conclusions and this person is being lied on. You know what I mean? Because we don't know. But what I do know is that he's good, he's good at what he does, you know? And I want to believe that that's not true about him. I really do. I want to believe that that's not true. And if he got those kind of demons haunting him, that he can get some help with it because, you know, there's all kinds of stuff. And see, we got to be careful when we talk about people orientation these days because of the fact that I'm not talking about nobody coming after me. And even as crazy as YouTube is, I wouldn't want anything negative, coming over here on my little hangout spot. But at the same time, drama brings people to a whole nother level here on YT. It's unfortunately the negative will get you together, you know, just as well as the positive. But a lot of people like to flock more towards the negative. I like to stay in the positive myself. But I do know that when you talk about people's orientations, you have to be careful. Associates that don't live with the bishop, neither do. Amen. See, that's another thing too, because I'm gonna be honest with you. They said something like this about him before in the past, a long time ago. Not all of this crime associated with this guy here, but his orientation. This had came out long time ago back, even with the video that you have up now. I got to go back and finish watching it, but he was back in them days. They said something about him and his orientation, but they also had something that was on the news, and I'm gonna keep saying alleged, but on the news about his son where they said, no disrespect that he was, soliciting a male escort. Well, you know what I'm talking about out there in the street. And when he was being arrested, he pleasured himself in front of the police officers. And this wasn't like a alleged type of thing. This was in the news where you can go to the, look into the documents type thing. You get what I'm saying? The son had something going on out there like that. And they said that about him. And also allegedly, son, allegedly to Kurt Franklin as well, allegedly. Same type of activity. And the only thing you can do is pray for them because, like we said, we don't know if this is gossip. We don't live in his house. And most of all, it's none of our business, to be honest with you, because I remember what happened with Paula Dean. People got mad at Paula Dean because she was running around eating the food and was hiding some medical condition. I don't see where that's anybody's business. Long as if she got some good food, she cooking good and y'all love it, she ain't telling you that she's no health guru or nothing. So I don't know why they all tried to come down on her for her personal choices. Of and when I seen her doing, and I haven't seen everything that she done. I'm talking about Paula Dean, allegedly medical issues. But when I seen her doing, on these different shows, QVC and HSN selling her food, she didn't say that she was no health guru and then turn around and a junk eater and making it look like she's so healthy and promoting healthy stuff. She didn't do that. She kept it real. She kept it real and was eating her food as she was selling it. Period. On these shows, you know how they do it on QVC and HSN shows. They eat the food, they cook it up, they eat the food, and they tell you how they season it and how good it is. But they got mad when they said she had allegedly, I don't like to talk bad about nobody, but she did come out and admit to that too. But she had a medical problem. And how could she be selling that kind of food like that and eating it all up like that on TV, knowing that she got an underlying medical condition? I don't see that that's anybody's business. I mean, if that's what she want to do, as long as you buying something and you know you can eat it and you don't have no any kind of restrictions with your health, do what you do. Don't worry about what that woman doing with her body and mind, because I don't think that it went down right when it came to that with her either. There's a lot of stuff that people just need to stop and mind their business. But I do know that the stuff with this alleged rapper, the girlfriend that he had, did win her case, and he settled real swift and quickly on that part. So we know that they cannot. Well, there's a lot of people that's in prison that's innocent. So I'm gonna try to get that corrected again too. Allegedly, alleged. I'm gonna make a song. Should it be a rap? No, so let me stop. Yeah, she basically, I mean, she won that case, and they said he settles that quick and fast with that part of it. So we know that most likely that was true because they were able to prove it. See, what we got to do, like you said, they got to prove it. And if he did any of that stuff, it has to be proven. It has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But at the same time, I am not going to form anything against, nobody because they made a mistake. See, you know what happens here too with religion. That's why you got to be careful when you get your doctrine and what you do. Just like with Joyce, a lot of people be talking about Joyce, and she said that she's only had one facelift. No disrespect to her, allegedly. I'm just saying, Joyce. I ain't gonna go no deeper than that. And you know, you want to be dishonest about something like that, and then you're looking right at somebody with it, then it makes you have a problem with trusting. You hear what I'm saying? It makes you have a problem with trusting certain people when you feel that they're not honest with you. That's one of the issues there. And then we can't talk too much about people's preference in bed because you know what it says in the Bible, but you know that we got a lot of people that live in the world that are doing what they want to do. So you don't get onto that either. You mind your business and let God handle it. Because I tell you one thing, I got somebody that was saying, well, all of my kids are straight as an arrow and they bop, bop, bop. Okay. You had 5 kids and all of them stayed, you know, a certain kind of way. But now what comes out in the wash down the line? Well, what do I mean when I say what comes out in the wash down the line? What about your grandkids? That's what, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Don't we, sister? We know what them the cholesterol and fats is. Come on now. Let's stop playing with it, y'all. Let's call a spade a spade. Yippity doo dah, yippity yay. Come on. Let's speak on it, process it, keep it real, and do it moving. But yeah, that was a whole bunch of stuff, and she got something else that required medication that she was taking that they were saying too. Like I said before, I'm gonna tell you this right now, and I don't mean to say it to be disrespectful because I try the best to be, around the people, that's doing the right thing, as you were saying earlier, guilty by association. And that could be what's going on just because he was around him. But I done seen him around plenty of other famous people, and ain't nobody never said nothing like that, necessarily about him per se. And I don't know if it's the ones that really did this stuff that got the case, Mr. Diddy Witty, allegedly. But I don't know if he deliberately, what is he trying to pull him in on that for? There's plenty of other people that can fall with him, but most of the big wigs, he can't pull none of them down because half of them got cases against him. You know what I mean? So he kind of caught up in a rock and a hard place with that. So I guess he turned trying to pull the bishop down. And like I said before, a lot of this stuff, because they had another pastor, she said, yep, tighter than a drum. What is it? Say it, say it. They say that about her. And I listened to her too. A lot of her people I listen to their teachings and what they're trying to do. As long as you know the word yourself, you know to meditate in it because you ain't supposed to be listening to something that ain't right no way. You know what I'm talking about? We have to know that we know. That's why I keep saying to people, I don't care what's going on. I don't care who. I don't care where. I don't care what church it is. If you go anywhere blind, you are very, very fresh prey. You know what I mean? You could be if you're going somewhere and don't know God, and a lot of other things we do in life, you would be a sheep led to a different gate for slaughter over and over again because you don't know what you're supposed to expect from this. So you go in, and once they know that you're right, that you're green, they're gonna come in on attack in all kinds of ways. Because I know I've seen so many and no, and this is not just even like no hearsay or no talking, no nothing from the street. But I will tell you this. I know so many places that had people because And solely because they did not know God, they became a victim of a church home, hanging out with the wrong people, prostitution, selling drugs, cracked out. I've had some adversities that came into my life because of not knowing myself and how I came up. Real talk. So I know, you know what I mean? I know what could come out of this. I know what this could be. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's why it's our just duty to make sure we understand our Father. We know where we at. We know what we're hearing. We know what we're listening to. Because if you run out there, you have to take responsibility for knowing God yourself. And when you don't do that, that's when you fall into what they call the cults. You know what I mean? And that ain't no alleged nothing. You get what I mean? Anything else we say, we're gonna keep it real. And talk proper with it. But for the most part, we have to know that we know. Because if you don't, honey, that people know when you fresh meat. I'm gonna tell you, I even know about, like a lot of these blocks out here, not where I'm at, but throughout life. A lot of these blocks that they have out here, quite a few of these people will have, and this is gonna sound terrible, but I gotta keep it real. I gotta keep it real. I don't know how to go no other way with it. But a lot of these people, you could be, for real, for real. You could be here out streets, tricky track, for the streets, selling yourself out here. I just say male or female, right? And if you got let me see, I'm trying to say this. If you got a new girl out here or a new guy on the block, and them pimp guys know that you knew you were a target because you don't know you came out hustling on this certain block, whether selling body parts or product. You get what I'm saying? Anybody that get wind that's out there hustling like you hustling, whether it's, one thing or another, when they know that you green and you knew, you are a target right there. Right off the bat, people are gonna try to come for you, these muscle you down and take over and run you off your block. And some of them men that got these women out here that are doing services will force you to come work under them and don't pay you right and all that old foolish mess. You know what I'm talking about, sister. You know what I'm talking about, Sister 50. So with that being said, we have to watch out for all of that kind of stuff the same way in churches. You understand what I mean? We have to watch out for that in the church homes too. Because all of them in there use religion to blind people. Not all of the churches, but I'm just saying, a majority of a lot of these churches do use God's words. And by you not knowing his words, you are a sheep led to slaughter. Period. Big dot. You know what I mean? You get victimized because you don't know where you at. You don't know what you're doing. You just out here in these streets. Out here in the streets. Okay? And once they pick up on you, a new person, even some of these young folks out here, guys and girls out here trying to sling some rock, sling a product. You got people out here they call boosters that's trying to sell clothes in a certain area. And if you get some regular boosters that stay in that area all the time hustling their stolen goods, and you a newbie, and you come around trying to do a little something something, they're gonna test your gangster. You know what I mean? They're gonna test your gangster, and that's the same way with a lot of churches, and that's a shame too, because I think people don't realize that when you use God's words in churches to try to manipulate people, you're gonna be in way more trouble than you imagine. What did he say? Hey, Finney, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I see you getting your production going over there. Good. Got a lot of people, huh? Doing good, man. I'm happy for you. Keep it going. She says, that's right. Open yourself to see. Yes, ma'am, to see them words. Thank you, brother, for coming. We're just chatting about, false prophets and stuff, and making sure people understand. And it's not just, it's a lot in the church, but there's a lot of it out here in the road of a lot of things. I done been places where I done went for a job, and people seen that I was new there, and they thought they was gonna come and try to get me to do the dirtier part or the harder work and stuff. But in church, man, that goes to another level, because I know a lot of people get caught up because they think they're doing right, and by them not knowing, they become victims. And this is all a mess. It's all kinds of crazy stuff. And one of these nice women, I forgot her name. She do a little something. We talking about church and stuff, and she had somebody preaching on a church, and it's so sad. Oh my gosh, it's so sad. But they were like a big known church, and good fellowship and everything, but they had abused people that they were keeping in the basement. There was a whole big old scandal and mess behind that. But they had people in the basement that were living, all in feces. And this is not just a gossip and all that. This was a real situation where they had this, regular church going on, and had something different going on in the building, you know? You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, that shows you. This is other people that I'm doing support for. I just turned it up to see what she was saying. Y'all excuse me for that. But yeah, they had people that were down and abused in the basement of a church. Yes, I know you're in Kenya, brother. I'm glad you're having a good time. Happy and whole in your home. I know I got a lot of family from Kenya there. But yeah, I seen that the lady, she put that story up, and it was horrible for them to be having church services above all of these people's heads, and had those people down in the basement being hurt and abused. They said they were living in, feces and all of that down there, and not fed and abused. So whose church is it? So who had them down there? You see what I'm saying? And everybody there was practicing in the church and in worshiping, and you got people down in the basement, the devil in the same building. Well, it wasn't no devil in the same building, because if they're doing that and that, I don't know how the pastor, whoever, look, allegedly with all the stuff, didn't know that was going on in his church. But anyway, there was never no God in there if they had that going on in the church at the same time they were having services. God wasn't there. And I know we know better than that. God was not there. That's not possible. God couldn't have not been there at the same. You know what I'm saying? That's different than out here. But that couldn't have not been something they call a church. You know, I know that God is in the world and the devil is lurking around, but there's no way you can tell me that they were having a true, real service with God in the house, and that going on in the basement, because he don't be around the devil like that. I mean, he knows the devil's in the world, and he shows us the tools to fight the devil, but that not like that. That right there wasn't a real church, is all I'm saying. Truly was not a church. And that right there, that bothered me, because I felt so bad that those people, and they probably were down in the basement, and they were hearing probably all of the good services going on, and you know they down there suffering, and hoping that somebody hear them and save them, and they did get, once it got found out. But I just don't understand, when you're places like this, that you got to try to learn some stuff. You can't just jump up and go somewhere and not pay attention to what you involved in. And I know a lot of people have, even with I noticed too, what they got these shows, like all this stuff, catfish and all that stuff out there, and folks will tend to a total stranger, and support them, and won't even help out people that's serving God for real, for real. Or if you got somebody homeless standing out front of the store, you won't even give them, a penny, but yet you've been supporting somebody for 2 or 3 years that you don't even know is real. And this is a show called Catfish. And it seemed like too, I don't know how to explain it, but it seemed like people are not paying attention to what's going on in the world. Like, there is more stuff that's happening out here than just this stuff. You is anybody paying attention to what's going on with our weather? How that's changed, how the sun ain't shining right no more, how our plants aren't growing, how the air is. And Miss 50, I got a family member that don't play that either. Neither do I. You're just like us when it comes to the germs and all that. You cracked me up, and not in a bad way. It was a good thing, but the way you prepare yourself when you come back in the house, we listen to me. I promise you, we don't play with it at all. I don't bring a stitch of mail, and I'm gonna tell you, honey. I was looking at one day. I was looking at my mailman through my surveillance camera, and he came up on the porch here, and once again, this is a living situation here, with, names are changed to protect the innocent. Let's just keep going anyway. Um, and he, had to go in the bag to get the mail out. Sometimes they have it in their hand already. And I watched how he wiped his nose a few times with his hand. Then he touched the mail in the mailbox. Come on now. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. I could not. I was like, I'm not gonna be touching that mail and all that. So I had to get my gloves on, go out there and clean the mailbox off first, and let that mail air out, and then watch how I open that mail and make sure I threw that envelope standing over a trash can outside when I did tend to it after a couple of days. We don't bring no food in here without cleaning it down. Nothing, nothing, nothing ever, ever, ever. I'm gonna get back to that. Let me holler at you, Mimi. Hey, honey, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Yes, I know. I seen you your video about how didn't I tell you about how many people kids, and thanks for mentioning me that I was talking about that with kids acting the fool. And that stuff that you said how the people was carrying on in the store. I'm telling you, this is people don't understand. These folks are out here like ghetto trash. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep it real. That stuff, that stuff right there, honey. It's bad. And we just went out here a couple of days ago. We had to get our 12 hours out here, working for somebody else. You know how that go. And then we came back. Well, while we were out, we stopped at the store. And honey, let me tell you, and I'm gonna say this, and honey, I'm gonna keep it 100, y'all. I don't even want. I ain't even gonna give nobody no change. We're gonna keep this 100, no change, no coins. 100, a buck 50. Let's put it out there. These people were in the store out of control. Oh my gosh, swearing, cussing. People had on pajamas smelling like butt, all up in the store. I know that's right. These people's in the store because I don't give a damn. Shit, you use up my damn food stamp. Well, then you didn't give me the code to your effing EBT card. Well, I don't give a damn. Too bad. Get the mother effing kids and let's go. All in the store yelling for cross to each other. They cussing. The man got crazy with one of the kids in there. Then there was another couple, a different race of people. That's why, like we were saying, it don't matter what race, nationality, the color you are. If you ghetto like that and trash and don't have no value or self worth, you come out there in the street. These people, this one guy, if you would have heard how this man was cussing his first, my family member, because we had separated. This was another time in the store. She said, she said, man, you should have seen how this woman was cussing her daughter out. But then I seen a man, maybe at 20 minutes later in another area cussing the girl out. And it was a man, a woman, and a boy and a girl. And he was, I'm a Dale puño en la cabeza, puta sucio. All of that. You know what I'm talking about? He cussed this girl out. I think she probably was about 6 years old and she was crying her butt off. And I was looking at how the mother was standing there and the boy was younger and he walked off. And when I got up with my family member, she said that was the same woman. The woman, she described the woman and daughter. The woman had just cussed the daughter out that like that. And then the man did it too in the store, calling a little girl a BIT. Come on, y'all. I said, you know what? This is bad. And the kids, it wasn't acting up this time with this crowd. It was the parents. But then there was somebody with kids screaming, running through the store, running all up under your carriage, running down the aisles. Three little boys ran past me. Didn't know if I was a pervert. I could have took them out the exit side of the garden area if I wanted to be a pervert and snatch somebody up because that's open and there ain't even nobody at the registers over that way. I could have snatched up any one of these kids. They weren't being supervised. And they were yelling and screaming and mira coño, ¿dónde tú vas? Yo lo dice, tú lo quieres cabeza. Dale puño. Vete aquí ahora, yo lo dice. That crowd was yelling. Then these right here, I don't know what they was, but then there was another couple. I'm not even about this SHIT in this SHIT store. I don't give a damn. I don't care. You better get my damn. And I was looking at this girl breaking her neck with her kids looking bad. They looked like they had on some sexed out pajamas. The parents, they trying to run the pajamas. You don't come out the house. I don't give a if you don't got nothing that is clean and that could pass for an outfit. Do not come out the house with a lingerie top on, with your breast showing And it had the kids, and that baby nose was snotty, the other one's shoes was, and I'm serious, the people think folks make up these stories, but these children are really looking like this out in the street. And when we describe this description, this is how they really be looking. These kids was grabbing stuff, and somebody wanted these chips, and you saying you only got $3 left on your debit card, and he got money, but he said he got to get him some smoke, so he ain't spending it. We got to go put stuff back. They got stuff they was handling, slobbing over, touching on. The kids was crying. That little boy was climbing up on the carriage where they started pushing the carriage. They didn't even realize he wasn't with them, but he was under the carriage. Could have got his leg runned over. I was like, damn. And I said, it's so funny because I just seen that. And then Mimi was just talking about, then I just seen it again. It's out of control out here. These folks don't care what they're doing. And just like Miss Lady saying here, Miss 50, me and my family member, we don't, none of us, I promise you, and I'm not bragging, and I'm not, I promise you, I don't want anybody that's in the bushes who's on here or not. I have never stopped wearing my mask nowhere. Listen to me. I don't give a damn if they got the fourth shot, the booty injection, the left shot. Nobody has graduated from COVID college. I am not going out in the streets with these people, and I'm talking about year round. I don't care where I be at because I'm global. I have to change up and leave sometime and be in the country for a couple of months. And one job I can luckily keep because I'm, well, both of them, because I'm doing work as long as I got, internet somewhere. And then if I'm, in the States and I go somewhere physical, I got to set up seasonal so that I can stay out of this mess here that's going on, that folks trying to create for somebody. But I'm going to tell you, the only time, and I promise you, when this thing first hit the C-19, we didn't even go to it was time, when it came around for everybody in my family for their 6 month cleaning. We didn't do it. We did a telehealth with our doctors unless there was something wrong with us, physical, vaginally, penal, whatever, that we needed to go in emergency. We would have definitely went to get ourselves taken care of, but we didn't do any of that. That whole year was ghost unless there was a real severe medical problem. And I felt bad because a friend of mine's son had a very messed up teeth in his mouth, and he was a little old boy, but he had his permanent teeth in, and she had to take him in the middle of this horrible plague, because that's what it is. People don't understand what that means by looking in the Bible. When Moses is trying to free the people and he went to the Pharaoh and said, I'm gonna drop these plagues. You know what he did with the frogs and turned the water into blood, and he still didn't want to listen. We got a long story about that to talk about. But yeah, she had to take her son in right in the heart of COVID. I had so many people that had open heart surgery scheduled and wouldn't go because of COVID. I had certain people that went because of the heart or any other surgeries and did good, and some people died because they got opened up. The hospital wasn't sterilized. You understand what I'm saying? So we let the whole time that first started, and you got to look at what time of the year it started. We didn't do anything that we didn't have to do medical. Anybody coming in our house, we went without ordering food from anywhere, anything that for a long time. And when we started going back out, the only time that I opened up my mouth was for my dental cleaning, and my family members the same way, and for our required annual appointments. And we only took our mask down for the doctor look in your mouth, and that's it. And didn't want to do that and required them to put on a mask. You get what I'm trying to tell you? We never. And I got one family member that's go over extra even more than me, and I hits it. I don't bring nothing in the house. I don't care if the mailman touched the mailbox. They open the door, knock on the door with a package or something. I get out there and clean and disinfect the whole doorknob off. I'm that girl. Yes, I am. My trash can. I don't play with that. That trash can has to be hosed down. I don't care what climate you live in. It winter, snow, spring, whatever. Everywhere I've lived, it has to be clean. And this was before C-19, and C-19 put me in a place where I realized, and y'all know we got to keep this real. I don't know if Miss 50 done this before or not, but I'm gonna tell you, years ago when we used to go in the store, there has been times where folks done opened up stuff for their kids and gave them something to snack on and touch stuff, open up a daggone Sprite soda and don't even know if that soda's clean or not. And what I realized, we have made a lot of mistakes down the line. And what I decided to do with this C-19, not allow it, even with the news, I don't allow this stuff to program me because I am not of the world. I just live in it. You know what I mean? I'm not world. I don't want to be worldly. But I know now that it made us do a little bit of family business that we had been planning on doing. And it kind of not forced us, but it made us look at it a whole lot more than what we did. But other than that, I promise you, you know what I'm talking about, Miss Mimi and Mrs. 50. I promise you. And I'm not judging anybody because I know so many people that that's not vaccinated. That's not my business. You get what I'm saying? That's not my business. And when I'm out in public, just because somebody cough or sneeze, whether I'm masked up or not, even my family member wear gloves in the store. Let's keep it real. But even if they cough or sneeze, I don't jump because a lot of people have asthma, allergies, COPD, so you can't get all crazy every time. I don't want nobody sneezing on me or nothing like that, but I'm just saying I'm not going to behave that way. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not going to allow the world to program me where I can't even get out here and function because I'm too scared. But I promise you one thing. God hasn't told me to take off my mask. And I got millions of people that I deal with, through not millions, but a lot of people on YT and throughout life. And I don't judge none of them that go without their mask at all. I promise you, it ain't none of my business. But I will not, and we do not, take our mask off at all. Yes, and you know the thing is, I'm gonna be honest with you. People have taken risks, and this ain't no judge thing. You get what I'm trying to tell you? This ain't no judgy judge thing. This is just me just saying what I feel for my health. And honestly, I'm waiting for God. God ain't told me. I promise you, this is why I'm doing it. I promise you. These folks, and like I said, with my mailman person, this person was dealing with some stuff here. This person was wiping their nose and see with my camera I can my surveillance I can speak through it, talk through it, all of that, and I could pull it up close and see, zoom in and see his hand was a little moist when he rubbed across. You know how when people wipe their nose, a lot of kids do it mostly now, but with their sleeve or their hand, he did it with his hand, and I'm like, uh-uh, uh-uh. She said, yes, I see in a regular. Yes, Mimi, you know what I'm talking about. Basket down. Yep, I got all that. I got videos of me wiping that basket down, and I keep my sanitizer. I'm gonna tell you, y'all, between me using hand sanitizer and all this paperwork that I do, my hands look like the cement, white cement, and I'm not gonna stop. You understand what I'm trying to say? I am not going to stop. I am not going to stop because I know that this stuff is contagious, and a lot of times people don't pay attention to, when you have that the flu, when it's that season. A lot of times people don't realize that when you go and get vaccinated from the flu, sometime before the flu season is over, that flu has mutated into something different. Then you got to go back and get another shot because the shot you just got 3 months ago ain't immune against. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna protect you. You know what I mean? And then also back when they used to do the flu shots, they used to use live bait. Now they use dead bait. But either way, I know so many people that do get the flu shot, and they have to plan to take their vacation time so that they know, because they know they're gonna be sick and bedridden. So with that being said, the flu has been a bad killer out here. And a lot of people ignored, the flu a lot and act like it wasn't nothing. And the thing is, they keep saying about with C-19, it is the flu on steroids. It's the flu on steroids, and that's all we keep having. Every time we turn around, we got a new flu, and it's deadlier and deadlier and deadlier. And people don't pay attention to none of that. They just keep on popping around, not trying to, and this is a perfect. I don't know if you guys remember, you and Miss 50. I don't know if anybody else hanging around in the background or not, but do y'all ever remember that movie? Wait a minute, let me see what she said. I'm gonna tell you something, honey. Let me tell you something. I promise you, Mr. Lynn, I know exactly what you're talking about. Way back, I want to go some years back. I'm gonna tell you, I learned something some years back. I had started him checking into, and I want to say this, and please, Lord, don't let nobody misunderstand me. I'm not coming from a racial profile or anything like that. Maybe I shouldn't say the race because I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. But these people were people that like to go and have a delicacy, something delicate. And what they were doing was they go to a place and they're allowed to eat monkey brains while the monkey is still alive. I looked at this. I looked at this, but what I looked at it for is because what the title was, it wasn't about that. It was about something else, but they showed that. And I learned about this virus way before it got here, the way they let, by the time the CDC let us know anything about it. I had already seen this coming. I promise you. I've been telling people, and every time I speak to people, people look at me like I'm crazy. But when I was coming up, people called me an old soul. And when I used to say stuff, folks didn't ever want to believe you. I'm not talking about no psychic. I don't believe in none of that. I believe there's demonic spirits and things like that, but I don't want all that or too much of that cush cush. You got to watch out for people rubbing their bad juju off on you. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, if you don't know if you're dealing with something that you really can listen to, hear, believe, and need to know, you better watch out because people be putting a damn curse on you. Somebody can bring you a damn, come from, I'll break the quiche for you. Oh, I baked some biscuits for you and got you set up. Got you set up and curse that damn food. You better watch it. I believe in that. I'm gonna tell you that. But I don't like to get too crazy. Am I gonna get a house? Do you see me with 7 husbands? All that. I'm not with none of that. But what I will say is that I learned about something was coming here a long time ago because I started looking at stuff. And when I was saying it, mostly everybody that I talk to, I say out of 10 people, I may have had 2 people that understood where I was coming from. I looked at them being the travelers, the walkers, the believers, and understand what's in the Bible. Stuff has come to pass. Do you understand what I'm saying? God will make old things new again. I seen this stuff coming, and I kept telling folks, I've been noticing, I got different places that I live at and planting things. And I noticed that, certain, state that I was in, that my perennials, I started off with little things like that, like my perennials are not growing back properly. Also, we started, nobody was paying attention. We had snow for Easter in an area where it shouldn't have been snow when we was in that state at that time. I'm looking how the sun don't shine right, the moon looking crazy, and this was way before C19. These are the things telling you what's coming to pass. You understand what I'm saying? And when I talk about it on my travels, I only meet a few people that understand where I'm coming from, like the woman that mailed you the mask in 2019 is what I'm talking about. That kind of stuff like that. I foresee these things. I promise you. I promise you, something wasn't right. And I'm looking at it now, y'all. Please look at the stuff we got. All of this stuff, like you go, and I'm not disrespecting nobody or trying to act like I'm all that or mighty and all that, because I'm still in mess myself. But I promise you, all of this stuff was saying something to me way back. I've always had that, and it bothered me because it's been a lot of weight to carry. But I realized that you got to use this for the positive if you're lucky enough to have a certain insight about things. And I was like that when I was a child. They used to always call me an old soul. I promise you. And I used to know all kinds of stuff that's going on with stuff that I shouldn't know about for my age. And then there was some stuff that I wish I known for my age, different ages from being young, a grown woman fool. Because I didn't have it all down. Because it's obvious. Look here, look here. You know what I mean? You don't get everything, but I'm telling you, I always had some things like that, and I had started telling people. I don't even know a long, probably maybe 5 years or more, and here and there throughout my life, going way back 2010 and all that different stuff. Something ain't right here. Something ain't right here. I don't understand. Wait, 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 wait. And then I started looking at the sky, the moon. Hello, Kiara Creations. How you doing, my dear? I hope you had an awesome Christmas. Thank you so much for stopping by. We just talking about a whole bunch of life, real talk. Ain't no sugar coating over here. Ain't nobody getting no pacifier, no milk. Ain't nobody being breastfed. This is the steak. You know what I mean? The meat and potatoes of the world. And I just started seeing little stuff like that, and I would say stuff, and nobody would listen to me. And I kept, saying different stuff here and there. And even now, if you go in here, she said, "Yes, I love it. No sugar coats. You got, girl. You know what it is. You know what I'm talking about. Let's stop playing with it, y'all. Let's hustle and flow. Come on now. We have to. This is not a game, y'all. Y'all sit here and we act like a fool and play the game and hide all up under the covers. We used to do that when we was little, and then your butt be still scared, then trying to hide because the boogeyman will come up under there. You know what I'm talking about. Let's be real about it. Come on now. Come on. You know, and I would say different stuff about different things. And then I started looking, and I had a family member. because they like to, do a lot of pictures and things. And they were, saying, look at, don't you notice that? And then I kept saying, do you ever notice how the sun feels different? Even people don't understand where I'm coming from. Like with me, by me, being, when I say I'm global, I'm not saying it just because of the situation that I got going in my life that doesn't allow me on camera. But for real, I study my people. You understand what I mean? And I've been where my people live and live. I don't walk down the street with goats. I know how to dig out an outhouse. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Real talking. This wasn't, oh, y'all poor and y'all had no, not just that. That's what was available at certain times in life. That was a good situation to be in because less was more then. But I noticed that when I was doing these different types of stuff, I could tell something is wrong here. Even when you got to look at it for what it's worth. I got a video that I made a long time ago that I need to put up, but I realized the different sun that hits me from when I'm in Jamaica than American sun. Do you understand? Being in America, I realized what kind of sun when yo voy para Puerto Rico, pues lo sabe que yo lo dice. You know what I'm saying? I know that. You understand? I know the difference of when I'm eating some food when I'm right up in Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or wherever I travel, that real bloodline in the family. Now, oh, I grew up next to somebody Spanish. Yeah, we know. No, 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 no. Yo hable mucho stuff. Oh my gosh, don't let me start. Anyway, let me stop because I'm going to go into one language completely and just mess up talking about what I'm talking. I'm not saying it to be rude to y'all, but I keep saying this different stuff when I was little. When I came back one time, well not one time, several times from going to yard, I had liver spots on my back because my change and people looked at me and said, "Are you been sick? Are you all right?" But it wasn't no sickness. It was because I changed from living in that climate so long. The sun don't beat here the same way it do there. And then the same thing like in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? The sun is different. The food is different. And any food that you get, obviously, if you get it fresh, even we buy a lot of canned processed stuff. There's something happening there. We buy stuff that's fresh from the farm. All of that homegrown stuff is more better. That's why the people that's a lot older than us, they're Tonka built. I'm not saying run to get a cheap toy from the Dollar Tree and then buying the actual name brand Tonka. These people are Tonka built because they come from the earth, more natural than what we provide and have now. You know what I mean? She says it's the Rruk. She back then to stay out of the stores. Yes, yes. So I gotta get myself in. Yes, stuff and leave. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Miss Lady. Yeah, what's up? It's ready. It's not fully finished, but I have one thing done. I just want to see if you like. Okay, give me 1 second and then I'll come right up there. But but yeah, and see that's what we were saying too. Is something, and you know what? If you study the Bible the right way too, like how the lady told you, Miss 50, you will be able to understand and have the discernment that something's going on. And see, she had that, and I kept trying to tell people to watch. The stuff is be happening, and to watch out when you go to different. Just like a lot of people were saying, well, we over here, talking to family. In Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and different parts of the world, Europe, and they're saying stuff. Oh no, y'all, that's some stuff over in America, or that's some stuff. No, listen to me. Virus don't roll like that. You understand what I'm saying? We may have a Kmart here, and you may not in Houston. That's not the same thing. Hello, hello. That's not what we're talking about. Viruses travel different. Viruses are global. Do you understand what I'm talking about? And when you have somebody that tell you something because they know something, and a lot of people know something you don't know, and you're gonna always meet somebody that knows something you don't know. Food is definitely not the same. No, it's not, Kiara. Listen to me. Oh my gosh. I tried to even. You know how you tried to go name brand, get some name brand Twinkies. Just saying, I'm just being silly. I know we talking about sweets and we got meat and stuff that ain't coming off right, but some name brand Twinkies don't taste right like they used to. And I'm not talking about necessarily expectation of something to taste, how old I am now to taste like it was when I was 5. That's not what I'm saying. The product ain't right, y'all. There's stuff being affected all throughout the world that people are ignoring. And what did 50 say? Wait a minute. She said, I do understand some of these things that you are saying about I notice a little in sex that is supposed to be. Yes, Mimi, you're right. You're right. That's what I'm talking about, Mimi. Yes, yes, ma'am. Look, please look, seek, and find. And the food is way off, Kiara. But then listen. Oh my gosh. You said filet mignon or pay mignon. Come on. I done bought some steak, yo, and spent some good money for it. And it was like rubber. I'd had some cheese just jumped out the frying pan, separated from the sandwich. Craft a few times. Come on. I'm for real. I ain't even playing with it. Look and seek. And what she said, yes, the sun and moon out here. The same night was good and cold and around the world. Seen that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I even remember in the state where they did, they didn't have, up in Mass, they didn't have no tornadoes, and they had a tornado one year. Stuff is spreading wide and deep out here. Do you understand what I'm saying? And people are running around here acting like they ain't paying attention to stuff. People are making up their own Bible, making up all these fake church houses and all this stuff. Y'all better wake up, smell the coffee before it gets thrown on you. You got to watch what's going on. I'm telling you, I can tell when something's going down. I be looking at people, and I promise you, I don't walk around here and placate, disrespect nobody, think I'm too big for my britches or that I'm over somebody, but I promise you, I see it. I remember one of my family members had a friend, and I promise you, I don't say this often, and I don't mean it in the kind of negative way, but they had a friend that they was with, and when they brought that friend around, I knew right there that that boy was a problem. I knew that, and I promise you, they drug that person right to hell with them too. The person that I told to stop hanging around them, that this ain't the right stuff. I vibed from day one. Do you understand what I'm telling you? And that young man, it was back when I met him, was a young boy, a little boy, and I knew what he was before he even got around to where everybody else seen it. I already knew. I already do. I read his cover. I read the cover of the book, and then I looked in the book. All the way to the back page. I looked at the fine print, and I knew what that person was, and they turned out to be every bit of evil, like I said, and brought this person on a hell of a ride and messed their life up. And that person that was the evil one is in jail to this day. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna go. You in the shower? Oh, okay. But yeah, and I learned that, not just seeing that, you can see that demon rising up in these people. I've also seen like she was saying, how the grass ain't looking right. The color of the grass is not right. The clouds are looking crazy. It's something there. It's something there. What Kiara saying? She said, like, yes, we're in the last days. People didn't believe Jesus. Yes, yes. And that's what's going on. See, this is, you know what? I told people that stay ready so you don't have to get ready. This is hitting. See, people don't understand. First of all, anytime when we have politics blooming, it may open up a few eyes, and that's when things show themselves a little bit more. But if you have that sixth sense in you, yeah, that's God anyway. When you have that, you foresee this is going down, y'all. People don't understand. This is not the promised land. He's coming with wages. He's coming to rapture. This is going down. People got to wake up. Ain't nobody talking about tomorrow and 5 minutes from now. Be ready. Stay ready. And if you can't convince who you love, I don't give a damn who it is. Mama, aunt, grown sons, aunt, cousin, sister, whoever. If they ain't coming, they ain't coming. Do you understand what happened with Sarah and Lot? Come on now, over in Solomon and Gomorrah. Come on, let's stop playing with this. You know what I mean? What's going on? Nobody's paying attention. They're not listening. Everybody's all about the fast and the furious. I want to be slow and steady. You know what I mean? Slow and steady. I don't want to play the game. I don't want to get nowhere too fast. I don't want to be lost in the sauce. I don't want to be loved by everybody. I just want to be loved. I ain't got time to play these games. And people that are living all crazy, caught up with folks doing all this mayhem, and you think you can keep jumping in and out, riding with them. Yes, pray for discernment. I promise you. I mean, I'm not the one. I'm telling you, I got myself here, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I realized that when you ride the bus, somebody may get off at every stop. And then once you look around, you realize the bus driver ain't there no more, and neither are the other passengers, because they ain't going where you going. Could be hell. Better know yourself too. That's why we don't judge nobody. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. That's right. You get separated for a reason. Want me to say something? Oh yeah. Okay. 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 I said okay. Oh, I got this open, the live. Yeah. I know I know where I want to end up at. And I keep trying to tell people. Okay, it looks like she's talking. Oh, look at her pointed. Her fingers are really pointed. Oh, make it so that it loops longer, but yeah, that's just she's moving. That's good. Is that good? Yes, because it looks like she's having a conversation. Okay. Definitely. So I'm gonna do something similar for all these guys. So it looked like we're all talking to each other, right? Yeah. I love it. So just making sure nothing you'd want to change with that. Nope, because that's only amount, only ways they can move, right? But don't that look good like she's talking? And if everybody else is doing it, look like they're all having a conversation, right? Yep. Well, that's good. Okay. Just making sure. No, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I don't want you to have to put too much in my illiterate computer self. Remember, I told you now. I appreciate the help, but I don't want you because I know you working here from home too to be doing too much for me and got your own stuff to do. Yes. What's she saying? Okay. Yes, you got to be separate. And see, the whole thing is what you may not realize. You may and see. And when I say that about the blood situation, you may be sitting on this bus. But what I want to honestly say when I say that about this bus part is that we got a couple of ways that this can go. You get what I mean? And it's only two of them. You may be sitting on this bus and you may be thinking, wait a minute, when I got on the bus, you know what I'm saying? There was about 20 people on the bus, and now everybody's gone and the driver's gone. Do you know that you're going to hell by yourself, or do you know that you being saved and they ain't going to heaven? Think about it. Because a lot of times we be trying to, and I know this ain't necessary else here, but I'm just keeping it real. We be thinking we doing right. And so down the street is out here hoeing and selling drugs and got their kids taken and they ain't gonna make it in heaven. But see me, I'm super Christian, so I can fly. I got this, and you the one it ain't happening for. Tell my family right now they all mad at me because honey, Mimi, let me tell you something. Listen to me, let me tell you something. Many are called, Mimi, and few are chosen. You get what I'm trying to tell you? That right there, what you talking about right there, when it comes to some gutter mess, he said, yep, separating the wheat. Yes, yes, ma'am, Kiara, yes, ma'am. Wow, fabulous. I've had a dream like this before. It was years ago and it was so vivid. I remember it. You see what I'm talking about? How, and I keep telling people before I finish this, I'm sorry, Mimi, but I keep trying to tell people that you got to look at this. This is a divine connection. You understand? Me and a woman I didn't had church anywhere. I'm having church right now, I feel, to be honest with you. And you got to look at it. We all may be a brother from another mother, a sister from another mister. We all are actually strangers, but we all are related. And what is bringing us together right now in this chat is a spiritual connection because we're not around each other physically. We're not just connecting by words. Our mind has to produce words. Our soul is speaking to God, pouring out this stuff. You understand what I mean? And that what she talking about with family, honey. Let me tell you something, Mimi. We're gonna write a book, okay? Because I'm gonna tell you, blood ain't always thicker than water. I done chopped the heads off. It's a wrap, and it's a whole lot of reasons for the rap. And the reason why I don't elaborate on as much as I'd like to is because I got some folks that's running around here with some pitchforks and ain't nobody finna poke me. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm doing what God tells me to do, and that's the reason why I'm not on camera. And I would love to elaborate with you more on that because I'm the queen. You understand what I mean? And I don't mean no queen of riches and wealth and all that type of stuff like that. But when it comes to that family stuff, honey, let me tell you something. Listen, it ain't what it is all the time. It is not what it is. And I keep trying to say, when I say that, a lot of people don't understand. And in the Bible, it says, honor thy mother and thy father. But what if your father been raping you your whole life? Do what with him? If you want to, or not, what? It depends on what kind of forgiveness we talking about. See, people don't understand. You can love people from a distance. You can have a few kids and love them and don't like their personality. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be transparent. You understand? Some people you have to love from a distance. They can't be in your life. They can't be in your space. They're poison. They're toxic. Yeah, it could be mama. Yeah, mama ain't nobody perfect. It could be mama. It could be their own damn son that you done breastfed and they done got up to 14 and the devil's using him to hurt you. You got to know how to deal with it. It could be in your own house. Your damn man that you in love with and got kids with and thought y'all had it all going on and he been in there plugging your damn 4-year-old son for the last 3 months and you sitting there stupid like you don't know what's going on because you afraid to let it go. Come on. This ain't happening to other people. We the people. We the people. What do you mean? Better wake up and stop acting a fool out here. She said, "Oh yes, don't let him say it, honey, say it. You know what I'm talking about, Kiara. Y'all all know. You know what I'm talking. That family mess, honey. I'm gonna tell you something, and I ask God to forgive me because I know that these people are your family. But honey, look at y'all. My family ain't done nothing to me. So why I got to put up with them because somebody didn't came out somebody's womb is rotten. That's the case, if that's the case, you get what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Mimi. She said, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." You know what I'm talking about. These fools. This is not it. See, people don't understand. If you let's put it this way: if you can say that a woman, and a man can adopt a child and love it as if they used her eggs and his fluid to produce that child, then you know that you can come from some family that had you out their body, the couple, and you're their biological child, and their dog walked the hell out of you. You know what I'm talking about. This is crazy. Yes, right. You can forgive because see, and you know what I want to say, y'all. I'm queen of rephrasing quotes. Like how people say like forgiveness is for you. I don't feel that way. I feel that forgiveness, just like how Kiara is saying, you forgive. But I feel that forgiveness is for you, Kiara, for me, and whoever else, so that we don't carry a burden and have any kind of hate or animosity in our heart. But at the same time, the people that you forgive, they need that too, because I know that I've done stuff to people, whether it was something, just simple. And then when I told them that I was sorry and they said that they forgive me, that I needed that. Yeah, yeah. So it's for both people. But these perverts and all of these people out here, man, this is somebody finna get this. Somebody about to get knocked over. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And thank you, Miss 50. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Lynn. Because I'm trying, I promise you, this stuff is not a joke. Just because, and this is sad, but just because this person is your mother, you got to understand this. And we don't pay attention to this in the world. How in the hell you can sit here, and I'm being raw, excuse my language. I'm just using that as a word, not represent, because everybody always say, oh, double E hockey sticks. That's when I say damn, is it damn a swear a river? A river dam. When I say this, people, how you doing? Oh, I am very gay today. Oh, I didn't know that was your orientation. Why do you people just go there? You get what I'm saying? People always like to assume the negative. She said, yes, they do. Plus, God doesn't use that. Yes, yes, and hate in our hearts. That's what I'm trying to say. People don't understand. Like, and I'm gonna sit here and y'all give me a synopsis of what y'all feel. I'm sitting here, right? And I'm looking at, just say I'm looking at the news, and they said, this man has been arrested. He's raped three teenagers, and he has been known, but in the past he's never got caught. But he's raped three teenagers. So I'm gonna ask y'all a question now. This man that done raped three teenagers, how do y'all feel about this man? If you know he done raped some children, because even though they're teenagers, they're still kids. I don't care if you're 80 years old, 12, 6, anybody rape you and harm you. How do people feel about somebody doing that atrocity towards somebody? But guess what? Let me see what she said. She said, I need to have a one on one with you, Miss Rruk. It's my father. Yes, Mimi, listen to me. Honey, let me tell you something. In the name of Jesus, I am glad that you got away from them folks, because I'm telling you, it don't have nothing to do with who you related to. That's not what you understand what I'm saying. You can have a child and your body delivered a baby, but it takes a hell of a woman to be a damn mother, not just a mother, a mommy. A man can contribute his fluid, but it takes a lot to be a father and a dad. There's two different things than daddy. Mama's maybe, daddy's baby. That don't mean that these people, they're just a vessel that delivered you, but that don't mean they're gonna be good people. And as I was saying, you could see somebody on the news and you can talk to me anytime you want, Mimi. She said, I can pray for you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can see somebody on the news and you say, well, that man raped three kids. Okay, well, think about this. Now let's get real serious. And yet we all know this man that did the rape that we know need to go to jail. Some people would kill his ass. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's be real. Somebody just kill him. You get the wrong person. You understand what I'm saying? This man that did this rape, he is somebody's father. He's somebody's son, cousin, brother, uncle. What if that's your parent? You see what I'm saying? People are not listening to that. It ain't just about, you can forgive somebody, but you don't have to have nothing to do with them. And it don't mean that you don't forgive them to let that burden off of you. You don't have to do that. That's not what God, even when in the Bible it says turn the other cheek. You do not have to stay up under somebody that's doing that type of stuff. I'm telling you, honey, if I tell you some stuff, oh my goodness. And girl, this is disgusting. Your own mother. Do you know how many women? And I remember when we were younger, there used to be these three brothers, but the sister never came outside. And we always asked them, why she can't come out? And they always had all kinds of excuses. But I could tell the way the boys was talking, the brothers, they were saying what the father gave them a script to say. But everybody in the house really knew what was going on. And this man, had a relationship with his wife. I mean, with his daughter. And his wife knew it too, but she never done anything about it. She let that go on and on. And as far as I know, we started getting teenagers before, they moved away, but it never stopped. It never stopped. And the mother knew what was going on. And we're going to we're going to swing an epi right quick on what we talking about. What the hell was the movie Precious about? What was that? What the movie Precious was about? Do you know how many women that are like this out in the world that sit up here and want to keep a man and they know since he's a damn pervert, they got to let him do that to be able to keep him in their life. This man is laying in the bed flipping from you and his infant daughter. I'm trying to remember if this man was Precious' biological father. I know that she ended up getting pregnant by this man, but I don't remember for sure. If we're gonna talk, we're gonna tiptoe through the tulips, and then we're gonna remember every rose has a thorn. I'm telling you that right there, that type of stuff. Do you know how many women that I have seen and been around and known that said that it was their daughter's fault? How in the heck is an infant baby that you got that's crying in their crib and you bring them to the bed with you and you saying your husband's is turning and giving them attention and not you and this sexual tension? What the hell is wrong with you? And I'm gonna tell you something. She's sick. She was sick. They played that movie good, but she was a sick woman. But you know what? There's many of them like that that continuously keep kids around. I remember this girl telling me about this man that was a pervert from when she was a child. And I promise you, when I first seen the man, I couldn't, I didn't get nothing. But when he turned around, I got a vibe from him, but I realized he fit the description of this man from back 20 years ago. And guess what he was surrounded with? Children, kids. Yes, that movie Precious is hard. It's hell. But you know what? It's going on today, right now. Everybody is hiding little skeletons in their closet. And what I don't understand though, with women, other than being sick themselves, how can you not understand? I mean, how can you keep that and say, yes, ma'am, yes, Miss Lynn, yes. How can you, them enablers, how can you sit up there? Do you know? Listen to me. I'm gonna tell you this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. And I got a few videos up there too. Somebody watched my video and then they started saying, "Oh yeah, that's a nice store." And I can no disrespect, but I don't think they really watched the video because the video was about work that I've done. Do you know what it's like to go and and I said this before, and I'm trying to talk where I don't let the cat out the bag of my business. Not my business, like far as me saying anything about myself, but that I'm not saying anything for anybody to recognize me because I could have somebody that I have some paperwork against as one of my subscribers, as far as I know. But I tell you this: do you know what it's like to be able to go and have kids that you got to take somewhere because they're not safe, and you pull back the pamper of a 1 year old child and she's ripped from hole to hole? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Hello, hello, anybody in there? Do you know what that is? Uh-uh, uh-uh, uh-uh. I know that way. And they sit up there and they act like that stuff is okay. You know what I mean? And with me, I have worked services like that to where we've had. I remember one person that was enrolling her, and it disgusted me because I was one of the ones that had to bust this wide open because it came to me. I was the one that had to work with this family, and the woman was trying to enroll her granddaughter into a program and into a daycare, right? So I'm helping her. Yep, I'm helping her with her teen daughter. And what I didn't realize, what's the matter? Oh, I didn't realize. with the teen daughter. Okay, now the teen daughter, this girl was like what? I say tween because she was just about to turn 13. Because she had already had a baby that was a couple of months old and she was pregnant again. So we're dealing with this stuff here where, this program that I, help these people get, get themselves together. And what I didn't realize is that the two men, one man was the girl's supposedly biological father, which that turned out not to be her father, and the other man was Uncle Peter. You know what I'm trying to tell you? And come to find out, Uncle Peter was he was oh my goodness, he was the father of her child that I was helping her to get help with, and he was the father of the baby that she was pregnant by. The mother is allowing her daughter that was barely 13 to have a relationship with her boyfriend's, which is not the girl's biological father, but her mother's boyfriend, best friend that was over 35 years old, have a relationship with that girl and said that was okay. Do you know what that is like? All of that stuff right there is sick. She said, I can't pray for you from over here. Amen. Yes, ma'am. You have to. We have to do better than this. And I've had so many kids, to look at that. You understand what I mean? Or to process a child that has been hurt in that way and to see them split tail, got herpes now, HIV positive, and you're only 1 years old. You understand what I mean? And not to mention a lot of physical abuse and lacerations and stuff. And it's hard to do that kind of work and then try to get out here in the world because people want to come for you, especially if you run into people that you had to do stuff like that with, remove people from their home, whether it's elderly, handicapped, or baby or kids being abused. And then you go live in your regular life and you go to a restaurant one day and you see a third party person that was in the courthouse when you had to deal with this case. You understand? Then they want to come try to swing at you and they watch you walk in the building because they remember you was a witness the last time they had. I'm just telling you, this is some of the stuff why I'm not on, clink clink, and then some personal stuff as well. But I'm telling you, this stuff right here, this is crazy. I don't understand how can people let this go. And God, please have mercy. I'm trying to tell you. And I don't understand. And what I don't get, do you know how many cases that I've seen here and dealt with that people are and I got a stories up here where a brother and sister, y'all probably done never seen it, but this is an old video that I put up years ago. A brother and sister, they were teenagers and they were afraid to tell their mother that, she was afraid to tell her mother that she was pregnant. So her and the brother, they're asking me because these are some, some clients and stuff that I dealt with. I said, well, maybe he can tell, your parents for you. And she said, no, because I'm pregnant by my brother. You listen to me. Listen, hello, hello. Okay? This is what we got. Nah, I couldn't do it. Nah, nah. I'm gonna tell you something. This is once again, it does say in the Bible, honor thy mother and father, but you gotta remember, you gotta read further than that. You gotta read further because if you got them kind like that, honey, I ain't trying to be funny. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. There's a lot of stuff that's not going to keep us from going to heaven. That if you go to the wrong church and listen to the wrong preachers, gonna make you feel that there's nothing that you can do. And when you look in the Bible, God's word is different than man. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff that you don't have to put up with just because you sanctified and filled with the Holy Ghost. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people that I know that are real Christians, or they've been able to fool me. I say it like that. They'll tell you some stuff, the right stuff. That's a creature, that's an animal, that's beast. And then I got people that I have dealt with, young girls and boys that have been forced to have some type of relationship with bestiality. Do you know what a child feels like if they were forced into something like that by these sick families? I'm telling you, I done been there, y'all, with the work. I'm tell you, I done traveled to many places that you have children that have been forced to do stuff because they're with their freaky parents or they've been sold out, pimped out. You know what I'm saying? And this stuff right here is just the tip of the iceberg of a million things I could tell y'all. And I had to learn how to be able to be human and do these types of things, this work, to be able to sustain it because somebody got to help them. And I don't know what happened with me to be able to have the heart to do all this kind of stuff. I used to help out a lot of runaway girls and stuff like that, but to be able to deal with that stuff, it takes something out of you. but God will replace it with something good. You understand what I'm saying? As they say, beauty, he will give you beauty for ashes. And that's why I always say too, when people talk about deaths and stuff, I always say, when they say at a funeral, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, but God will give you beauty for your ashes. Do you understand? You ain't there no more. You get what I mean? And there's some stuff that I process about death that I want to talk to you guys about one day here too. She said, "Wow, oh my God, I seen that girl." Yeah, you know what's going on. Look at. That's that type of stuff like that. And who's doing it? Who's doing it? They had a real nasty situation where this man had a farm, and he had a man that paid him to allow. Huh? Okay. He had a It's got to be in here then. If you said you remember bringing it in. He said that he well this man he didn't say this was something that was serious, a serious case that was reported, but he had paid the farmer to allow him to have, you know I want to say it right, so I won't be talking too fresh on here to y'all. But he had paid this farmer for him to allow the horse to do some things to him. And I'm gonna tell you, that man ended up going home dying. You get what I'm trying to tell you? He died. The man died. He wanted to have a horse run up on him. And you already know with them creatures, you don't play that. So a video was going around, and she was underage, and I thought she could be forced. Yes, probably so, Kiara. Probably so. Nothing new under the sun. Is crazy. And you know what? It's getting worse and worse out here. And people are doing more and more of that kind of stuff like that. And I want to tell you, I don't know if you guys had heard about the guy with them. It was with that subway thing. The guy that started doing the subways. I think it was. I don't know if they were twins or not, but it was two brothers that was doing. They took over doing the stuff for the subway grinders. It was sponsored to do it or whatever. But one of the brothers right now is in jail for being a pedophile, messing with underage kids, and then they also connected his perverted friend. That the friend and him, they found tape of them with animals, and this guy's all up on the, making commercials, making all this money from Subway, and all the while he was living a double life, soliciting kids and everything, and doing all kinds of, perverted and pedophilia stuff out here. The guy from the one, I don't know if y'all remember, I forgot their names. You remember them names of guys from Subway? But it was two brothers. I don't even know if they were twins, but their story was based off of them losing weight from yeah, from eating the Subway food. And they I mean, he struck it rich, but he was a pedophile. And then the friend that he was with that helped him, get young girls, 13 and 14 years old. His friend was a pedophile. The friend and the girlfriend were pedophiles, and they also had that bestiality thing going with animals, freaks. But they're up in front of you, and the subway dude too. He had a wife and kids, and was doing that out here with prostitutes. And you know how bad that is when you're in a relationship with somebody and they're out here screwing around on you with any and everybody. How sick you? Yes, Jared, that one. Because wasn't it two brothers that started off doing it? And was Jared the one? Just he said, "Oh my God, I seen that on Netflix." Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That guy, that was nasty, wasn't it, Kiara? Oh my gosh. And he was out here like everybody thought he was such a good guy and all that, and come to find out. Now they didn't say with him with the animals, but everything else he did just was just as bad, if you ask me. But he was out here, and they were messing with minor girls. Can't find it, huh? Do you remember bringing it in though? I gotta break it down for you. And I was thinking about that, and I said to myself, what in the heck is going on here? God, excuse me, but I'm doing some house stuff. Normally when I'm doing the YT, y'all, I be working on my work from home computer, but I am off the clock now, so I'm just doing my regular house stuff. So that's why I got in that pen comment noise slash silent chat like 50 million things because I'm turning up over here, y'all. But yeah, that guy was a perv. That guy was a perv. And he wasn't just, even with his life, if he was the one that, he was like, he wasn't doing those commercials like just, because of, just to be doing it. He was doing it trying to act like he was the wholesome golden boy next door type of thing. Which, whatever he want to do with his personal life is his business. But if you was molesting kids and stuff, all that, and I mean he was getting girls. He was getting them to bring him girls underage and all that kind of stuff like that because he was a pedophile and he was going traveling around to different states and stuff and that one of them friends was helping him get underage girls and he was being involved. I think one of the youngest girls, I don't know if she was 11 or 14. They were young girls. And like I said, he tried to maintain this false image, and he kept a whole lot of he kept a relationship like he had a wife and a girlfriend and some kids during a lot of this, and but he was still out there doing that. That's why I said, money ain't covering up nothing. And I keep saying too, no disrespect, but if you look at, and we're gonna go into this allegedly real quick here too. Allegedly with P. Diddy. Now we know what the stuff with Cassie had to be real because she won the case. But allegedly with P. Diddy, you see the stuff going on with him? What's going on with him now? You know how many people that's been running behind this man and admiring him for years? Do you think they want to be him now? You think they want to be him now? See, they ride with you when you're having fun, but see, when the ish hit the fan, ain't nobody want to be bothered with you. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I ain't never liked him myself anyway because I could tell what he was from way back. He's a user and a taker and a manipulator. I already knew what he was. I didn't know he was that bad. But when I heard about what he's recently done with Cassie and other things, and look, allegedly, even though she won the case and they had, proof and evidence, I wasn't shocked. I wasn't shocked about that. And the thing I keep saying as I talk with all of us different women and men and people about the stuff out here in the world, why? What's going on? And it's not to judge women. Because I'm telling you, some of these women just think just because your body did a thing and delivered a baby does not make you a real parent. But I just don't understand how all of this goes down with these parents other than some of them are pimping their kids out for fame and for money. But how can you let your just because, and I'm gonna say this again, and I've talked about this before, no shade, real talk. How the hell are you gonna go to Michael Jackson's house, right? Y'all invited there. I don't know how many other parents, but the one boy that won the case against Michael Jackson, they said that, allegedly, that the mother said, one of the mothers said, the one that won the case, she said that her when they went to Michael Jackson's house, he had her sleep in a room down, she was down the, quarters from his room. But what grown person do you know is going to allow their child to sleep in the bedroom with a grown man? Who would want? Who would want that? How is that normal? How is that okay that your child is sleeping in the bed with a grown man? Hey sis, thank you. You get what I'm saying? I didn't understand that. Yes, she said Herman and Sherman. Yeah, how would you? So what we're gonna keep it real here. What you do? What about what Michael Jackson look allegedly? Okay, you know the music and the money, but you don't know the man. This is why you let it happen. Your child might have been a fan of him because he's a dancer and all that, but you knew the music and the money and not the man. And let's go into it a little bit. Look at her. She said, me neither. I wasn't shocked at all. Yes, those rich and famous people. So yes. How are you let's say it again here. Allegedly, but this was said and way back. Usher's mother said that she had got on P. Diddy because P. Diddy had done, was doing something fresh towards him. And she said, I spoke to him. This is what she said because they had an interview with her long years ago, back when Usher was a teenager. She said that, I guess he told her that, P. Diddy, I told you, allegedly was doing something to him. and she said, I spoke to him and I cleared that up. Now this is Usher's mother, allegedly, and she let him go live with P. Diddy after that for a year. What are we talking about here, people? Just think about that. Does that sound right to you? Do you think that even if you're in your own house, where was it? Oh, okay. Do you oh, you didn't look good. That's why I said I was gonna come up there and tear it down. But you think about it. You mean to tell me right now you got just say your own two kids in the house, boy, girl, whatever you have, and one sibling said the other one touched them that way. Now we know that sometimes kids horse around and they don't know no better. But if you're saying something, if your child said to you something detrimental, okay, happened to them, well, what you saying happened? They just say it's two brothers. One's 14, one's 5, and the 5-year-old said the big brother the big brother made him put his mouth on his private. You honestly feel? She said, "Ain't no way." You understand what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Bert? How you doing? I know you have. You're doing it, moving. It's all good. Yep, getting it taken care of, honey. Live your best life. I know that's right. So, so you just think about it. If that happened in your house, do you honestly think now you got two kids, you love them the same? You get what I'm saying? But if something like that happened, do you honestly think that you're gonna go talk to the 14-year-old and say just because the young one said that you had him put do that? I don't want to talk too fresh here. Okay, so you think talking to the 14-year-old that you're not gonna never have those kind of problems in your home again, or do we need some further help? I don't understand that. She said that she talked to P. Diddy allegedly, and that she got it all straightened out. And then she let Usher go live with him a whole year. This is for real stuff. This was an interview. I'm gonna say allegedly, 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 but this is stuff that happened for real interviews. I did my research when I started running it up. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, do you think that's gonna stop? That's what I'm saying, Mercy. Do you think that's gonna stop? How do you think? Let's keep it real. And look, allegedly, how do you think Aaliyah? What happened to Aaliyah? Do you know how many of those guys was after her? Do you know how many of those guys was all over this girl? All of those guys was like foxes in the wood in the hen house after Aaliyah. Well, where was her mother at? And I'm not judging her. I just want to know her mentality as a woman. Where were you at to let all y'all letting y'all underage minor kids ride with these rich and famous people because you don't know the man, you just know the money. Yes, you see what I'm saying? How is that? How did they even have a chance? If you got a child that's got a career that's blooming, and they got a chance, and P Diddy or whoever allegedly contacted you and said they want your child to come on the road with them, they're gonna promote them so that they can get their record deal, album, whatever. If you can't get yourself some time off of work or whatever you doing to be there at every spot, your child gonna have to find fame another way because there's no way in hell you let your kids go somewhere with somebody grown just because you know the money and the fame. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no way in hell. No. You see what I'm saying, Mimi? And what? And see, the thing is, it's hard to judge these parents because I'm looking at Aaliyah's mother. Allegedly looking at her mother. Why would you let her be around all of these grown men like that? Come on, think about it. Why? And even they had a case here, and this was years ago, and I don't want to throw him under the bus, but and allegedly, but this was, I have to say allegedly because we on YT, but I know that this was a true story. You can go look this up, in the courthouse or whatever where these folks at, unless they got the record sealed. Let's keep it real. When they said what happened with little Bow Wow, he was raped, I think, by his security guard or somebody. That's a different story. And then you got this, yes, it's all about the money. And a lot of parents are pimping their kids out. You know what I mean? All about the money. And the thing is, if you look at it for what it's worth, how many people do anybody know? Do anybody understands who's supposed to take blame or deal with this situation? If you're allowing your child 5, 6, 10, 11 to go on tour with a bunch of grown people that you only know by their fame, do any parents know the good touch, the bad touch, the pervert, the strangers? Does anybody know? Can you blame anybody? Can you say why did you do this? Did y'all see? Yeah, nobody never paid attention all these years. Shirley Temple was pimped out. A lot of people don't pay attention to that either. Shirley Temple was out here being pimped out and doing a lot of grown folk stuff and had lipstick and stuff, and a lot of those people handled her. pervertedly that a lot of people don't like to talk about. This is not a game. This is parents just releasing their children off. Do you see how many people coming up? How long ago this been happening? You know what I'm saying? They got some video that somebody threw up. They got and no disrespect, allegedly, but I know the seen the face. I seen what I seen, but I'm just saying, allegedly, Soldier Boy was running around a hotel with nothing on, butt naked, because he was in with one of our famous people that put him out the room for whatever reason, and they went and paid them some money to take all the camera footage down. Do you understand what I'm trying to explain to you? This is not just and she said, "Yep, a lot of them were in there." And I'm gonna tell you too, you saying that right, Kiara. And you know another thing that happens here. These kids get up here, young, dumb, don't know nothing, ain't no parent around, letting them be with these grown folks, and they telling you that you can make an album. You got a little bit of talent, but you got to do a little something extra. And if you dare say that you don't want to do it, if you dare say that you don't want to do it, then they telling you that we can't promote your album. We're just gonna do a little something. It ain't gonna hurt. You're gonna be all right. And what they be doing while they saying that, they videotaping. So now that you done got, what you wanted to get from it, and figured that you done made a song now, you went on tour with this famous person, that famous person, but now they want to keep on doing it to you. They want to spread you around with some friends. And then the moment you say you don't want to do it, the first thing they do is they're going to pull out that video when they first had you. And then you're ashamed if you are a straight person and the child victim, all of that wrapped up into one. You ain't gonna want them to put out no tape like that on you. A lot of that was blackmail. And then look into what was happening. Look, allegedly with P. Diddy, Birdman. Come on, y'all. Does it seem like mostly it's coming out to be like a good majority of our male rappers are bi or suspect, closet, basement, whatever you want to call it, using women for a beard? Come on. Somebody say something to me. Because this is bad. And a lot of this stuff ain't just no allegedly, even though we got to say that. These folks are really it happened to them. It really happened to these folks. And I think a lot of people, now we're going to keep it real. Now, don't you remember, look, allegedly, even though we know it's been proven and he's in jail, don't you remember when this stuff went down with R. Kelly? All of them, like P. Diddy and all these other guys, standing in line talking crap about him. And yeah, man, because I know when we was back in so and so back in 1999, and he was seeming kind of weird around the kids, and we was like, yo, man, I ain't fooling with him. He seemed kind of, pervertish and then suspect, like he was trying to rub up on me. Okay, now y'all said all that about R. Kelly, and then look how many years down the line he done got popped, and now half of y'all going to jail for the same things. Yes, blackmail. And now half of y'all going to jail because I remember all the crap that P. Diddy was talking, look, allegedly, about when R. Kelly got arrested, allegedly, and then got jailed, allegedly. And now the same stuff that they said he did, you look just as bad as him. You get where I'm coming from. It's the same thing. Y'all all got something to hide. All and then, and they just keep pulling out people. And I'm gonna tell you something. I already knew about these doggy dogs. I can tell. Even with Jay-Z, he trying to stay cuffed over to the side. Even, look, allegedly with the girl group with Beyonce and all that back in the days, a lot of stuff went down with Matthew Knowles with them girls, allegedly. And nobody wanted to say anything. Oh, they wasn't as talented as she is and all that. No. People took their kids out of the group, or their kids didn't want to be in the group because some little freaky deaky. Let's keep it real. This is all stupid how people try to placate and hide stuff just because it's their family, their friends, or somebody that they want to be cool with. You could get on they can put a video up of Beyonce on Instagram, and if you say one thing, that beehive go crazy on you and don't even know what you're saying wasn't even nothing that hurt her. You could have said like you could simply say, yeah, Beyonce killed it in her concert, but I was worried about her because them heels she had on, I thought she was gonna fall. I was scared, just something caring, and you a supporter and you care about her. And they'll come in and attack you over somebody that don't even give a damn that they breathing. You get what I'm saying? This stuff here is too many secrets, and then they're hiding everything. Just like with Jay-Z, he crumbled it up. Look, allegedly he got some stuff that's coming out on him. What about Birdman and Baby? What's going on with that? Come on, look, Baby. What's going on? And you ever notice with these guys that is this closet game or whatever they playing here? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I notice that a lot of time when these famous people get in trouble, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of the stuff they do is true and real. A lot of people are coming forward that was scared and didn't know what to do, and now they're willing, just like with the Bill Cosby allegedly stuff. But a lot of folks too are coming through lying as well. But the majority of the stuff that they're talking about is going down. You know what I'm saying? It goes down in the DMs. You get what I mean? But a lot of people want to ignore that stuff because they don't care. They're just letting it flow. Just like with that Jaguar, right? That woman, I don't care what nobody says. She be telling the truth, and people want to call her crazy. They want to talk about Orlando Brown. All that stuff them people was saying is true. It's true. She said they worship them entertainers. Yes. And what's that? Raz B? All the stuff that he was saying was true. Did anybody pay attention? We're gonna go with allegedly. Allegedly. Did you ever see that? What was his name? Chris Stokes, when he did that interview and he said that he said, she said they worship them yes, they sure do. And in their lives. They feel that they're connected and related to these people. And when that Chris Stokes did that interview and he was letting people know that he's the legal guardian of Marcus Houston. Okay, and look, allegedly, and he's showing and bragging about how nice and lifestyle that they're living in a house. Well, if you're living in the house and you got custody of this boy because he was a minor, you got guardianship. Why is there only one bedroom in the house? I didn't understand that. So, with the Stokes man, you rich and stuff. Where was you sleeping at on the couch? Why was there only one bedroom? You know that group went through some stuff with each other, and Raz B was telling the truth, and nobody wanted to hear him. They want to call him crazy, just like Orlando Brown, the one that used to be with Raven. They want to say that he was crazy, and then all of the truth came out. Now everybody want to try to give him props. Come on now, y'all know what's going on here. Everybody try to act like 'cause somebody got some damn money or look all right. Just like too, unfortunately, even though he did good with Obama. Half the people that voted for Obama, the girls, women were voting for Obama because they thought he was cute. People were voting for Obama for racial reasons. You get what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff is crazy. That's not what you do. That's not what's going on here. We're not screwed together right here. People got the wrong kind of motives behind stuff. And then folks end up becoming victimized and caught up because of somebody else's foolishness. We really, really have to, think about what we're thinking, pay attention to what's happening over here, and stay proactive and stop playing the game. Ain't nobody got time for it. People don't understand this stuff coming to an end. You better get it together. If you will get lost in the sauce, nobody gonna care. Once you get out here like the sheep led to slaughter, ain't nobody gonna care about what happened to you. It's like with all these youngins, they keep falling victims. They can't fall no victim unless their parent allows them to go away, to go on tour with these grown people. And then the thing is, there's nothing out here for sale. These people are selling their children for fame. A lot of them feel that they ain't got no, yes, look, allegedly. Ah, what a crock, huh? Yeah, we're gonna say it. We're gonna say it to protect ourselves from out here with any foolishness that might, go down when you speak about stuff like that. But really, you just think about it on a real tip. How is you tell me right now, you as a grown woman or any of us as a grown woman or a man, how is my seven, because you got to look at all these Disney show stars, how little and young they were. All this Full House stuff. Look, allegedly, a lot of stuff went down with that. Nobody don't be talking about. You got to look at sometimes with some of our famous people, that are that halfway crazy now. You don't know what they've been through to get to where they at. She said, "What's been done in the dark is coming to the light, honey. Let me tell you, the mask is coming off, Kiara. The masks are coming off. You feel me? It's coming off. That's why I keep saying we have to wake up and smell the coffee. Y'all act like y'all don't know what's going on here. Why do everybody value people so much by what they got material wise? I don't understand. What's the big deal? Hey, squirrel, how you doing? Thanks for coming. How do you put a value on somebody's life for some money? And then and the thing is too, when you have little kids, you're responsible for them. And I mean, I know that stuff happens to kids that it could be at their own family member's house. But when you sending your child off somewhere on the for months and 6 weeks at a time with a stranger, but because they're famous, you okay that? And that's not a good. That's not good. That right there just ain't making too much of sense. I'm telling you. We got to look at that for what it's worth. And a lot of times too, these people, they be right up in your face doing stuff, and you either don't have a good judge of character, or you're in denial. And I mean, we all make mistakes, but I feel like a lot of times with a lot of these children, they get put in harm's way because of their parents' lifestyle. A lot of these children cannot go legally anywhere unless their parents gave consent for them to travel on the bus with whoever they're going with. They just can't get up and go by themselves. And anytime when you have a child that's famous, the parent is the one that's doing the work to get them to be seen or to be discovered, star search or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? So when you have a child that you know is a minor, it's up to you to relinquish the custody over to them to travel with a strange person. You can't find a way to get a ticket and go to make sure your child is okay. Why wouldn't you want to be there? And if you know you can't be there, then maybe that's not meant to be. You put your kids out there sheep to a slaughter when you put them in predicaments like that. And the thing is too, all that stuff is getting crazy out here too. They got all that stuff going with Quincy Jones and all that. Look, allegedly, you know what I'm saying? All these folks out here, it's out of control. And you know that we all know that there's real monsters in the world out here. So you can't say because somebody rich that exempts them from being capable of murder or being a pervert or whatever. It doesn't go by the money. It's the man, it's the woman that you got to worry about, right? It ain't what's in their pocket. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's what's in their mind. You know what I'm saying? And so many people are doing this stuff and they use their kids because the kid is the one that's famous. And then they find out that something happened to their child, but they're still not doing anything about it. Because I know that a lot of times when you have kids at a certain age that you still have to, especially, our young kids, that you still have to bathe and stuff like that. If somebody's doing something to their body, you can tell. But you don't see it if you don't want to in some cases as well too. And I know for a fact because I know I've seen some stuff that happens out here to children that's going through something and ain't nobody taking care of them or watching over them. And people will pick you out knowing that they can get your child. A lot of females don't realize that a lot of men date you solely because you have children and they got a plan for all y'all. You get what I'm saying? And some women, unfortunately, they put their kids out there, and then some people abuse their own kids for the fame. You know what I'm saying? Because they just like with, I know that even look, allegedly with the Jacksons family, it looked like all of them had some kind of talent, but dad was muscling them around too, though. With that, there's a lot of abuse come with that talent and stuff. You know what I mean? Emotional, physical, verbal. And it looked like mama stayed quiet and did whatever. You know them days, some of them women, I ain't saying that's right because I don't think I could. A lot of stuff that, people be saying that's how it was back in the days. I probably would be one of the defiant ones and end up somewhere dead or butt whooped because I couldn't put up with all the stuff that they allowing to go on here with people, kids, and folks out here in these streets. I'm just not for it. They would have been on had to do something with me. I said, sick. Yes, it is. And bad parenting. Stand. Oh, I don't know yet. I gotta figure out what's wrong with that. What you think about what you think? You don't have no more letter. No, that's why I asked you the other day, remember? So yeah, got it. I can do. Oh, you have it, I think so. Or it might be a few. I'm gonna check here again and see in a minute. But yeah, I keep saying that stuff. I want you to think that. I keep saying that. But I use a different seasoning. I keep trying to tell people that you got to check even when you have kids. You got to check up under your own roof, and you know what it is. Yes, you got to check up under your own roof because I know a lot of times folks be snoozing on their own siblings, being inappropriate with each other. A lot of people don't pay attention to what their husband doing, and then the people don't pay attention to. But there's, women, women doing stuff out here. You understand what I'm saying? That folks don't pay attention to. You know how many situations that I done dealt with that a woman has been the offender. They always try to put everything off on men, but a lot of women have been the perpetrator in a lot of these cases, and they got by because nobody paid attention to it, or they ignored it, or they didn't want to believe it. And a lot of stuff is happening in your home that you're in denial with. We do all this daddy's girl stuff and all that, papa, all that stuff. You better make sure you know what you got. And a lot of times it's stuff that goes on. And I know so many people too that was raised up and something happened to them when they were younger, but they didn't understand the fullness of it. And when they got grown, they realized their little brother is really their son by their dad. And it was so young when it happened that the mother kept the child and stayed with the man and raised the child up to be siblings. And come to find out that's your own son and daughter that you had when you were 11 years old by your own father, because you're not under the right roof, the right care, the right upbringing, you know? Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing? He says top of the afternoon. I know that's right. What you into? What you got going? Mr. Rob, we talking about all of the stuff going on with our with our famous people. All of the stuff that's just hitting the fan like crazy. With look, allegedly, and every rapper is coming up to be suspect using women for a beard, half of them. Because what I'm trying to figure out too, if you got something, no disrespect to anybody, but if something happened to you by no choice of your own, if you were assaulted, in jail, or by somebody that is famous, why are you still dealing with it and doing it now at many years later, and you're an adult now? If I don't know, because I know a lot of people being thrown out. And I know there's a guy too, the young guy from Empire. He said that he said that he was um, in a situation where they blackballed him, and I believe it was P Diddy allegedly, and Will Smith allegedly, and that he got blackballed from the industry because he wouldn't participate in all of that whack stuff that they got going on. Allegedly Birdman and Baby, all that crazy. You know what I mean? Wheezy, all that mess going on. Why, if they were victims when they were younger, why are they still dealing with it now when they're men in their 30s and got about 50 kids out here? Are they using women for beards? Or are they in the caught? They're still caught up financially. They're being blackmailed. Why would you still do that if that was an assault somebody tried against you when you were a child? Or even better yet, men or women, if you go to jail and you got attacked by a bunch of guys in jail, but you know that you're heterosexual, why would you continue that lifestyle once you're free again? We got all kinds of craziness. Hey, what's up? What's up, Catertainment? What do we call all of that? Because I don't know, because I know a lot of these, even one, I don't know who this rapper is. It's a young rapper. I don't know him, and I've never seen him before out here. But he somewhere they asked him, they did, you know how they keep doing all them interviews like that with the Breakfast Club and all that stuff. And when they did an interview, they was asking him, man, why was you on a romantic looking trip with P. Diddy? Look, allegedly. And he was like, "Oh no, that's my boy. He trying to get me on go, and we was just chilling out, and it was mad girls up in that piece." He was saying all of that, right? But now all of a sudden he's coming out saying that when he went and somebody was feeding food in his mouth at that place they went to vacation, that was P Diddy, and now he's trying to sue him, and what's his name too, the one from Empire, suing them for millions, like 50 million. So when they did that actual interview with the boy and asked him what was rice and beans. Okay. They said, "Well, why were you there with him like that?" And he said, "No, it wasn't that type of thing. I was just chilling out. We was chilling, but now that all of this stuff is coming out, he's suing him for pushing up on him and trying to force him into something. He said, "Rruk, did you hear about the Justice Aid out in the West who got off?" No, that's messed up for real. Oh my goodness, no, I didn't hear about that. I remember back when I was young in my 2020s, there was a guy that got caught up in something and put in jail, and he didn't do the crime because he was, with the wrong people, and then they dragged him into it. No, I did not hear. I got to look into that now. Damn right. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that though, Rob. I got to check that out. Yeah, that is messed up. That's why I said with a lot of this stuff right here, it's gonna be you know, a lot of innocent people coming, going to jail, and there's gonna be a lot of people that's lying on people too, Rob. It is a dark hole. That's why you got to know what you know. Just like I keep saying about with church and the Bible, it's best to go in there knowing something before you even go to church these days. Because a lot of times, if you don't know what religion is and people convince you, then you get involved and you find yourself actually in a cult instead of in the church. And everybody in church ain't saved. You know what I mean? So people got to watch out for that kind of stuff. And I know a lot of innocent people are in jail, and I noticed that with a lot of this, even look allegedly with that R. Kelly stuff, a lot of this stuff was true, and a lot of people was lying, and a lot of people was looking for money. And just like with P Diddy, allegedly with all the stuff he doing, a lot of people doing it for the money. Bill Cosby, allegedly the same thing for money. It's crazy out here, and unfortunately, a lot of innocent people get caught up in this. Threat to society, yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I know a lot of times too, when some new ballers come out, whether they rappers, actors, and you got some old ones in the game, they try to block their shine, Rob. Because I've been seeing a lot of that. And she said that happened to me. I was lying on and went to jail. And oh gosh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kiara. You see how that goes? Damn, that's messed up. Thank God it was yes, good off your record, because you have something like that following you. He said, yeah. He said, yeah, even rapists and killers get bail, but they are making an example. Yes, they are, Rob. Yes, they are. Thank God it was. Yes. Damn, PR, that is messed up. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's terrible. I'm glad you got out of that, girl, because I'm telling you, I know so many people, and just like with this guy that I told you, he was hanging out with these other guys, and he got, they dropped him off, and they were gone for about a half hour, and when they swung back to pick him up, I thought, we thought everything was cool, and then all of a sudden we got a call about a week later saying that he went to jail, and the two friends that that picked him up, they had shot somebody, and they blamed all of them for it. But yeah, that right there ain't no joke. And she lucky she got that expunged, because when you have certain stuff on your record, I don't care what nobody say, they hold a lot of that stuff against you. You know what I mean? So it's a good thing they expunged that, Kiara. But that stuff you talking about, Rob, I definitely got to check that out, because I'm gonna start back doing my commentary about a lot of that type of stuff, and I can tell the way the conversation is going that who's interested in the content and who's not. So I'll know what to talk about next, because you got people in their whole own world here. You know what I mean? Doing their thing. Get what I'm saying? You know how when you do anything here, you start seeing that these folks here coming for their own reason only. You should see this. Look here, let me show you. You tell me what you see is different on here. You see the difference? And then you see, let me see if I can show you. You see what they're getting at, right? And look at what we're talking about. See? You see what we're saying, right? Then what are these saying? See? You see, that's the stuff I told you about on here. That's what you gotta watch out for too. Some folks ain't with you, they just around you. That's what it is. And I'm glad, because I got something figured out anyway for that. Yeah, you're just now getting something here. So you said, right? She's having something. Just why y'all can't reach out to each other somewhere else? Told you. And what's going on there? But yeah, we got a lot of stuff, y'all, that's going on out here in the world. And I tell you, I definitely am gonna start back touching base. She said, "Yes, Ruth, I love the deep real, don't we, girl? We getting, we doing this thing. You know what it is. I told you we're gonna have some people that want to ride, and like I said, you may get on a bus, and the bus may have many stops. But honey, you come and get on this plane over here, you about to ride. Ain't no stops. No anybody ain't no quick jet. You about to ride. Okay, let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't a fairy tale. You get what I'm saying? This stuff is real. It's happening. And look at us talking, and we're talking about personal stuff that happened to us. It ain't even, just about, like we hear gossiping, but, we are talking about the reality of the people that, people spend money buying these people albums and stuff like that. And then you find out they're doing some atrocities like this. It could happen to any of us. It's not just the people. Even with my girl that was just on here, Mimi, you know how they talking about all this look alleged sex trafficking, Kiara. She got on the lady Mimi that was just on here. She did a live while she was he said, Ruka, it's appreciated. Yes, Rob, that's what I'm talking about. We live in the real world, you know what I'm saying? We're not gonna live in a glass house and throw stones. We live in a real world. You throw that rock back, you're just gonna hit back up on the brick house because I'm in the brick house. You know what I'm saying? But the lady that was just on here named Mimi, she said that she did a video, and she got into a Uber, and she had to call the cop while she was in the Uber because the man was going the wrong way and he wouldn't communicate with her at all. So what you think could possibly have been happening to her? You got that right, Adam. You talking right. You saying it, Adam. That's what we're talking about. I'm talking to some family in the background about some other stuff, so I don't want y'all to think I'm bugging out. But yeah, we're talking about. That's what I'm saying. The whole system sucks. Because I know, like I said, with this guy, this is what's so bad about the guy that I knew. He wasn't in the situation. What happened? Those he was riding with some friends, and the friends dropped him off, and they went and did a crime, and they came back and picked him up. And when I'm talking about this is not no gossip because I was the friend that he was talking to. You get what I'm saying? I was the friend. He tried to date me, but I didn't. It didn't go to really nothing. But he was trying to date me, and what happened was I was on the porch with my friend one day. We were sitting on the porch talking, me and the female friend, and he drove down our street. And when he drove down her street because it was her house. And when he seen me on the porch, he was in the car with one guy with his best friend that I knew who he was. And he was like, "What y'all doing?" I said, "We just chilling and talking." And we was sitting there. I don't even know what we was doing, eating some Doritos or doing something on the porch. And he's told them, he said, "We'll chill with them for a minute." They said, "Yeah, we're gonna take a ride. We're gonna take a ride, and we'll swing back by to get you." That looked at Gucci. It seemed all right. So they went and they came to pick him back, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. So they came back to get him, and he jumped in the car with them. He jumped in the car and left. I thought everything was cool. I say about a week later, his brother tracked us down, me and my friend, and said that John went to jail. And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" They said he went to jail with Mike and Sam, and they've been accused of murder. And I'm like, "What?" He said, "Yeah." And then when he started saying, what date and all of that, I remember that he was, talking with us, but I didn't pay attention to it too good. And finally, what it boiled down to, the timing that these guys, which one was his best friend, so I guess he didn't know his best friend was getting into the seedy side with the other dude. So what happened with them was they tried to pull him in on it because they were going to get lesser time if they split the time between three guys instead of just the two for murder. And come to find out, once they pulled the surveillance camera, they were able to see that he wasn't even there. And the timing that this happened, that's when he was sitting on the porch talking to us. But they never called us as witnesses or anything. So this dude ended up spending some time in jail for a long time, 4 months before the truth came out. And his own best friend turned against him for the new friend and lied and said that he was with him just because their lawyer told them that they'll get less time if you can split it 3 ways. You know what I mean? So if you're getting 20 years, you'll get 10, he'll get 10. But if you split it between two people, you get what I'm saying? Justice system sucks in that kind of way because they didn't call us for a witness. They didn't want to do anything about it. And what happened was they found out with the surveillance cameras. It was cameras that captured the whole thing. And then, like I said before, he didn't need us to get out of it. I mean, he didn't need the cameras. He could have had me and my friend as a witness, but they never called us. And that's injustice right there. And he went to jail, and I'm not gonna lie, he been messed up ever since he got out of jail. I mean, he done finally got on with his life and he grown and stuff with kids, but they did something to him. You don't know that first night or whatever, not even the first night, because he was in there for about 3 or 4 months. You could have been beaten severely, raped, anything. Young guys, young. We were real young. Uh-huh. What happened? You need me again? Yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Just get this stuff put on here. Yes. Okay. So I thought that was injustice right there because that guy didn't do anything wrong. He was with us. We had some witnesses, and they never called us. So what you saying, Kat, about the system is true. A lot of innocent people in jail. He said, watch a lot of stuff on YT. Information you're talking about. I am just preparing for the live stream. I spent most of the day away from my home. So playing. Oh no, Bert, you already know how me and we got this, man. You know I don't feel no kind of way. And I know it do what it do. Even with my guy Rob. He had to leave off and do what he was doing. That was some earlier. He came back and we kicking it right back in again. I get it and I understand it and I respect it. And I thank you. And yes, Mr. Adam, we are talking about that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Yep, in certain crimes there shouldn't be no jail. Just like with them, how the heck how are you gonna add first of all, how are you gonna split? Just like what you're saying, Adam. How are you gonna split in this case that I'm talking about the dude I knew? How are you gonna first of all, how is both of the guys only they're gonna split 20 years between them, but if they blame and add the friend in which wasn't there, that the both of them need to go underground if they didn't kill somebody. You know what I mean? Especially if you got two guys that shot one person and you don't know exactly what bullet killed the person. They both needed their own separate 20 years, not no 20 years together, first of all. So that right there was some weird mess. And them, they turn out like they want to be gangsters, you know what I mean? And get out here and be rotten. Some people don't need no jail. Because I'm looking at all of this stuff right now that they got, all of these cases and stuff against these people out here. And they're not going to do anything but get out of jail, which they're getting to live in there for free no matter how rotten it is. They still are living in, people paying taxes and stuff for them to be in jail, even if it's bad in there. You're a bad person, so you're where the bad people go. Some people don't need to get out. They really don't need to be free. We got a lot of folks here that are there, just like they said, locks keep honest people honest. And some people that get put in jail, that's where they need to stay because some of them ain't gonna turn it around. Just like with these people here, I don't like to judge anybody, but when you got a lot of perverts out here and stuff, especially crimes against children and stuff like that, some of them people, I don't know, but maybe some people have somebody in their family or something. I don't want to speak in a negative way, but I don't know what kind of help is it for that. Because one thing about them kind of people that's perverts like that, you can't even castrate them and figure it's gonna be groovy. They got that sickness in them, ain't nothing you can do with that. And a lot of times they're repeat offenders. They are going to do it again. So you got to watch out who we freeing around here. Because this ain't it no more. I'm telling you, this is not happening. These guys is crazy. And then all this stuff that we got going on now, with all of these stars and stuff. These people here, they done some bad stuff. And then, like I said, one of my nice ones on here that was just on here, one of my good Judy's, I call it. She just got through leaving off of here, but she video where she could have been caught up. We ain't saying it because we don't want to claim nothing negative, but she was riding in an Uber with a man that wasn't going the right way. He wouldn't talk to her. He was driving fast, going in the wrong area, and she kept saying, "Where are you going? You should have turned here. Where are you going?" And luckily, she was able to call the police. And that shut it down because the police came right up on her, and she got up out of that Uber. And that's somebody that we know and we talking to right now. I don't know if she's still in alive, but that's what I'm saying. And all that stuff with the sex trafficking, allegedly, with all these famous guys and other perverts out in the world, they're no good people. I don't even know what kind of people that the justice system don't understand that don't need to be out here in society. There's a lot of people, and I ain't gonna lie, there's a lot of people that's related to folks that's doing these kind of crimes, and they want free my brother, free my uncle. Honey, you got to be careful with that. Because if you don't know, and I know a lot of things are left up to God, but some of these folks ain't ready to ever be back in society at all. You have to watch out for that. That's scary. It was staged. He says, I wonder if Will Smith slap incident would. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it real. I mean, Adam, I know what you're talking about, and I'm gonna tell you something too that you said, Bert, in one of your lives. I think that Chris Rock thing was fake, corny, and staged with Will Smith. I think it was phony and corny. Also, I looked at that marriage because you mentioned it, and you didn't say no kind of gossip and nothing, Bert. So I don't want you to think I'm getting you tangled up with me running my mouth. But we were asking about, you were speaking about when Michael Jackson and what's her name was married. Was it a real marriage or what was that? I don't believe it was. And I kept trying to type that in the comment section, but you had your live was going so rapid you didn't see it, Bert. But I feel that it was staged. I mean that stuff was staged with the Will Smith, and I feel that Michael Jackson and what's her name didn't have nothing. Lisa Presley, that wasn't a real marriage. I don't feel Beyonce and them. I don't care how many kids they have. I don't believe her and Jay-Z got nothing. No, no, ditto. But I never believed that about that Chris Rock thing. No, that was corny. Two versions of this. Okay. This is the slower one. Mm-hmm. Got a little better slow, and then I have a faster one. Okay. Stage, stage, stage. And all these marriages are for business and convenience. Is that slow? Yeah. Okay. Show me the fast. Do you believe that about when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock? Do you think that was real? Oh yeah. You believe it? Yeah. See, I don't. I don't. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't believe it. Yes, right. I understand though, Bert, because I know how them comments be going. But yeah, I kept trying to holler at you about that, but it wasn't nothing bad or anything like that. But I don't know with that Chris Rock situation. For some reason, I don't believe it, and then I don't know why you pretending and let me say it allegedly. You smacking him out of honor of your wife when you haven't honored her. And to me, both of them are swingers. I'm sorry. Sorry. I don't care how many kids they got. If they together 90 years, that type of relationship, and then the way their kids are, there's some psychological stuff going on there. No disrespect to nobody kids. That family. That ain't no. No. I don't know why he would slap somebody over a woman that you don't even want or honor in your marriage, because neither one of them are. You remember she said she had a situationship with that August guy. Look, allegedly, that's her son's friend. Allegedly, come on, they didn't even have no marriage for you to get up there and slap Chris Rock for honor of her. You don't. You're not even honoring your marriage yourself. So you got a comedian saying something silly right quick. I think it was all staged in the setup. I got a family member here that said they believe it was real though. And you do, huh? I don't believe it. I never believed that. I never believed it with Michael Jackson and Lisa Presley, that marriage. No. Mm, nope. The slow looks better, right? You think? Yeah. I like the slow better. So I slowed it. I was like, yeah, that looks better. Mm-hmm. Chicken, rice, and beans. You got the measurements, right? Yeah. Just got to keep looking. Well, that's why I usually keep that book on top. But he's saying that he said it doesn't help that society has started to devalue real men and have labeled every everything men as toxic. I know exactly what you mean. Because I don't think you can judge all for one atom. But I tell you one thing, this is starting to be kind of crazy with a lot of these famous guys, all this stuff about, what they're doing here. And the thing is, we don't like to, we have to say allegedly, but a lot of this stuff is being proven to be true, and then some stuff isn't. He said, you know what I mean? They, oh, oh, okay. But I tell you, I think that a lot of that stuff, I don't know why, but I never believed that Chris Rock thing. I felt it was so fake and it was corny how he went up there and smacked him. And then what did he ever do about it legally? Because he claimed, that was an assault. And with an assault like that, if Will got more money than him, why didn't he sue him and get paid? Why he didn't sock him back? No, sir, I'm not for violence, but I'm just saying I don't know. It looked as so staged. Maybe I felt that way because of how Will Smith is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you that I just can't believe it. All this while, even with Michael Jackson and that marriage, I don't feel right with Beyonce and Jay Z either. I don't believe it, and I don't care just because you see the thing is, I know with me as a person, you want to have some kind of value when you have kids and get married, but I feel like a lot of these relationships are business deals or lust for the moment, and then it's a wrap. I don't know how to explain that. But I just don't feel like a lot of them. And then these men and a lot of these famous guys are making it look bad for a lot of men out here, unfortunately, because of their actions and what they're doing and saying. It is that true. I believe that. A lot of that's going on. You nailed that, Adam, because that is the truth. And these guys here too, what they're doing out here, making it look like, a lot of allegedly the rappers here are in the closet, under the bed. I don't know what they want to call it. And then they try to look at all men because of what a few clowns are doing. It's crazy. I tell you, we got a lot going on out here. Boy, do we got a lot going on. How do you feel about that? When Will Smith um Chris Rock. Do you feel that was real or staged? Think about it. Okay. Mike said he believed that it was real. I don't. It was corny. He said again, not to be controversial, but too much rap has been horrible for the black community in America. Young kids idolize the rappers, and that message that they. No, it ain't no controversial, honey. You said, listen, Adam, straight facts. Cause see, I'm not with it. I'm not with it. You got that right about how rappers got all these young boys out here acting a fool, trying to act thugged out. I think it's all trash. See, I don't follow with all that mess like that. I think it's garbage, and I think a lot of these guys try to portray that image, and they end up, look, allegedly guns in their hand, out here with no kind of respect. I think it's trash, for real, for real. I really do. I feel the same way you do, Adam, 150%. It's too much. And then the thing is too, that what they rapping about too is a lot of negative stuff and put a lot of ideas in folks' heads that ain't got no sense as it is, you know. Like you get a good old country song and honey, they write about some real good life stuff, you know what I mean? Or some hard times, but it ain't shooting or killing nobody. We have to say allegedly, but you know what I'm saying? I feel that 100%. You got that right. I'm with you all the way on that. That could never be a controversial thing for me because they've done knocked me out. It's like when and I know a lot of people don't like to get into it, but when he was talking about the voting and who you vote for, I understand Trump 100%. I know where he coming from. I don't care what nobody think or what race or whoever feeling controversy running because they bugging out. I think he had tried to make America great again in a lot of ways. I think Obama did all right too, but I think a lot of people voted for Obama. Half the women had a crush on him, and then a lot of people was worried about because of his race, just to be trying to one up on somebody than what a president could really do. I don't vote like that. I'm not with none of that either. And I see that a lot of that is crazy out here. But them rappers got these young boys messed up in the head. And if you can get a couple of them to start showing these kids something positive, instead of something negative. And I was just talking about that earlier too, that, like from back in the days, I'm looking at when I was coming up, we had like, um, you know, Electric Company, Zoom, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. We used to watch Lever the Beaver, all of them shows. Electric Company, these shows they got on now showing you how to make a bomb. You know what I mean? Having kids and girls think that you got to have a big breast and a big butt to be pretty. Don't even care nothing about your personality, your relationship with God. You know what I mean? Having kids, thinking that, because they can have the choice to, start wearing a dress if that's not who they are, and I'm not disrespecting nobody. I don't care who come after me, who want to say whatever they want to say, because I know what I know. And I live it, and and even when I was coming up, my mother had friends and at the time at first I didn't know who was who when I was coming up, but I love the community. I don't get in nobody's business, but I'm just saying we got a lot of negative stuff out here, and it's not even just the rappers either. Cat, is a lot going on out here with the programs that we got that our kids are watching. I'm trying to think, what was that in the Dora that we seen that wasn't right? Sally, what was that with Adora that we seen that wasn't right? The, yeah, the new Dora movie. What was that in there? Yeah, it had Dora with a knife. Adora, that's Adora. Remember Adora? Everybody remember Adora? They had that back where that was decent before. Now she got a knife. Why? Well, why would you even want, not to be rude? I'm not saying that you don't teach your kids what's in the world, but you don't teach them that kind of stuff. It's all crazy. Even, I like the some of SpongeBob, but I gotta watch out, who I put in front of SpongeBob, because these kids here think they can fly off a dresser and they're breaking their damn neck. You know what I mean? We got to watch that, because a lot of stuff is going on too, even with our shows. Because I'm thinking about all the Disney shows with Amanda Bynes and all that. Them shows were good back in the days, but now you got all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Somebody's getting drunk, somebody's smoking pot. We know this stuff is in the world, but let's try to keep some stuff innocent. And I like that kids still believe in Santa and the Easter Bunny and stuff like that. When they get a certain age and they learn, but that innocence is beautiful, it's pure. But a lot of the programs that they got out here, they got everybody going crazy, even women and stuff my age. If you don't have this size, this, you don't have that size, that. And there's nothing wrong with if you get in the surgery. That's one thing, because it don't say in the Bible that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that it's medical, it's issues. If you're concerned about, if you want to fix something on you, it's nothing wrong with that. To make yourself look good. But these women are buying body parts and dying at the same time by the time they receive them. And one thing about certain stuff like that, if I'm damn 35 years old and I go and get some implants to look like I'm 15, I'm still aging. How long is my 35-year-old body gonna be able to hold up them 15-year-old implants? Come on. You got, you know what I mean? That money you could have bought, a house. You rent an apartment and you worried about that more. And it's good though, because I know people do stuff for medical reasons. I know people got nose jobs because they had a deviated septum and stuff like that. I get it. And if you feel that you got too many wrinkles on your face or your neck looking a little bad, fix your stuff, do what you want to do. But when it comes to doing things sexually out here just to appear one way, come on now. We all got so much out here that's greater than that. And I think a lot of times people can fix things, because I know that's a problem. I got so many people and folks that I know that had surgery that had their eyelids because their eyelids started sagging. And this wasn't people that just because they were older either, and older people, because it was affecting their sight. Their eyelids was drooping where they couldn't even open their eyes up. You need that surgery, or sometimes your neck. You need that neck done. Your neck be looking crazy. You want that done. And some women too, when it get that bad, that those guys upstairs are looking like cow udders. I mean, I'm sorry. I know I'm a person. I live with this body. I know it. Do the right stuff though, at least. Some folks don't even be coming correct. They be coming, just to be able to sexualize point of view, which is their own business. No, I'm not trying to take nobody shine from them or tell them what they should or shouldn't do, but certain things you just got to watch out. 'Cause we're living in the real world. What goes up must come down. And I know so many young girls out here that see folks out here doing stuff, and they feel that they're not perfect and that they don't look right, and then they're running and doing stuff. And even guys, I've seen guys get pecs put in and fake abs and stuff just to keep up with the rest of the world. And now they got a problem because they had an implant here, there, and it then exploded in their system. I mean, it's a million things. We just got to know what what we're here for. More so about the inner side too, and then you can fix stuff. I think a lot of people don't understand that there's nothing wrong with fixing some things. They just don't get blinded by it. I mean, they coming down here right now on Oprah and saying that she lied, about her weight loss and was doing something Ozempic or something like that, and that's supposed to be a medication for diabetes, but because they notice that people that's diabetic lose weight when they take it, so then she got it done and lied and said that she, lost weight naturally. Which for me, that's her business, but she didn't even have to, answer to anybody. If they seen her looking skinny and to keep you from lying and a whole bunch of drama, don't put your business out there. And then they got too, that's like the Hollywood secret they say is getting using that medication like that for weight loss. But if you look at the side effects of that medication, thyroid cancer and all that, okay, now you're looking skinny until you die. Oh, all right. You want that? Hey, I hear you. Go ahead. Because there's a lot of risk at the wrong kind of stuff out here. I'll tell you that. And I know a lot of people got stuff going on here because I can tell when folks, somebody, if you doing something on here and there's somebody that they got something to do, y'all go ahead and do what y'all do because I've been around here doing a million things myself. I get it. But yeah, just keep it copacetic, everybody. That's all we can do here. And also, I am not, once again, I'm on this live. I got somebody running on my phone. As a matter of fact, I'm watching Guru right now to keep it real. I can tell you what cards he holding up and everything. And then I got somebody, because we done here using the computer, so I can easily, like I always do. I got a new computer and an old one too. So that's for me three vices personally. Three vices, three devices. Yeah. But yeah, y'all, and I know Bert, a lot of folks doing things. People getting on and off. And like I said, my schedule has changed, and my majority of what I do is outside the house, and then I come in here and I help them. But I'm not good with all the technical stuff like everybody else is in the house. So I'm the one that I can sit here and talk my mouth off, and make some print some labels out and shuffle around some paperwork. I definitely can do quite a few things whilst I'm flapping my jaws. And I'm glad that quite a few of y'all joined in the conversation that we were talking about because this is the world that we live in. Even though it's a lot of stuff we don't want to be bothered with and we want to ignore. Sometimes our news, if you watch the news, get interrupted by this stuff. Sometimes our TV shows get interrupted, and a lot of times while I'm on YouTube doing this or something else, they got a column. Will Smith was arrested. I'm just using this. I'm allegedly. I'm just saying he didn't get arrested though, but I'm just saying. It pops up in the column, and you're like, I ain't be bothered with that, and you can swipe it away, but I'm saying it's put right in front of us constantly. So, we do it moving, y'all. And I'm gonna soon get off here too myself. I just let it run. But y'all see, it's not me just on here running down anybody because y'all know for a fact that if y'all don't want to be on here, y'all got millions of channels y'all can watch, other social medias. You got a wife, you got a husband, you got kids, you got food, you got laundry, you got to go grocery shopping. And if y'all felt that I wasn't popping or y'all didn't want to be bothered, you don't even have to fake support me. Swipe and keep swiping. You know what I mean? I don't mind it. I'm not here to play no games. I'm loving on all my people. These are my brothers and sisters that God connected with me through YouTube spiritually. I'm enjoying the ride. And I know people have left off and did a million things and came back and it's still going. Yes, it is. And I've been off and it done been silent for an hour or so here and there. And tell me why you don't like this one. No, I'm gonna take it. You are good for you. Because look at all these. But you just in. I was gonna get you a it's got different things. You like stuff like this. Yeah. You see? Inspirational stuff, godly stuff. You know what I mean? Look at that one. It says thankful, grateful, and blessed. Y'all hear that? We are blessed. Yes, ma'am. I gotta I gotta get it you wanna go if you wanna go further past that, we can, because we both got to get ready to head out for our 12-hour shifts out the door here. So when I'm out, I'm gonna run some errands and but you let me know. And I didn't know this calendar here is the one that's got to go, huh? Yeah, because that's confusing. I understand it. Let me look and see. Did you look through it already? Yeah, but the academic calendar, but that's not Oh, I right. wish I could give this to Bert. Bert, since he's a teacher. That ain't no right kind of academic calendar either. It ain't? No. Look at it ain't. See how we talking? We sound terrible, huh? Let me see. I'm gonna That's try. Talking about. I think it goes up to October, but then it's like a tiny calendar. It makes no sense. Okay, we got. And I didn't pay no mind. I just want to see. I know you know what's right. Okay, Yeah, January, okay, I'm like, February, March. The dog can do better with that product. I'll say that. April, May, June, July, August. Let's see. Okay, there you go. It stops at August. Then you have to what turn back here to get the rest of your thing. No, that's not good. It stops at August. You're supposed to run all the way through to December 31st. It's no, it stops at the July. Well, no, well, actually, it has October in it, but it's one of those tiny calendars. I mean, I'm looking for the stops, the big ones. It pretty much has a big calendar, and then it has the other months, September and October, and a tiny calendar. I see. The next page. It makes no sense at all. Okay, and but the thing is too. Okay, so just say with that being messed up, the August and September, right? Okay, but the thing is, what happened to where is December and all? No, it don't go for that. So that's not good. Yeah, that's back from August of this year to August of 2024, and obviously the October was there because of the small calendar, but then there's no December, November, none of that. It don't make no sense either. Well, academic calendar is there. Exactly. I had closed this up. Oh, it's open. Good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna take the other one as a calendar, and then I'm also and you know this live is open, so you know if you feel like you're speaking, because I know I don't want nobody to feel that we home and you've got some business you're saying we off the clock, but we still talking about business. You know what I mean? But I definitely I won't be taking this one, and this one could be something for donation. And I gotta donate it so it'll be in this year. Somebody may find it. So I'll use this one because I wanted a smaller one anyway. I had took one of those booklets out, but this one is good, right? Did you look it over? But I need to start. I already got business for us far as printing labels and contract. I already got some stuff already. Got damn near the whole calendar full up almost for February. All these Zoom meetings and all that. I'm like, jeez. See, that's the part that I do here good that you decide so I can help you guys out. Is y'all do the technical stuff, but I'm doing good with the Zoom meetings. I'm doing good with printing the labels. I'm doing good with, with the shipments, with my slow self. At least I'm doing something though, right? And then working outside the house now. Come on now. You already know I gets it. But yeah. So at least I'm doing my part, but y'all know a whole lot way more than me. But we still got our little family thing we said we wanted to do all this time. You got enough writing pads, don't you? You don't need none of those. And this here, I'm just gonna take this off and hang it. I just hope it covered that spot because actually I need to need to paint the walls. I'm just looking to make sure these calendars got the right dates on it because I wanted a small one. I got tired of that big one folding up, looking crazy and all that. And with this one, I like it because it's got this. So look what you do. This is why I picked this one. I didn't see a big one. We fold it over. So you don't have to have all that bulking in the back. Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know if my crowd is dissipating on the YT here because I know that folks got something to do here. And like I said before, everybody have to understand we all have something going on in our lives. We all have opportunities and we all got situations. And I don't come on here trying to burn nobody's time out or none of that. And I have to keep saying that only because I want people to understand and see. And then I got a lot of people that are not on here all the time so they can come check me out, but they don't have, feel like, well, dad, she's running these long lives and who does she think she is or why? And it ain't that. He said 4 hours shopping. Jeez. Oh, they still talking. He said, yeah. Okay. Hey. He said, "Look at what's my beautiful lady doing? Grandma's still here in the window, plucking my eyebrows." Let me tell you what happened with mine. I got a funny story for you, child. Oh yeah, I'm in the right one, but it won't let me. Let me show you. See what I mean? Why won't it let me go down and see all them other comments I got underneath, but I can see it on the other live? I mean, the other, yeah. Show me what I'm doing here, and then I'm gonna soon be getting my butt off here. Is that all it is? Okay, so that's why that arrow is there. I told you if I don't get myself, I was gonna tell my lovely YouTube family that I need to get my butt off the internet altogether because if I'm too damn slow, excuse my language, to be able to keep up with all y'all good people that's doing this YouTube, and I got to keep calling family members to help me. Maybe I ain't supposed to be doing this because I don't know half the stuff right here. I just got somebody just told me get on the other page. Jeez. Slow motion, baby. Slow motion, baby. Let me stop. I'm slow as I don't know what. What's that? I don't. Which one is this one for? Okay, so many of them. Give me 1 second. I can't even. Oh boy. Oh, let me look. I gotta look in my handy dandy book. Give me 1 minute, then I'll come back because I just want to see. He said, "What happened?" Am I Bert? Please tell me with my messy. I'm a mess. Oh my God, you sure always lift up my spirits, man. Because I be feeling like I'm all over the place here, whacked out. I'm talking about far as doing anything. I got the big mouth. Maybe that's why I'm slow in other areas. Okay. Girls had a great time. Oh, that's good. Praise will be interested in doing. Thank you, Bert. God, I need to hear that. Thank you, Bert. And I promise you, I am trying. I wish I knew how to do. Miss 50 lady got her thing going on. I feel like I'm the only one, y'all, that don't know what I'm half doing on here, though. Like, really, like I got a family member that's working on something for me now, and I feel bad because they work from home, in the house, and out, and they're taking their time to help me get some stuff started here. And I just feel like I'm missing the boat here. You know what I mean? Like I can't even have do nothing. But you know what? Let me give myself some credit though. I promise you, them lives that I was doing with Marilyn Monroe and Bob Marley, the last like three or so, I learned how to set that up by myself on camera. And this live here, I'm looking for the thing. This live here, I've been setting up every day by myself. But my bubbles, I didn't do that. And I was going to get somebody to get the bubbles to move for me because I was going to actually hire somebody. But you got to be careful when it comes to that kind of stuff like that. Even though my family helped me, I get too, prideful and embarrassed to ask them. But I know that they'll help me. But you get somebody else outside the house, you got to be careful what you let them into with your privacy too. So I'm watching out for that too. And thank you for the positive affirmation, Brother Bert. And thank you, Sister Lynn, too, for always being there for me and having my back. I appreciate all of you guys and all y'all do stuff though. Y'all all know how to get down on here. He said, "Amen." Yes, yes. Listen there, bro. He's awesome. Wow, he said actually you have some moving bubbles. Don't pay. He said don't pay. Anyway. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, see, these is my real brothers right here. Oh my God, I feel like crying now. I'm finna go into that, y'all. These old ugly tears and I have a snotty nose and ain't got no cold or nothing. But you know how that go. You ever notice that sometimes when you cry, and it's all connected, the ears, mouth, and throat. So you know what I'm saying. But y'all got me wanting to do that ugly cry of feeling so happy and loved, and then I be crying, and then I get like the kids with that cry from back in the day. I can't believe I still get that deep in it. He said, "You hear what he said?" Bert said, "Y'all." He said, "Moving bubbles don't pay." Oh, you got that right. Because I said my bubbles ain't moving. Jeez, you there? Y'all hitting it well. Goodness, this is why I keep telling you these are some spiritual connections, y'all. I'm serious. These are some spiritual connection. He said, "In actuality, you have some moving bubbles don't pay any to that." I know that's right. And listen at Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat reminds me of a dear family member. He and then in Bert too, a brother. I mean, it's just so much in these personalities of these folks out here that I just be blown away. of how you can connect like this. Everybody, I don't know how to explain it. It's amazing, and especially with me. Well, not just cause, but because I live a certain lifestyle here too. I have to, I can't connect with people the way I like to. So YT brings that to me too. Do you remember which one goes for this one? Is it in the book? Okay, I'm trying to find that now. But yeah, I get a chance to live, breathe. Hey, Miss Lady, I am in your what will I call it? Your co-partners live right now. How you doing, Echo? Hey, Echo. I'm watching Guru right now. And I seen you pop up to say hi to him over there, Echo. I hope you're doing well and enjoying your lovely grandbaby. And I hope potty training is coming along for you. Because I know that right there, some kids, learn different than the others. I'm glad that it's coming along. I got someone else that got a little granddaughter that they're potty training. I'm trying to find it, guy, for you. But I hope it's still going good. She's definitely gonna get there, especially you dedicated to teaching her and showing her. I don't see it. Where is it, sister? I can't get it right now, Charles. If I can't find it, I can't. I don't understand why I don't have that. Feel like since I've done this over, I am totally trying to get it right, and this ain't happening. I might have to. You need to do it for something now. Give me a minute to try to figure it out. I don't want to have you waiting around for me. You see, all y'all got it going on. All y'all folks, good people in the world. I'm telling you, I just can't. Yes, honey, but we've been talking about some good stuff here, and I promise you that right there, I want that to go viral for you with them with that first lady hat, child. Ooh, goodness, that blew me away. Why don't I remember this one though? I don't remember it. I can't get it right now, guys. I'm sorry, but that right there should go viral, honey. That was a was no joke. What the heck is it? You said it's written down, but it's not in here at all. I don't want you to have to keep waiting. I might have to just pass on this one, bro, because I know you're busy. But I can't. It's not in here, and I don't know why. Because that's why I told you I didn't want to. We have to. We all have to have all these different daggone emails and stuff. But boy, does it get you caught up. I'm not finding it right now, and it should have been written over new here, but I'm not seeing it nowhere. I don't look 3 or 4 times. No. I don't know why that's not already opened up because I used to have that one open and it's not there, and I don't know. I don't know. I can't get it right now. I keep trying to look at it and look in here. You'll have to I'll probably have to move off. I don't know why it's not written here though. Give me I'm gonna just keep looking, but I don't know why it's not written in this book here. Okay. Okay. I don't know why. That's done there. Mhm. Well, I'm trying to figure out. I know what everybody got going here for the rest of the time here. Sister, and thank you. Oh, yeah, she said she got it 3 times. She got her brows done. I know that's right. All right, sounds good, Mr. Cat. You're doing excellent with your channel. I'm still learning stuff every day. Not alone. Oh my goodness. Thank you for letting me know that because I feel like I'm crockadoodle. And honey, Lynn, let me tell you, I done messed around and shaved my eyebrows off completely. I did one of them old school things and went too far, and now I don't have any. I got to draw them on. But I'm kind of glad because a lot of times, I mean, I'm not glad, but it just to give me a fresh start. And also, when I go out, I wear, shades and stuff so you can't really see. But I done whacked them off completely, sis. I'm looking, well, in the house, I'm looking crazy. You understand what I'm saying? I know how it is to get them bras right. And then, once we all start getting older and stuff, that hair gets hard everywhere. You know what I'm talking about? That hair gets coarse and thick. And we be struggling with trying to keep it tame. Yes, and I'm gonna tell you, I used to, and you know what I used to do too? I used to, have them shaved down, and then each time I draw the ends on. I used to do that a lot too because it just got to be too much work. And then you remember how they used to have it real thin? Now thicker eyebrows is the thing now. And it seemed like you got your stuff on point though with your channel. I didn't know you had any struggles, sister. I thought you had it, I guess compared to me, I'm looking at you, but I thought you had it popping and, cackalaacking over there. She said, yep, shaving mustache hair. Yes. Tell me. Honey, let me tell you. I was here. I'm trying to think where I was at the other day, and I was licking my top lip, and I kept saying, "What the heck is on my lip? Fuzz? No, don't try to make it fuzz. Your mustache is back." You know what I'm saying? I'm for real. This thing is a mess. I'm telling you, you start getting here in these unwanted places, you'd be like, because I know mine that this here is getting on my nerves. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? I just got up here and thought I was doing something and shaved everything off. So I just went on and they're growing back real quick though. But the thing is, I'm gonna have the same problem again. So this time because I got one of them shaver things, and you got to be careful with that thing too, because you go to try to line up, honey, you will line it off. Because that's what I did too. I did it, and then I had to make the other one match. Well, yeah, I fooled around here and got them bad boys there in the wind. And after you start, messing with your brows and stuff for years and years, after a while they don't grow back right no more. They start getting real spirals and sketchy. They ain't your friends. Honey, you got that right. And I tell you, I keep looking at these girls here, and I'm gonna tell you a funny story, sister. And I don't mean to be, disrespectful, but I know you can take it, and anybody else is listening in the bushes or whatever. I'm gonna tell you, I had this girl that I knew, and her daughter had ran away. I think she was about 14, and it's so weird because she was missing for about a week, and I ended up in this corner store with the client, and I brought the, wheelchair and all that, and I let them sit up at the front as I go down the aisle and get this stuff for them. And it was a little bodega shop. Tú lo sabes que yo lo dice, chiquito la tienda, right? Small store. And I go down the aisles and there's some girls there laughing and giggling. It's school time, bop, 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 all right? And I realized it was the girl's missing daughter. So I said to her, I said, girl, are you all right? I said, your mother and the folks, and I don't know why the mother didn't file a police report. But I told her, I said, people are looking for you. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm all right. I said, well, you need to get in touch with your mother. See, them kind of kids. See, she wasn't no friend of mine, the mother of the girl, because see, I would have been able to get in the girl's butt, jacked her butt up, and put her in my car or whatever, and brought her home. Even though I was, in the middle of work, I still would have been able to, with them real friends, your mama and aunt and all the friends as close would be able to say something to your kids and they would have respect. But she wasn't that kind of friend of mine. You know what I'm saying? And she raised her kids differently. I ain't in nobody business. I'm just saying. So I seen the girl, and she, I'm trying to tell her. I said, your mother and everybody looking for you. She was trying to be grown and be a little rude because she was with her little friends, and then one of her little friends came over near us and said, "Who's who's that old lady?" And I'm not old like that, and I was even younger then. I'm talking about way younger than what I am now. I'm trying to think, was I in my earlier 30s at this point when the girl said that? Was that old lady talking to you? She need to mind her business. This is what the little fresh friend. She was with two little silly gigglers. She said, "What's that old lady talking about? She need to mind her business." When I looked over at that girl, tell you something. I said, right now, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know you, so I don't really talk to no kids because you are, underage and you're a minor. But let me tell you something. All three of y'all can get in trouble because you're legally supposed to be at school whether your mama care or not. You understand what I'm saying? And if I want to right now, I can call the police right now and get all y'all straightened out. And I told that other one, ain't you on probation anyway? And one of your requirements is to attend school each and every day. The mother letting it slide, but I didn't do none of that. And I told her, I said, you gotta watch how you talk to grown folks, cause see, I'm not your mom. I ain't gonna play the game with you. And I told her, and I said, and let me rewind real quick. You calling me an old lady, and I'm still at the top, older than you, nice and firm, and yours is hanging like cow udders. Sit down, girl. Back it up. What? Huh, huh, huh. What? I know you ain't talking. So, what? Oh, I know you're talking. I said, I got you by many years, and yours is hanging like cow udders, and I'm still firm. What we talking about, Willis? Huh? Okay? Don't play that game, honey. You will never win. Not with nobody like me. You might be running that past your mama, And this girl here that I know, Mama, 'cause that's why me and them ain't never really been no cool friends, because they got totally different lifestyles. I just knew her from job. Get what I'm saying? From working together at jobs, and we didn't have to hang and go on no breaks, but I knew her at the job, and there was a lot of work that we did that we all had to work as teams. But once I learned how that mama was anyway, me and her could never be friends like that, because she's from a different street than I am. You know, I didn't get down the way her mother did. But yeah, I told her, I said, you couldn't possibly, you gonna call somebody old and you 14 years old and you hanging like that. And I'm a woman fully grown, and I'm firm and supportive. You couldn't possibly be talking to me. You should have seen how she looked at me. She was embarrassed because you used up. You out in the streets. You done gave yourself up a long time ago. You ain't got nothing to say to me. And the thing is, I ain't talking to you. No way. I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to old girl right here because I know, I happen to know her mother, and people are looking for somebody. Maybe your mom don't care about you. It seemed like hers didn't care either. But by me seeing somebody child out here in the streets, trying to be a decent person, I was trying to look out for the girl because I was gonna ask her, does she need a ride home or something? You know what I mean? But the little fast friend thought her little stinking butt was talking to somebody trying to come off correct, and I wish she would have tried to swing on me, or I would have dropped it. You understand me? I was walking real different then too, and I don't play with it. She would have got dropped. Okay? And not like a bad habit that you would pick up again either, by the way. Well, she didn't know. She didn't know what she was dealing with, honey. You can't never come up on this and tell me something like that in the way you out here in the streets looking. The girls out here using themselves up. You know what I mean? Out here walking the streets, got their life givers scraping the floor. I'm gonna try to tell somebody who that old lady. Man, are you crazy? I ain't that much older than you. Didn't your mama have you at 14, 15, and I'm the same age as your mama? So how old the hell you think I am? If your mama 30 and she had you at 15, how old do you think I am? Hello, wake up. Howdy doody. Wake up, wake up. This ain't no breakfast in bed. Get up on it. And once again, I can tell with them certain Pacific women, the same personality they got is why their kids was out there in the streets cutting the food. Because these girls here are a product of the environment. They're out here caught up because they didn't have nobody that's caring about them, worried about them, or looking for them. They're out here in the streets. And their mothers are the same way. And these, if I don't know the young girl, but I know of, her mother and stuff. And the girls get a chance to hang out here, and I mean, out in the streets and do just about anything they want. That's why she didn't have no conflict. And then the young girl that I was actually talking to, she her, that apple didn't fall far from the tree, unfortunately. Sometimes our circumstances are unfortunate because of who we have for parents for some people, and sometimes you have some good parents with a rotten child. But even if you have a bad behavioral child, how many times are you going to have a child that's underage, that's out here in the street ripping and tearing, and you ain't gonna put your foot down? I don't care if they bad and you get them home and they run away again. Well, you better find a lockdown program, because the streets definitely ain't gonna do it. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. See, she don't know me. To see, if I had some kind of relation to that girl, she would have got lock slammed. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I was with it back then, and like I said, who the hell are you calling the old lady? And first of all, like I said, if your mama had you at 14, 15, and we the same age, 30, come on, you better sit down. And oh, what? And I tell you, I had experience, and I wasn't used up like that. Now, she may want to call her mother old because her mother been out here for these streets. But see, you don't know me. I ain't no New Jack City chick. I gets it in. I know what's coming. I'm gonna let that go over her head, but I'm not the one, and I can tell that like I said, I know the mother, but I only knew her from being co-workers. So I can see. that the majority of how them chicks get down, their daughters is just like their mamas, design and visual. You know what I mean? It sure was disrespectful and out of control. But I told her you got the wrong one, and then the girl there herself, I didn't even bother getting into it because once I found out that this girl has been missing for over a week, and the reason why I knew about it or knew of who the girl was is because at the job we done had meetings and picnics and gatherings for family, and she done brought her little grown daughter there a few times, and she had pictures of her, and then I seen her in person. But once I realized that the mother ain't called the popo, where you supposed to get it when you have a missing child, I wouldn't get no further involved in that. I let them folks go and fall by the wayside. That's their business. 'Cause you can't keep coming to work and talking to all the nice women and people here at work, and your daughter's missing, and you ain't even went down and did an Amber Alert or nothing. Honey, let me tell you, y'all for the streets, boy. Y'all is for the streets, man. And I could tell the way her daughter was and the way she was talking. That's that gutter. Yes, from generation to generation, fool, clown. They pop a circus tent up anywhere. Fools and clowns. You be out here, they pop that tent up anywhere. And it continues on because the girls, they don't understand right now how messed up it is for their mothers not to be raising them properly. But I'll tell you, once they start getting a certain age and realize that they've been able to do anything they want, and that wasn't that because my mother loved me and because my mother had me young. That's why I get to do what I do. My mother, she chilled and all that. That ain't gonna be what you want. That ain't gonna be what you want because there's females out here in the street, unless you one of them gutter gangster ones that cold hearted, like it, and want to stay cold hearted. You're not gonna want that from your mama. You're not gonna want that from your mama. You're gonna want a mama that can sit her tail down and hug you up under her and nurture you and love you. Right now it's cool because you get to do whatever you want. But once you get some age up on your butt or get out here and get hurt in the streets good, you're gonna want a real mama. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Them clowns you be somewhere in the dollar store and a clown will come up in there and pop up a tent right quick. You know what I'm talking about? Thinking they can just do anything everywhere and it's accepted. And like I said, with this girl calling somebody an old lady, you got to look at it. And like I said, that I knew the mother of the girl that ran away. I knew her mother. And then the other girls was friends, I guess, or whoever. But what I was saying to her is that you may be calling somebody an old lady, honey. I ain't had no more than 15 years on you. You understand what I'm saying? And how you gonna call me an old lady when I can stand up firm without a bra on, and yours is hanging like cow udders, and you calling somebody old? Hello? What streets you been in? And like I said before too, you thinking it's cool right now, these young girls, because they got these mothers that's a mammy. She ain't no mother. She your mammy. Ain't no mama. Your mammy. Letting you hang out in the street and have boyfriends at young and 14 years old and use your body up all out here. You think it's cool right now, but I promise you, whenever you let the Lord get a hold of you and you get your mind right, you're going to wish you had a mother that was giving you some hugs and keeping your butt in the house instead of letting you run these streets. You're going to wake up one day and see it. And I told her that y'all think this stuff is cool. Y'all laughing around and bouncing around like fools with all these old nasty hard up boys out here. You go ahead with it. You'll see. You'll see. You get somewhere one day, mess around with one of these boys, and get somewhere one day and feel the bulge, and you think, oh gosh, I think I might be pregnant. No, your uterus is hanging. You're dogged out. You get me? That's what I'm talking about, honey. I've been drop kick you right quick. Come on now. I was younger too. Shoot. I still got it in me now. I'm just saying. People don't realize that. You see, and they didn't understand too. You got definitely got the wrong one, but I'll show you the right way to go. You got to give me a minute. I told you, honey, them girls don't even know that type of stuff. If any one of them girls ever tried to try me, They sure be laid out and wouldn't even know what hit them. I'm from that school. You feel me? I'm from that school, and that ain't about just necessary because I know a lot of times, when you talk about stuff like this, people think, and I've had a lot of bad happen to me in my life. I don't think anybody's going to live and never experience hurt and pain. But I tell you what, if my life was that bad, I don't think I would still be here, first of all. And secondly, they don't understand your mentality of how you do things. I've been on cold, knock you out, and you wouldn't even know where you would have thought was up under the damn tree standing talking, and your butt laid in the damn cemetery messing with the wrong one. You better watch who you're dealing with. And I told them because some women my age are straight out kick you in your ass for real, for real. I'm gonna tell you, what time it is. You better know what time it is, honey. Because your mama may let you slide about that, but honey, I tell you, let one of them have swung on me, honey. I would have both of them, all three of them, stacked up like a pile of dirty clothes. I would have been flipped out and pulled my Bruce Lee moves on them. And I promise you, for real, went to karate school and all that. Know the pressure points. Would have been on had y'all had laid out, filleted, like fish hanging from a hook. There you go, Sally Sue. It says, Amen. Actually, all right. Grandma has to go for now. That sounds good, Boo, because I'm getting ready to get off here too. But I like what you put up there with TD Jakes. I got to go back and I'm going to leave a comment. But I appreciate you sharing that because I wonder, do you like TD Jakes? How do you feel about him? You work with him or what? Do you rock with him? I really appreciate your time because I really do like him. And I think that, I'm going to have to, if any of that comes to be true, I got to figure out how to deal with because oh my gosh, his preaching is really good. He got a lot of awesome perspective on life, and I mean, there's a lot of good preachers. You a good preacher, sister. So I got to figure out how. Do you ever listen to any of his teachings, sis, before you head off? You take care, sis. God bless you. And I'll see you on your side or my side or somewhere in between, Stephen House, somewhere, huh? In the name of Jesus, I appreciate you. I respect you. I enjoyed this. And I get over there and I ride with you the same way. Stephen, all of us. I got time, honey. I got time for the blessings and the wonderful people like you guys that God's put in my life. Oh, yes, I do. But I am definitely too getting ready to hang this up right now myself too. And I got one of my sisters on here that was talking earlier. She wants to contact me privately because she going through some stuff in her life and some horrible stuff. I don't know if you've seen any of it, but she needs some loving because something happened to her bad of the stuff we were talking about. A lot that's happened to other people, and she's one of the other people. That's why I always say it's us, huh? I got to find that, and I gotta find a way. I might get me a burner phone too, so that I can make contact with a lot of folks here that may not want to put it on YouTube. Yep, she said I seen some of the insects that's supposed to be hibernating, and they still out. Yes, the birds and the crows too, honey. There's something going on here that nobody's listening to, and I don't want to get lost. I'm not going to get lost in the sauce. I'm going to be a winner and a survivor of this mess. Oh, yes, indeed, as Miss Lady says here. I can't see that comment that I wanted to find. Let me go. I'm going to have to open up another window. I don't like this page. I don't like this page. I can't hardly. Okay, I can see now. And I'm going to get ready to log this off. I just got to check something out, but I want to let Miss Sister go on. Where's she heading at? All right, let me go here, and then I got Rruk and so many people I gotta go check. Guru, I heard him going. Hmm. I am guilty. Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, guess she gone. That's good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to ask him how do you ask Chris Rock learn into that flap? Allegedly, that's what I'm wondering. If Chris Rock was that even real? I don't know why I don't feel that that was real. It looked at corny anyway. But Will Smith would do a slap like that because he's that kind of, he got that flamboyantness about him. What grown man gonna let another one do that and then not nothing about it? Exactly, other than if he wanted to sue for money and played the victim, but never did that. Never did that. How do you get to these comments that's up here in the top? They won't let me go up no further. And I gotta log off this live, but there's some information that I gotta get here that I should have got off earlier. Well, I gotta help him. Oh, I don't know. I guess you can't go to those anymore. I don't know. Why? I don't know. That's too high up, I guess. I don't know. Oh, boy. I should ask one of them guys when they were still on here. I don't know how to look up for it. Dad, she said some serious stuff that I wanted to help her with, but it's too far up. And I can't get the other help here because they ain't working out. I hope this tastes good. The chicken is delicious, but it should have had more juice. I can't find it. I don't like that. Okay. Will it let you go to the top of the chat? Top of the chat? It says some messages may be spammed. It's not letting me go. Hmm. Dang, I missed that. I think it was something horrible she said happened to her too. Yeah. She said somebody got pregnant by their family member. I want to help her. Oh, I want to help her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Why won't this let you go to the top? It said it may not be visible. Okay. I'm getting ready to log off here then. I know everybody ain't a real sister, so you can't be careful how you call people sister on these things. Anyway, you guys, let me get ready to sign this off and thank everybody for coming. I gotta find a way to contact her and what she said. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming. Let me give my peeps a hug. I promise you, this YouTube is amazing. If you connect with the right people and keep the negative ones out, you can win. Mhm. Okay, that's tips on streaming. I don't need that one. Can't learn it right now. I got other stuff to do, but I need to get this. How can you have a thing and not be able to access the rest of it? Doesn't make sense. Mm. Why they gonna keep saying all messages are visible and you can't see them though? All right. Let me get ready to shut it down. I'm gonna have to find another way. Yes, you can go back to these things anyway, so but it's very important that I help her. God bless everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I'll see y'all on the next one. I really appreciate you guys more than words can say. Bye for now. This is Rook. Peace out, pipes. Let me